Hello, hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We are here with Proving Grounds 32 live and up and ready for you guys. We have a set just here about ready for you guys. But before I get into that, I'm joined here by the lovely Broken Pinky. Come say hello.
Hello, thank you for the lovely introduction here. Yeah, we are here for Proving Grounds number 32. And yeah, we have our first set at the ready here. It's going to be Chaos Control versus Sin Ultra in a nice best of 3 series.
Nice best of three, and honestly, there might be some familiar players that the crowd may know here on the team. I know I've seen the Chaos Control for sure here, seen some of those members up in some other tournaments, and some familiar members here on Sin Ultra. So I'm curious on what they're going to bring to the comps, especially considering the maps we have. We already have that first map on Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime. Honestly, a personal favorite, if you ask me.
I don't know. This is a weird map. Just because of how like deep in the enemy territory you have to get to score for the clams, especially since you respawn kind of on top of your basket ready to defend. So it's really going to be difficult to get a long, prolonged push just because it can be kind of easy to defend at times. But obviously that leaves the door wide open for a team to break away with a massive push if that were to happen. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. We have two kind of slow-paced lockout maps to start out, and then just a very explosive game 3 if we get there. So this is going to be an interesting set for sure.
I know you said that explosive lockout map on Humpback. You are so right on that. I think all of these have potential to be insane lockout maps because that spawn is kind of silly. It's very easy to get locked out if not careful enough. With enough pressure, it's just like, all right, bye-bye to the other team, just waving them off.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, maybe the new update's going to fix that. Who knows? We do have an update in about 6 days that everyone is very impatiently waiting for.
Very impatiently indeed. I mean, that's a little pit on the side, no?
I think it has a little pit. I think it like changes up mid a little bit. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see, but as a ranged blaster player, I'm very excited to be freed from the shackles of Wavebreaker.
Welcome
I've been
back.
stuck with that useless piece of garbage for a year and a half.
There was a lot of hate behind those eyes for the blaster. You're like, I hate this thing. Get it out of here.
I'm done. I'm done. Get it out of here. I've served my time. I want my sword with jetpack. I want my range blaster with splat bomb.
Sword is gonna be insane. Even as a backline player, I kind of want to try the new sword. I would be lying if I said I didn't. It
I
kind
think
of
sword's
looks
just gonna be
epic.
fun. Cause like I've definitely given like the other two swords an odd try. So seeing the one that's coming out, the Decapitator, first of all, love the name. Second of all, I like that it's gonna be probably a bit easier. Which helps me who's not that good at the game.
It's so fair. But it looks like all the players have readied up, and we are going to be entering this match in just a split second here.
Yeah, first set of the day here, first set of the Proving Grounds, number 32. Let's ring in the tournament right. Let's look at these comps. We're seeing Edit, Stamper, Tenebrella. The other side, we're seeing Kingjaw on the classic V-Roller as well. Both teams bringing out the Edit.
Yeah, the edit has been definitely rising in its popularity, but I think it's a really fun one because it can definitely be used as a midline if the player feels silly enough or if the comp calls for it. I want to look at that 10 as well because I feel like that 10 has every potential to be a menace, just being able to wall out areas for the other team here. But both teams making their way to center quickly. We already have a power clam on the side of Sin Ultra here. But they're going to be going down members anyways. They're quickly moving forward, I believe, here, especially with the opportunity that the roller just presented.
Yeah, Kingjaw has been using the roller for a long time. Gets a triple there right off the bat. He's just so incredibly good with that weapon. He's been using it for forever, it feels like, and just showing why it's so strong, especially now in this meta, where it's just, you know, a little bit more favorable right now. And already Sin Ultra very close to that basket. Chaos Control trying to hold on. There's two power clams threatening to go in, but all about getting them to that basket.
Into the basket indeed. If they go bye-bye, it's very much a lot of loss of pressure here. And Chaos Control is able to actually move forward here, having taken out a good chunk of members of Sin Ultra while they are there. Just straight up, again, the more you can move up here in Clamlets, you just need your climate climb and you're good to go. And they're constantly taking picks there and not playing around with that power climb up and ready. That ball is directly in the basket, setting themselves up for a solid offense right now.
Yeah, what a fast reversal. Just 20 seconds ago, everything was going in favor of Sin Ultra, but Chaos Control was quite literally able to control that chaos and get all the way to the other side of the map. Not, I mean, kind of ordered them to get more claims, and they don't have the most claims at the ready, but they're still getting more. They're past that 60-point threshold. They're close to getting another power claim with that 10 umbrella, but looks like Yaga's just going to opt to throw a few in there. All the way down to 41, 38. It's just, the score's not stopping right now.
Oh my god, they are getting a hefty amount of points. I think that might just be the end of the push, but it looks like they're going to opt to keep the pressure going right there, which honestly I think is a great idea. Not losing all your members, but still not allowing the other team to collapse on you even after a great push. And they're continuing to take members out, having absolutely no mercy here. Just waiting for that climb economy to build itself up. They are not satisfied with this 35 point. Are definitely going to be trying to go for more any second now, especially with that carrot climb up and ready.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Chaos Control is kind of at like a permanent 4v2 numbers advantage. It's really hard for Sin Ultra to stand up to it. Trades are coming out, though. Just going to be the tent alive. It's just the tent versus the roller. Can Kingja find the pick? But Yaga's already set up here. Is going to find more jumps as well. And that could just be an extended push here. Kingja setting up the bubble, trying to hold on to the defense as best as possible. Look at that score. He's going to be staying at 35. Sin Ultra finally starting to get a little bit more control back in their area.
Yeah, but they do have Chaos Control to meet in the center here. Seeing that Zuka come out to try and even the tides a little bit, especially with one of their members going down and doing so successfully there. Power Clams ready on the side of Sin Ultra. It might be time to get a counterattack as they are slowly picking off members of Chaos Control. But they're retaliating. It looks like we're just going to have a bit of a mismatch, but this is being wiped out in the favor of Chaos Control already. They are not messing around. They are going right for it.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy Edit's not really seen as a playmaking main weapon quite yet, but Hyper definitely proving that wrong, getting a nice double there to spearhead a great push there for Chaos Control. Gonna get the basket breakers. They're trying to find some more clans to get in there, and Salty's gonna be able to find some more. Down to 19 already, so close to the knockout, but I think Chaos Control is just gonna, regroup close to their spawn, gonna give Sin Ultra a little bit more space, but this is a really big deficit for Sin Ultra at this point.
Oh, no, yeah, for sure. Especially because they have to go from 100 to 19, well, less than 19 in order to take this game back. And they only have a minute 30 to do it. Chaos Control seems to have so much control of the map as of right now. And they have definitely been keeping Sin Ultra back here. So it's just got to find those opportunities if you are Sin Ultra. Try to find a way to push past that defense on Chaos Control. And they might be able to do it as they are taking 2 down. Just got to get rid of this. Whoa, holy Zuka. But the Zuka does not matter being able to take it out. It looks like their opportunity might just be presenting themselves in a second as their specialists are starting to go online. This might just be a push.
Yeah, they might be starting to get a push. Kingja going to put that bubble under the basket, but they're going to go down. They have 2 power clams ready to get into that basket, and it looks like they're going to go down to 60, but they're starting to go down a little bit. That push is probably going to expire at 60 points. Yeah, the delayed wipe is going to seal it. Kingja would be lucky to find a pick. They're able to find 2, but that is going to not be enough for the lead. Sin Ultra has to get 1 more push all the way to the enemy basket in the next 35 seconds.
Their pity is already up and ready, so at least they don't have to build a power clamp from scratch. But as you said, only 30 seconds on the clock to take this game back, and it's going to take a while. So it's around like 2 power clams back there. And some extra clams would just about do it, but they do have to break through Chaos Control, and as we saw before, they seem to have a pretty solid defense.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that Tan Umbrella and with that Edit Splatling, they're both really strong offensive defense here, and they're starting to find some picks on the Sin Ultra. Chaos Control to see to bide their time a little bit longer, because right now, I mean, Sin Ultra very far back in the mid area. We are now in overtime, only 20 seconds left of this game. Sin Ultra has a lot of clans, but that bubble is burned very early, and we don't have any specials to speak of at the current moment. Zuka Pick is going to find the machine, and Marvel's just trying to stay alive at this point, but overtime is quickly running out.
Quickly running out indeed. It looks like that might just be the timer in just a second, and yep, there it is, ending the game on that overtime. Chaos Control basically just stalling it out, maybe them to them or just letting them waste their time right there until that timer went to 0. Honestly, incredible job from Chaos Control, just being able to not only hold but just keep so much pressure throughout this game.
Absolutely, that was like 4 straight minutes of cycled advantage state from Chaos Control that entire time, because I mean, Sin Ultra started out pretty strong, getting a lot of early map control, but once Chaos Control got their feet on the ground, they really stepped on the gas and they did not look back ever since the game started going their way. So props to them. Very solid game 1 by Chaos Control.
Oh, absolutely. I love the way they just continued their pressure, didn't allow themselves to go full down, especially during those other pushes, because I think that made all the difference. But putting that game aside, we are moving on to Splatoon's Umami Ruins. I have a little bit of beef with this map, but it's very interesting because you play the game how you want it. It could probably stall out a lot longer, especially considering that we have a dual zone map.
Yeah, I mean, Umami Zones is, I mean, pretty much the only dual zone map that's, you know, seen regularly in tournaments. Just because it can be kind of easy to neutralize the zone without even having that much control of your map. But the thing about Umami Ruins is that it can be kind of easy to get a good lockout here because the only defensive high ground you really have is your dome, and that is pretty far away from where you spawn. So, I mean, whichever team is going to get that early wipeout, even regardless if they have control of the zones, is going to have a lot going in their favor. But I feel like teams at this level are pretty good at getting out of the lockout, so we might see a more balanced game than what we might see at some other levels.
Anything could happen because a domino effect can sometimes just set things into place. Personally, I like seeing the snowballs. It's very interesting to see from a spectator point of view, maybe not from the player view, but definitely the spectator view. So I want to see how they're gonna take this, because I wonder if they're gonna bring out the edits again, because we did see the tent last time as well. So my curiosity is definitely up there. That edit's coming back, and the tent. Ooh, call it a 2-for-1 special.
Ooh, and both edits are back. I think both these comps are staying pretty much exactly the same compared to that last game. So both these teams know what they want to run. They both want that edit plus double Zuka, and then that fourth player going to be switching it up just a little bit here. So let's just get right into it and see what's going to happen right away. Both these teams taking control of their own zone, just trying to get some of these picks here, but both these teams want to be as safe as possible because going 4 down on this map is devastating.
Devastating indeed, and right now it went from even to just 2 down on Chaos Control with a flank from the Roller, an excellent flank as well, and everyone's going to be beefing for just a split second trying to get the kills they need, and it looks like Chaos Control is going to be able to get those 2 down onto Sin Ultra, recapping the zone, taking them from them at that 88 count, but Zuka might just have something to say for it as Stormy is able to grab a pick from this, not quite able, it seems like just specials coming out, and it's just trying to find those advantages, but before I even do anything, that is a wipeout in the favor of Chaos Control.
Yeah, and now the snowball is going to start rolling here. Chaos Control has the control of the zone, has so much control of the enemy area. Any picks for them is going to be massive here as they're going to be weathering the assault from the Zuka. Zuka's going to find the pick on the side of Sin Ultra, so a little bit of respite, and King just going to be going on that lower area. Stormy pushing forward, trying to find a pick with his own Zuka. And the members of Sin Ultra have made it back to mid, but it's just about getting control of the zones once again and winning this team fight, which is going to be so difficult. They have one of the zones already, but Chaos Control is not letting them have this for free.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a fight to get this for now. I did like that bubble clip to give themselves a little bit of extra protection as they are trying to get this zone. And capture the zone they do, putting a nice 48 penalty onto the members of Chaos Control and just able to find a pick to show for it. It's going to be a bit of a fight here to see who's going to really get a good hold of the zone, because, again, the lockout is your best situation here if you want a really good push here.
Ooh, yeah, right now this Machine Transfuel is barely dodging. The Zuka is going to find one, is trying to find another, but the 10 shield is going to stop them right there, but still, Kingdra finds another pick here for Sin Ultra, and right now Chaos Control starting to get pushed back just a little bit. They still have a little bit of control left, but Sin Ultra is trying to stop it as best as possible. Nice pick from Kingdra on the Tenderbella dropping, but 2v2. This is still a very dangerous spot for Sin Ultra, but they're starting to get that stagger working in their favor. They just have to move up a little bit, but it's not safe to do so at all right now.
Yeah, it's so risky to just lose any sort of members, especially on this map, because the tides can change so quickly if you're not careful. Precious people coming in, throwing hands with the slosher, putting so much pressure on this ledge, and an elite swap to show for it as well. Sin Ultra looking their way to take down these points and possibly go down to a knockout if they're able to keep such a hold on this lead right now in the zone. They're looking in a pretty good spot.
I mean, it was on such a razor's edge for a while, but it might be being blown wide open. But here comes Chaos Control trying to restore it. Kingdra is coming from behind, trying to find whatever picks they can to stop this paint. Is going to find a trade with the Stamper. The Not player is going to find the pick onto the shot as well. And right now it's just a brawl in mid, trying to see who can get control of the zone. It is Knockout being threatened right now. Transfuel is going to find a cap. Is going to be dueling with the machine, or with the Zuka. Is going to find a trade, and it's 1v1 between Stormy and this Stamper right now. And Stormy's going to be able to win it. Is going to try and cancel jump, cap the zone, do it all at once, and that is going to be game 2 for Sin Ultra.
That was the craziest sneak zone cap I've ever seen. It's just you lose sight of one, and here comes Stormer to just end the game right then there. You blink, and the game is over. Whoa.
I love that ending scenario when it's just 1v1 for the zone, because you gotta brawl, and the whole game is not. It's just your heart's pounding a little bit, but Stormy had the presence of mind and the movement necessary to catch the Stamper off guard, find that pick, get the jump camp, get the cap, and get the glory, and that's going to take us right to game 3.
Oh my god, a crazy green game 3 to start to show as well. Again, we had some crazy brawls in center. It's like the second these two teams meet, it's like, okay, it's like the opening of Hunger Games. People are gonna die.
Yeah. Oh man. Everyone's running for that cornucopia, but it's rough out there, but it's also rough on game 3. Yeah, there's a little bit of a replay here just for, man, this was such a wild game because it really looked all in favor of Chaos Control, but Sin Ultra was able to sneak their way back into mid, get zone back in their favor, and I mean, they just never let go once they got a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, it was just it's because Zora was the last player remaining out of all of them except for that Stamper. So that zone was just right for the cap, and unfortunately that Edit was not able to grab it. Yeah, that was just a quick thinking and a quick play there that definitely helped win that game at the end. But I know you said earlier this is Humpback Pump Track, one of the more explosive lockout maps. As much as I have beef with this map, it's so fun on the spectator side.
I love watching this map, but I hate playing it.
Honestly.
I had so much beef when they brought it back. I was like, why? Because this game can just be over in a moment. Yaga, oh wow, radical comp change from Chaos Control. Gonna be going with the Bucket and Dually comp, and same old coming out from Sin Ultra.
I kind of dig it, if I'm being honest. I do like the switch to Slosher, because Slosher is going to be able to just lunge ink over those edges, and it might help in some scenarios here if you are Chaos Control. It's game 3, so honestly, it's just very tense here because this could be anyone's game, and both of these teams are going to be wanting to win it. But it is going to be Sin Ultra Tech to get that first grab of the Rainmaker and immediately put into the checkpoint, wasting absolutely no time looking to move this forward. See those strikes coming out from Chaos Control to try and stop them any further, but they have every intention of moving that Rainmaker as far as they can.
Yeah, wow, beautiful defense there from Chaos Control. Yeah, they were very close to just be playing Rainmaker Black Belly, but they were able to stop it just in the right timing. That beautiful high ground usage by that Heavy Edit was able to stop that push beautifully there. But, I mean, already in the first minute, I'd be pretty uncomfortable if I'm Chaos Control having Sin Ultra already have that checkpoint and so many points beyond.
I think that first checkpoint is just a statement more than anything, just trying to set the tempo of the match. Of course, getting the checkpoint is kind of like the heart of the game. You need that to get a proper lead. But it looks like Chaos Control is ready to turn the tide and give them a bit of their own medicine here as they have the Rainmaker in their hand. I thought that Zuka was going to kill. Excuse me?
I think we all did. Oh my god. Hyper's life flashed before their eyes, but regardless, I think Hyper's going to be taking it all the way to the checkpoint. Yeah, that's going to be the checkpoint breaker here for Chaos Control, and now the shoe's on the other foot. Chaos Control has a lot of control here. Quite literally, they just have to paint the path of the Rainmaker. They're going to get the lead, but on this map, no lead is safe unless it's a knockout. It looks like, though, the lead is going to be staying at 39 as Chaos Control goes 3 down.
It definitely shows that they have the willpower to do the same as Sin Ultra. Again, these first 2 pushes, I consider them statements.
Oh my god!
Trash people with the Zuka double! That is so good! That is just a perfect opportunity to move so forward, and with an extra pick to show for it from that Rainmaker, just trying to make all the space. Unfortunately, that roller getting pulled away and back to the spawn point, but that Rainmaker here to make that space.
Yeah, but right now, Yaga with the crafting, beautiful pick from Chaos Control is going to be stopping that Rainmaker from moving any farther, and that's going to be a wipeout on Sin Ultra. Great defense yet again from Chaos Control, and that's going to be the real question of this game. How does Sin Ultra break the strong defense that Chaos Control has been rocking with this whole set?
I think it's finding those opportunities such as they did with that double Zuka. I think I think a lot of this is just micro opportunities that show itself, absolutely wasting no time to capitalize on. But oh my goodness, Chaos Control going right into extend their lead all the way down to 21, and what seems like one of their members is still, 2 of their members are still up, so that pressure is not completely up and out of the way, as they're all back here and ready for more to give a little bit more here to Sin Ultra as they continue to take 2 down on them as well.
Yeah, Marvelous just knows that they have to get out of there. They were not winning that brawl on the elbow right now, and already back into enemy territory. Can they just run forward? No, they cannot. Salty is here, but they're just starting to run forward anyway. They get the Rainmaker to 33, not quite enough for the lead, but definitely enough to reset the tempo of this game that was definitely going in favor of Chaos Control. And now Sin Ultra, people counted forward, but they stop 1 point short of the lead.
Oh my god, they are right there. That pop, if you are Sin Ultra, you want that pop in your favor, and they just barely 2 points! They had that lead at 19, practically going almost all their members down, leaving Stormy to fend for themselves here. Stormy gets a run, adding themselves a bit of extra time, taking out that Rainmaker, going down as well. But oh my god, buying time for your team is going to be great. They only have a minute and a half here if you are Chaos Control to get a full lead here. An excellent play from Sin Ultra.
That's one of the craziest reversals I have ever seen in this game right now. And now there's still a minute 15 to go, and this game is still on the razor's edge. That lead at 19 is not safe by any means, because Chaos Control is here. They have the crab tank on the crossfire, but Bazooka finds another collateral by trans people, and now it's just Hyper on the Zipcaster, where Slasher, I'm sorry, just trying to find any picks, but they're going to be forced to recall. That recall is certainly going to be camped by the entire squadron of Sid Ultra, and with 50 seconds left, this game is still so tense.
Yeah, that 2-point difference on the map, especially such as Humpback, it's like the game is not over by any means, but it's just so rough because that anything can happen. You can lose your lead for 2 seconds, or you just gotta stall this out as much as you can to maintain that lead. Putting that in a bad spot there for Chaos Control, first in Ultra, just looking for that pop anyways, anything they can to just maintain this and not give Chaos Control an opportunity to move forward here, because we know how opportunities work in this game.
Oh, absolutely. 15 seconds away from an overtime here. It's going to be so tight. Tri-Strikes are popped early as well, so Chaos Control can't use it on the push, and the crab player is going to go down. It's just the two alive on Chaos Control. Hyper is the Rainmaker carrier, and they're just fighting for their life right now, trying to stay alive, but two go down on the side of Sin Ultra. Overtime is beginning. Yaga has a new crab tank at the ready, and here we go. About 35 seconds left on the Rainmaker timer, just trying to make it over there. Yaga popping the crab early, so they're not going to be able to use it in the straight. Zuka popped early as well. 3v2 in favor, but here comes King Jeff, finds the pick and finds the set for Sin Ultra.
An excellent pick to just end the game right then there. Sin Ultra taking the win by a sneaky 2-point lead.
That is a crazy game 3 to end. What a first set to ring this tournament in. My goodness, Sin Ultra played that so well.
It's quite literally just the setup of what's to come here, because the matches can only get better from here. Just an amazing job. Just it is the spirit of just not giving up even when the leads look so grim, because a 21-point lead still feels pretty far, and it's just like they were right there. That pop just going in their favor was just everything they needed, and just driving it while you were at it and getting that lead for your team. Amazing stuff from both teams even.
Yeah, I mean, it all started when Marvelous was able to, find that sort of the little slip in the armor where Chaos Control wasn't quite looking, got the Rainmaker down, I believe, to the 33-point mark. Trans people got the pop, got it down to 22, and then all of Sin Ultra was there, ready to get the pop yet again, and that was just that final extra push needed for that lead. And, I mean, all the players of Sin Ultra were just so clutch on that defense. Trans people with amazing Zukas, King J with great flanks on the roller, just so incredibly well played. Yeah, this is how it started, with Marvelous just going on such a wonderful flank.
It was such a quick decision to just move while Chaos Control's attention was elsewhere, and I think that was definitely a huge contributing factor that helped them get the lead. Incredible stuff here from Sin Ultra at the end there. I love to see it.
Yeah, and then just the squid roll that almost got caught by the by the ink rail too. And then there was just more game to play, and Sin Ultra did not lose their head at all. So, man, that was just a crazy set to start off this tournament. If you're Sin Ultra, you got to be feeling juiced after that one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, look at those scores. I'd be ready with some adrenaline and be like, damn, this thing just started. Hold on, pause. It just started.
It is 1:30 in the PM Eastern time, and there is still so much more tournament to be played by all of the teams in this bracket.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
and we're
man.
taking a peek at that right now. It looks like a lot of these teams are, yeah, there's going to be a lot of 2-0s here on the board. Seeing,
Yeah,
taking a
Barcelona, Splatoon Club, and Midnight Zone still having their set going on. Currently up to game 3. Winner's going to fight Kafune. Sin Ultra, for their troubles, is going to be fighting Flop Pop, the seed 1 of the tournament. So that's going to be fun for them, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking directly at Monsoon with my big creature eyes, because I know they just formed recently as well. Things down there as well. There's a couple names down here that are recognizable, so I think this is going to be really fun as we move forward. But that does mark the end of this set here, and that does mean we will be going on a little bit of a break here, but don't be going anywhere, because we will have a set ready for you shortly.
Welcome back to Proving Grounds number 32. I'm Broken Pinky, joined by the wonderful Fufu, and we are already back here for more winners bracket action. Round 2 is going to be To Be Decided versus Midas Touch.
Indeed. I'm very excited here. These teams, these maps, I love this map. Do not even get me started on Crab Leg Capital. I will yap for 30 minutes straight. I love this map from the grade to the layout. It's a little silly. I like it as a charger main. What? Okay, you said you play Blasters, correct?
Yeah, I do play RB. I was gonna say, yeah, it makes sense that you like this map considering Pencil kind of rules it here, but
still, I mean, it's silly.
It's a fun map. It's a really fun map. I enjoy it a lot.
Even Pencil aside, I love playing this map with the one shot chargers as well. Pencil is kind of okay. You're not playing. Pencil is kind of ridiculous. This map with a chip comp is so fun. I would be lying. Playing with a blaster on Pencil is chef's kiss. I would recommend it to every Pencil player out there.
just play with a good RB. It's so much fun.
All right, Pinky, I'm grabbing you.
Even just play like long rapid, and you just have all the combo and all the peaks and all that stuff. It's a fun map. I enjoy it.
There's so much to do. It's like it's one of those newer maps that just scratches the brain so well. Like I think the newest set of maps that we got, like the crab leg, it was crab leg ship shape. That was an awesome like dual map pair. If I'm being so honest.
Yeah, like two of my favorite maps in the game for sure. I know like they're not technically the best competitively on all modes, but shut up, come on. We don't play this game only competitively. We play to have fun.
Hey, what if the fun is competitive? Okay, then again, what map mode is good on every mode? Let's be so for real.
Yeah, there really isn't any in this game. I think like thinking about it, maybe Museum is the closest, but even then it's like, yeah, it's pretty shaky.
I think like Museum and Mako are like the closest to having that, if anything, but you know, they still get a little finicky. I feel like some like maps are made with certain modes in mind more than anything, and I think because if you try to play Crab Leg Tower, God forbid, dude.
I feel like Make a Mart, yeah. Make a Mart was not designed to have Rainmaker on it by any means.
It is very crowded on Rainmaker. It's like, whoa, where are we going? Where are we going?
But yeah, oh god, I forgot about this map on Tower. It is wild, but yeah, we are starting it out on zones. Not the most standard Crab Leg you see. You know, a little more used to seeing clans, but zones on it is still plenty solid. Rainmaker Manta and then TC Inkblot to close it out for this set. Wow, TC Inkblot, talk about a classic map mode, huh?
Honestly, I love Tower Control Inkblot. It can snowball, and it's just every bit of it is just so scrumptiously dumptious. Is like the best way I can put it. I have so much beef with that Manta Maria map. I need it dead and obliterated. I need this guy killed. Clean shot, dog. I have so much beef with Manta. It's not even funny.
Oh man, I mean, I also have beef with this map. To be clear, we were doing like running 3v3 scrims for like LTC a bit ago. And people just kept grabbing the Rainmaker and running it behind us. And it's like, there's only 3 of us! We can't see anything!
It's like, please, get away from me!
And then it just drops, and it's like, okay, fun. Now we just play quick time event, kill them all before they all just end the game immediately. Oops.
Time event is insane! Oh my god! Just shoot them, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, we're starting on Zone's Crab Leg. It's gonna be, I mean, I feel like this is a kind of a, like, almost defensive map once you have control, because there's not too much incentive to push up beyond the grates other than just locking them out harder and getting cool clips, I guess. But yeah, it is a lot of exposed area for attackers, so it can be kind of good for the defending team to try and push back into mid.
Yeah, this is why I like the long range weapons on this one, because especially on areas like the grates, they're easy to intercept if you are able to catch them right there. And Zuko's having an absolute trip on this map. God forbid someone's on the grates, because they're gonna get boomed in 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, we get to relive Zuko meta a little bit, as much as we all loved it? Question mark? Oh, but we're seeing the foil squeezer coming out on one team. We're seeing 96 Deco and E-Leader's scope. Okay.
Pinky, hold me back. Pinky, hold me back. I'm gonna implode. I love the E-Leader pick so much, utilizing all the range that it has to take those 4 picks, and it adds so much pressure if executed properly. So I am incredibly excited, and it's scope! I'm so incredibly excited to see them go ham. Baka here is not here to play around. That's not Baka. That is. It is. Correct.
I think the E-Leader is Bake. Out of that, we had to learn Japanese real fast for this set, because
Sorry.
But regardless, Dylan is going to be patrolling mid here with the Foil Squeezer. A much easier name to say, I would imagine. Going to be forced to jump out, though, and yeah, I mean, both these teams are kind of just painting the square. It's really hard for either team to get a definitive advantage without getting a lot of picks, but picks are starting to happen. Pencil is, sitting on the snipe, of course, painting over. Grave is done with their Zuka, and just more painting of the square in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, that's kind of how Splatoon did. It's a lot of painting the square, a lot of like feeling each other out until someone finds a clear opportunity for themselves. And I think it's just that bit of a waiting game as we're only a minute into the game and the first set of 3 here where these teams are definitely feeling each other out. So it is definitely a wait, but with one of the members down on to be decided, it might get a little tricky here unless they're able to find a pick to even the matches. With Midas's touch, taking the zone here a little bit and getting it capped once more. I love the use of that screen. That screen, it can be such a great pushing potential, and I'm excited to see how they're going to use this properly.
Yeah, I love that both these teams are rocking the screen because they recognize, long range options are really strong on this map, but screen has been, rising as a great way to counter them, and all of a sudden, 3 down on the side of 2 decided Midas touch. Ruben had the touch and goal at teams and started to push forward, but not if Bake has anything to say about it.
Bake is here to eat for everyone with this leader. Close range or not, but unfortunately going down here by this shot, getting a little too ambitious with it. And with 3 down on 2 decided, we're looking at that opportunity, at that lockout that we were talking about earlier here, because with only 36 left right here, 2 decided is in a bit of a pickle as they have no specials and they gotta make their way in.
Yeah, Ufu on the Zap's going to be dropping in a pretty awkward spot right now. He's going to be hunted by this Pencil. 10 ticks to go. Akio going to pop the Zuka, is not going to find anything from it. Ufu still stranded alone, and that is going to be a quick knockout for the Midas touch.
Yeah, once that lockout situation began, they were able to just completely stagger to be decided, taking out their members 1 by 1 or 2 at a time, and just completely just dominating the end of that match. Incredible stuff there from Midas' touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just a very strong game, or strong played game in general. Nice fist bump as well. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of what I expected to see, just a very neutral playing field. But once the game starts to break open, those long range options really start to reign supreme, and that Pencil was just patrolling that top mid just so effectively, making it really hard for anyone on 2 to be decided to really push back in the mid.
Yeah, Pencil is just a crazy support in general. It's there to, especially if you have comps that help pick, it's just, you're either one-shotting or you're just picking people off enough, just painting everything. You're locking out whole areas, and I think Pencil is definitely a grand, telling of that. As it's it doesn't have the pressure of the one-shot, but it's definitely supporting the rest of the team so they can be menaces in the front lines.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the one hit of the Pencil combos with, I think, 1 shot of the Squeezer as well that Midas Touch was also using, and that's just annoying. And then also you have Zuka outside hits to combo with. Just a lot of chip damage stuff. Like you said, it's just very strong on this map, and Midas Touch, you knew it and used it very effectively.
Absolutely. Again, admittedly, as much as I used to have beef with Pencil with chip comps is also just incredibly fun. It definitely, the meta doesn't feel as bad when you're playing practically a one-shot charger. But I want to see what weapons are going to swap to, especially to be decided, because they just had a leader right there. Leader is not Manta Maria friendly. Manta Maria, I have so much beef with. Anti-backline map.
Yeah, especially on Rainmaker, it is incredibly anti-backline because they don't succeed in that QTE when the Rainmaker drops. So it's a little bit awkward, especially it's very close quarters. It's very condensed. I think if either team has like a tent in the back pocket, I could maybe see it come out here. But I think just short range options just reign supreme on this map. Just having so much mobility here. I mean, Tri-Slosher is a really good pick as well, just because it hits up with the ledges. A lot of just short range frontline stuff is really strong on this map, but it's going to come down to what these teams want as their supports and what they want as pseudo anchors.
Oh, absolutely, Karen. You mentioned those Tri-Sloshers. Anything with a ledge camp goes absolutely insane. So I'm talking rollers, I'm talking buckets. A question: are blasters? How do blasters fend on this map? By curiosity.
Pretty solid. RB is nice because you can just sit on plat and you can still put pressure onto the bunkers, which is pretty nice. But it's really awkward in the closer quarters of the street, and especially in the drop area, just because you really have to hit your directs because just so condensed you can't use indirects. So it's kind of a mixed bag. For the other blasters though, I think it's a little more a little less polarizing.
Interesting. The nugget of knowledge has ascended to the skies. We love to hear it. So yeah, I'm just curious to see how they're gonna take it, because it's such a huge shift from the last map we had, because we just had Crablet, which is a lot more open, and they're definitely playing for a lot more of a hold instead of the push forward such as Rainmaker, where you're forced to be in their base.
Yeah, I mean, like we kind of saw on Rainmaker Humpback that last set, no lead is safe unless it's a knockout. So this is going to be on the razor's edge pretty much the entire time, I would imagine, until the game says end. So let's just get right into it. Game 2 of the set here. Midas touch on set point right now. Let's see how these comps are going to change.
Edit. That's gonna. Oh my god. I love seeing the edit. They're bringing out custom leader. Excuse me.
Custom leader and try V52 and V shot is an awesome comp from To Be Decided.
I'm kind of digging it. The leader is scaring me a little bit. The balls of steel that from this guy is insane. But Midas' touch already pushing with that initiative, going straight for that Rainmaker and going to be trying to get this checkpoint. But To Be Decided coming in to meet them right there, immediately taking them out. And that is a heavy punish with 3 down on Midas' touch and giving To Be Decided an opportunity to possibly take the checkpoint right off the bat.
Yeah, Uchi's going to be following from that, ends up to the Tri-Sauce from Nuvo. So Cooler Supply is definitely not going to be in the favor of to Be Decided. But Entry is just so incredibly strong in this map that it kind of doesn't matter, as is Akio's Zuka going to try and find some picks. 2 flanking mid, and they're both going to be taken down by the members of To Be Decided. And Midas Touch kind of struggling under this great offense. The Wolf Root is going to find a pick, and it's going to stop most of the offense that To Be Decided had going.
Yeah, I love the utilization of the range of the slosher right there to just force one of the players that were there way back and just get them out of their space. But the leader is playing silly on the massive push going down. That is going to be actually 2 down on To Be Decided, so it looks like Midas is going to be finding some opportunities maybe soon here, forcing another member to jump out. And with that Rainmaker pop right in their favor and that checkpoint looking ripe and ready for the slaughter, they might be able to pull this through.
Yeah, right now Rainmaker is going to be running the checkpoint. He's going to find the lead and is going to find the checkpoint as well. The players are dropping from both sides like flies. It's 2v2 right now in the street of To Be Decided. Midas Touch trying to find the pop, but it's going to be delayed just a little bit. But now it's a stagger. There's one alive, and the Rainmaker's grabbed yet again, and they are able to drop it, but the leader finds the pick.
Oh my goodness, it's so satisfying when you're able to get such a good pick on the Rainmaker there, but they have an incredibly solid lead here. To Be Decided still has to make a major push, but get to that checkpoint first. Leaving that Rainmaker there is dangerous! Oh my god, and they're grabbing it. They push that lead down to 15.
This is the one map, if there are any in the game, that you do not want to leave the Rainmaker there. And Grape is still here, tearing it up, still alive, has a Zuka at the ready, and the Cooler's coming in from behind. It looks like they're going to drop the Rainmaker off the map, but my goodness, Midas Touch is still absolutely here, putting on so much pressure, and they're going to have the Rainmaker back in their hands shortly.
That Rainmaker is now in the hands, as you said. I wonder if they're going to jump left or if they're going to, yeah, with all the members moving right, I'm even surprised if they're a little bit of a jump, but I think they just use the blast to make a little bit more space. That Zuka just hardly, just by a hair, just getting out of that. So, unfortunately, going down to the Fizzy.
Yeah, the chip explosions were enough to do Yuki in on that heavy edit there. 2.5 minutes left in this game. Pretty commanding position from Midas, but Bake just putting in so many great signs with that leader. You love to see it. Going to deploy a beacon here as well. Trying to spearhead some sort of counterattack here for To Be Decided, but Dylan is going to find some chip. Not going to be able to find a pick, though, and the end try comes in off the ripple there, and it's going to find 2 picks of their own. So 2 minutes left. This is looking like it could be the start of something great here for To Be Decided.
The shot here from Midas is such Grape. Grape! Alive! Are you kidding me? Grape?
Okay, maybe not. Grape is still behind them in their walls entirely, trying to find a pick on anyone, just sitting defensively. And wow, the numbers advantage back in favor of Midas Touch. 2v2 though, right now. Yuki just trying to run the Rainmaker forward as much as possible and reuniting with Grape, but they're going to get taken down in the enemy street. Grape finally going to get taken down by Baki with the Kraken, but such a great timer stall there. Strategy for Midas Touch.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I am just concerned how Grape was alive for so long. The most slipperiest, however the heck you say it's shot. Oh my goodness. The English has English. I'm about to start speaking Spanish the way I'm using these words. Oh my goodness. It was just crazy. My mind is boggled, but I think right now, an excellent pick right there. The next one, double from the squeezer. I think Midas is just sitting in such an excellent spot because they really have every opportunity to stall this out, but they're also to just move this Rainmaker forward anyways here to just put so much more pressure on To Be Decided.
Grape on the left side. All the silly plays from Midas Touch are just doing so well, just disorienting and completely confounding To Be Decided right now. And here comes Grape again, just dying for nothing, but it's just so good at wasting time and throwing To Be Decided off their rhythm right now. and it's just been effective. And the Wolfbird's gonna grab the Rainmaker again, get it down to 11 points, even more of a lead. And it doesn't matter because Yuki is the constant there with the heavy edit, there to just support all with the cooler to allow Midas Touch to be kind of feeding like they are. This has been working so effectively for them. And with 20 seconds left, everyone's just shooting the Rainmaker.
The cadets turn forward to a barrier, and it might just turn blue here with Midas Touch getting that barrier pop and possibly putting this right into the checkpoint, ending the game. It took a while, but they managed to end the game, put that fish to the pedestal after so many close, just such a close number to the lead. That was a very dominant match, I would like to say, from Midas's Touch and getting that set 2-0.
That's one of the downright silliest games on Rainmaker Manta I think I've ever seen, because it felt like pretty much everything that Midas Touch was doing in the last like 3 minutes of that game just was working. And it was just kind of insane to see because, I mean, just all those little weird strategies that you wouldn't expect was really throwing off To Be Decided, and that's what let stuff like Grape's Wild Flanks get so much mileage. And I mean, again, it's just the constant of having Yuki on that heavy edit, behind them all, supporting them all with a cooler supply, just was so incredibly effective, and To Be Decided never got their foot back on the gas once they lost that checkpoint.
They were basically running circles for long story short. It's just Midas Touch just being able to get that advantage. I think that another kicker was that To Be Decided wasn't allowed to get that checkpoint. They got really close. Like you thought they were gonna be able to, but it was just Midas Touch with the defense to not allow them, and basically just played silly, sold the rest of the game out. As you know, they already had that checkpoint. They already had a big lead, and they didn't have much to worry about because the other team didn't.
Yeah, it was just it was just such a weird game, but Midas Touch was able to thrive in the weirdness, I guess, and To Be Decided is going to be dropped down into the losers bracket off a 2-0 win. My goodness, I mean, Grape just went insane here. The movement diff is crazy on V-Shot. Like, that is just wild.
V-Shot, the shots just play, their movement plays in such a way that feels like it should not be real. It's kind of like, how are you moving like this in this game?
It's both like really, really cool and also like Curse of Splatoon 2. Why'd you buff shooters so much?
Oh
but
my God.
I mean, Grape is able to get some really cool clips off of it. So I guess, yeah, just what are you doing there, man?
Bro was feeling silly. Bro was feeling a little.
The fact that we're allowed to feel so silly is just crazy and just goes to show how good Midas Touch was at putting pressures at pretty much all parts of the map. So, my goodness, just what a crazy set that was.
Just an insane set. It's a pretty dominant one at that. Just very entertaining as well from the spectator side, and I hope they had just as much fun down there with Midas Touch moving forward as they wait for the next match. It looks like we have some interesting stuff here on the bracket team. Monsoon and BlankZ fighting again. My eyes are straight up on those teams. Dislnkt Midnight Zone and Yippee and Littleboy squad. So we have some beef happening.
Midnight Zone got the nice upset over Caffeine, who got that round 1 bye, so props to them. Also, we didn't talk about it earlier, but Stargaze lost to Littleboy Squad, is in the losers bracket round 1 as seed 10 of the tournament, so a lot of upsets happening on and off of the stream. So this has definitely been a very, interesting tournament to spectate. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the further rounds.
Oh, absolutely. But speaking of further rounds, we will be going on a bit of a break here as we await for the match that comes next. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see you guys in just a little bit. Hello, hello, and with that quick short break, we are back here with Proving Grounds 32 up and ready. We have Monsoon versus BlankZ. I'm joined here by the lovely Pinky. Come say hi.
Hello, thank you once again for the wonderful introduction. And yeah, here we go. Winners round 3, one set away from making it to the top 6 of the tournament. We have Monsoon and BlankZ here, and I believe a 5-game series here. So that's going to be a little bit longer than those we've seen before.
A little bit longer indeed, as we are switching that format around. It looks like, oh my god, I'm so excited here because seeing one of these teams that have been newly formed, and to be fair, with both of these teams making it so far into the bracket, I'm expecting greatness. It's like, whoa, you're like, who?
I'm expecting the hot set here for sure. Looks like we got game 1 on Clams Robo as well. So we got some cool maps here for the set. Yeah, best of 5 series here. So first of 3 wins is going to be moving on into the top 6 of the tournament. Pretty big threshold here. Starting on Clanless Robo Ramen, another kind of those clans maps where you have to push really, really far to get to that basket. And if you're on the defending team, you kind of spawn on top of that basket.
It's a little bit silly in terms of the basket placement, but overall, as a general map, I think it does a really good job at what it is. You know, you still have those flank routes, you have that open mid, and if you can get to that push point, you're sitting really pretty for what it is.
Also, you can get a surprising amount of mileage from sending someone right, because you can kind of just drop under the the middle trench and just make it all the way back to the basket and get some jumps in, and it's kind of easy to be discreet about that. So we might be seeing some cool flanks here. I know we saw a lot of cool flanks and shooter mobility in the last set, and I know Storm is a very strong shooter player in his own right. So I'm just excited to see this set between 2 very strong teams.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a little bit of that silliness we saw just a bit ago, because I think that'd be very fun here. But with they're almost just about ready here, so we should be seeing the bell ring soon. I'm just excited because again, we are moving so far into the bracket, and their last sets have already been so good. So my hopes are gonna be a little bit high here, and I'm sure we're gonna have a great set.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are 2 very strong teams. I mean, as we mentioned, Monsoon has a ton of strong players on them. BlankZ made it, pretty far in the bracket, and they're definitely bound to put on one heck of a show here. We're just waiting on one last player to ready up here, and I'm curious to see what these comps are, because it's such a weird point in the meta where I feel like people are kind of bracing for the impact of Sizzle season, but also like it's still like Zukas are really strong and midlines are really strong, and there's also just a bunch of weird stuff. So I think the comps for this whole tournament has been really fun to see, and I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be pulling out. We're seeing Heavy Edit and Dually Squelchers and Junior coming out, juxtaposed by Stamper plus Slosher.
I know Monsoon is going to be getting a rain of splat bombs, especially with 2 of their members on BlankZ having them. So I want to see how they're going to deal with that one. But I kind of dig the pencil on this map, especially with just how open center is. You can get a lot of paint on the ground. But it looked like going to be BlankZ with the first 2 kill opening, already having that power clip, looking to put that in there, wasting absolutely no time to try and go in here and make some waves. Look at that, with Cooler up on top of that, they're running the minimal risk. But you look like they're going to be getting taken just by 1 member there.
BlankZ wants to make their name heard by all means, but they're not going to quite make it over to that basket quite yet. Nice defense from Monsoon. Never mind. Here they go, I guess. Already getting the basket breaker all the way down to 65, and they're still trying to find some more clans, more picks. Fox with the DS is going to find one on the flank and get a few more clans into that basket, keep it open a little bit longer. No, never mind. Just a little bit too slow on that.
BlankZ was just running circles for a split second. They're getting a pretty okay lead here of 65, which is not bad at all for just being a minute into the game here. And Krim being able to find a lovely pick with that pencil right there, just going for that cooler, trying to give their team an extra push to move in here. And with 2 down on BlankZ, it looks like Monsoon might be finding this opportunity to push in just a second.
Yeah, Monsoon has been doing a good job of spacing out BlankZ, but it's not going to matter if they just run into the enemy territory willy-nilly, and BlankZ is going to find all 4 picks of delayed wipeout, and that power flame is going to be a loss to time, it seems. A minute and a half gone in this game, and it's been looking all BlankZ so far.
Blank indeed right here, with Monsoon not having a push just yet, but seeing some of their specials go online. I want to see the zip caster and see what wave that's going to make here in just a second here. One of them did go down on BlankZ, so they might be able to capitalize off of it with the next 2 down. And the last 2 members that are forced to defend themselves, but the Zuka coming out in the bubble. That's a really good bubble to just stop that Zuka. Really nice there, but no clam in the basket just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Bubble was kind of theorized as an early answer to Zuka, especially with that buff that it got not too long ago. And, I mean, BlankZ using it as a great source of defense, but even still, they're under a lot of pressure here. Storm is going to be going on that flank route, trying to find some picks, especially on the Pyro, and they're going to be able to find it there. 7 clams, and it's going to find another assist with that Zuka. So close to the basket. Just needs one more clam, but Storm's going to be forced to retreat. One toward the basket. But here comes Nico to get that basket breaker right now. And Storm, with this power clam, is going to get the lead in favor of Monsoon.
Oh my god, some insane stuff there from Monsoon being able to just barely get that lead by the 5 points, getting that first push that they're able to get in. Really solid here, especially just right off being the first push. But we do have 2.5 minutes left here, so the tides can turn at any point. You know how Clam Blitz is. You know, it takes one good push and suddenly things are very different in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. With 2 minutes to go, this has been a pretty low-scoring game. So, I mean, one more big score could kind of seal the game up here. It's been really rough for both these teams to get to that enemy basket with one exception each. So it's just going to come down to who can hold on a little bit longer. Right now, I mean, the ball is kind of in Blank's court, especially as one of them is going to get taken down by the tri-strikes. And right now, I mean, Trim moving forward with that pencil is going to be stopped there by the bubble. But at this point, Monsoon is just content to hold on the mid and force Blank to come to them, especially with their, very strong range advantage they have with their comp.
Range advantage indeed. I think there's both risks and benefits to trying to stall this out here, but whoo, an excellent pick right there at the end because they just had 2 down on BlankZ and Monsoon. I think that was like a 2-for-2 situation if I'm not mistaken, but it looks like Monsoon is just going to take quick advantage and just get that turf on the floor, try to give themselves a little bit more to work with, just give themselves the opportunity to put that clam in the basket, and the clam in the basket definitely goes looking to extend their lead here as much as they can. Just, oh my god, even behind the threat of the Zuka behind them.
Yeah, Gold is going to get taken down. Nice Zuka pick from behind, but even still, score is going to be falling a little bit. 45 is going to be where it's going to stand as we enter the last minute of this match, but that's kind of risky for Monsoon to commit to because now that's an extra power clam that Blank has, but they just build 2 more of their own. So maybe they're just content to score even more. I mean, you never want to stop pushing this game, and Monsoon certainly holding to that, already putting more pressure on the enemy plat, and Blank just has nowhere to go right now but back to their base.
Yeah, it gets a little bit rough here as we're approaching those last 40 seconds here, but oh my god, holy strike and holy specials here from Monsoon, looking to find as many picks as they can, and with the 2 power clams going in, they're looking to way extend that lead all the way down to 22, but they are definitely going to suffer numbers-wise when they're only leaving Nico to fend for themselves, but taking someone down with them, not going down without a fight, as the rest of Monsoon is quickly making their way back to center to try and meet BlankZ. Again, you want to limit those opportunities, you got your good push, but you can't give a better counter push to the enemy team, so BlankZ is definitely looking at a possible opportunity here.
Yeah, Nico just finding that pick as extra credit, but right now it's just Miner left alone. The rest of the members are respawning. Ace is going to be able to find the claim into the basket, but it's just going to be 2 left alive on the side of Blank. Can they make it over there? Power is going to find one, has the power claim to make it to the basket, but they're going to get taken down by Krim in the 11th hour. Fox grabs it. They get the power claim in, but they get taken down. It's just Golda, and Krim finds another pick, and overtime has 10 seconds left. It looks like it's going to be a wrap. No chance for Blank to make it over to the basket in time. What a great game won by both teams. Monsoon, though, is going to take it.
Oh my god, with a very tense overtime right there. It's like anything could happen, especially if you're Monsoon. It's like, okay, we got to stop these guys now. And stopping them, they did. Being able to get those 2 power clams that they were able to earlier on that push them to that currently definitely helped them there at that end situation to get and solidify that win.
Oh, absolutely. Such a strong game one from both these teams, with Monsoon just a little bit stronger there. I mean, they were struggling a lot at the beginning. The first minute and a half was just looking entirely in Blank's favor, but as soon as Monsoon found an inch, they ran a mile with it and just did not let go. And I mean, that's just kind of what happens when you fight teams at this caliber. They take every little opening you give them and they just take it as far as they can.
I think that's the most satisfying thing about the high-level play. It's just when it's like committing to those micro opportunities, and I think, as you said, it can make great waves, and I think that definitely happened here. Just seeing those small paths that just allow them to either make those 2 power clam pushes or just even something small that allows them to get a little more leeway.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, I mean, a wild game one in general, but one that's going to be won by Monsoon nonetheless. And I mean, that flank from Storm was kind of how it started. Just that dual-pronged assault really blew the game wide open there in favor of Monsoon. And, while it didn't directly lead to a score quite then and there, we saw, I think that was Nico coming in on the grab the power clam that was just lying there, and that was the first real break for them. So really well done for Monsoon, but we're already getting into game 2, I think. On the other screen, it's going to be on Zone's Ink Blots.
Zone's Inkblot. Oh, okay, that's gonna be interesting. Zone's Inkblot, very wide zone, if anything, very big zone, but you have this giant block in the center, so you definitely gotta work around that. Honestly, I think these teams are gonna have a trip. They're gonna be able to get their their backlines or their longer ranges to the center, especially Monsoon's pencil here.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see this map where you kind of play tower control in splat zones, but regardless, here we are. It looks like right now BlankZ is controlling tower a little bit better, but the pace coming out on either side. First control of the zone is going in favor of BlankZ, but Golda tries to find a pick with Zuka. It's not going to be able to do, but fights are happening on the enemy plat. Right, Quick, and Pyro already has a cooler at the ready, trying to defend against the assault of Monsoon.
Yeah, Monsoon coming in strong after getting 2 picks on them, and Nico coming in for an extra one out for blood. Nico taking 2 already solid opportunities here for Monsoon to just move this forward here. Honestly, setting themselves up to just meet BlankZ where they can. Not opting to take any plats right here, as it is definitely on the riskier end, but are able to take a bit of that lead.
Yeah, and it's spots like this where the range advantage that Monsoon has can really play to their favor, especially as Nico finds a pick with the Zipcaster, and all of a sudden, it's just one. Never mind, it's a wipeout in the first minute of the game, and already Monsoon below that 50-point marker, it seems, and yeah, just so incredibly close to this knockout already. Really, BlankZ has one more chance to get back in the zone, and Krim already setting up defensively on that tower mid. And right now, I mean, just all the members of Monsoon are just flanking around all parts of the enemy plat, just trying to catch whatever drops they can.
Yeah, I high key see the tower control in splat zone, which is some excellent picks going out. Oh my god, they are. It is a bloodshed in the center. We're gonna take our attention back to the zone that just got flipped from that 9 score that Monsoon had right here. It is just blood and murder on the zone, on the map right now.
It's crazy how Storm could have found that triple. That could have been the gains. Or Miner looking to pick up the pieces. Going to find one. Tries to find another on Fox as they roll away, though. Miner's so incredibly weak. Just trying to find any picks they can right now. But it looks like it's going to be enough with the aid of the rest of Monsoon to get them back in the zone. Get another wipeout on BlankZ here. And they're looking to repeat the same position now. About 65 points, including the penalty that they have currently stacked. That's dropping as we speak. 3 minutes left in this game, but BlankZ has been really struggling to get back in the mid, especially with the tri-strike and the Zipcaster coming out into the enemy bats.
There's just so much pressure coming out from Monsoon, just doing everything they can to just stall them out, just get these penalty points up and out of the way, and doing an excellent job of doing so. They're constantly staggering members of BlankZ, and they do have to be making their way to the zone, especially soon. Gather your members, gather your materials, because those penalty points, and it's definitely threatening a knockout. But as they continue to lose another member, it doesn't matter with a junior making their way to center, solo capping the zone, applying a hefty penalty onto Monsoon.
That was just a crazy play from Espa, but it worked out because all the members of Monsoon went down. It seems like every time they're close to a knockout, Monsoon just gets a little bit too greedy, goes too down for their troubles, and now they're forced to pick up the pieces yet again, but this time a little bit scarier. BlankZ putting more points on the board, getting a little bit close to that scary spot. Storm popping the Zuka here, but another teamfight win from BlankZ could result in them having the game in their hands, and Golda finding the pick on Nico is exactly the opening they need. Right now, Monsoon kind of locked on their plat. The Pencil is the only one that's really putting pressure onto the zone right now. Golda trying to find the opening to get onto the plat. Miner has strikes at the ready, but all of a sudden, 10 points away from the lead. Monsoon has to go.
Yeah, they definitely have to go now. And when they did take 2 off of BlankZ, that opportunity might just be presenting themselves, leaving the edit, literally just the edit to fend for themselves. Monsoon should be able to cap the zone here, just barely taking it, but it's still contested here. It's a Vidi, it's a DS in the center, fighting for their life, solo capping the zone, and that's going to be the lead swap for BlankZ. Oh my, and the bagging to call for it!
The lead swap, the bagging, and the knockout for BlankZ. You cannot give these teams an inch or they'll take a mile. It's the same story again in reverse.
Oh my goodness, that was insane. Just when you think Monsoon is going to be the ones to cap that zone, Monsoon just holding, it's the 1 or 2 players who just push it all the way through, just into the solo caps and just the hero plays. An insane take back there from BlankZ, and a bit of celebrations at the end.
This has been a wild set just off the first 2 games. This is gonna be a tight set. Whoever wins the set earned it, like definitively.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like war was just raged with the bit of the bag and the bit of the taunts right here. I think a war has just broke out between these 2 teams, and Haggle Fishing Market is gonna be a really fun one to do in it. But just looking at the replay, look at it's a bubble in the center, and that the solo caps from that junior that get me every single time.
I feel like if I'm Monsoon right now, I'm pushing up the glasses. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, now you fight the real me.
All right, lock in. Gamers,
Yeah.
fellas,
No,
lock in.
no more getting silly when we're 5 points away from knockout. No. We're keeping all our members up. I mean, right now, again, Monsoon just got so close, but they go 2 down, and then Asa was here to paint the zone to stem the bleeding a little bit, and from this point forward, Monsoon did not get the zone back a single time. It was just either in BlankZ's favor or in neutral, so just such an effective recovery from BlankZ there after a really rough start in that game, but that's just going to be tying the series up 1-1. We're going to be moving on to Game 3, which is going to be on TC Haggle.
It's not over till it's over. Again, I think this map is going to be amazing to do it in. Oh my god, I already love Haggle, but tower control Haggle in particular can definitely take a snowball if you are not careful. I want to see how these teams are going to either initiate that snowball or counter against it, because, you know, we're pushing back and forth here as we are going right into it.
Yeah, from tower control to tower control, this map it's interesting compared to the tower maps because, I mean, as usual, that second checkpoint is a massive bottleneck, but that first checkpoint is really far away. You have to get about 60 points to clear that first checkpoint, and then you're right up on that second checkpoint, and you just got to brawl with the people on the hut. So it is a rough map to push on. That second checkpoint is just, I mean, games are decided by that checkpoint. It's insane.
Yeah, it's so small. It's just those 1 or 2 things that just make all the difference. We've already seen those first 2 because on the board, able to take a pick right off the bat to one of the members of Monsoon season, and it's just, and they're gonna be quick to retaliate. It's gonna be a bit of a bloodshed here, but regardless, it's gonna be BlankZ to get those first moves on the zone, immediately taking those steps to the first checkpoint, but is being threatened by members of Monsoon. Whoa! There, buddy, I wiped out.
Krame's got the angles and Storm's got the Zukas, and that's how you stop the push right quick in the first 40 seconds. And already Monsoon converting it with even more momentum. Nico with the ledge peeking, and already Miner popping the tri-strike. Zipcaster's also at the ready here. This could be an explosive push for Monsoon if BlankZ does not defend it in the right way. But right now, it looks like the lead is going to be for Miner trying to put pressure under these ledges. That's the lead spot. Pencil's going down, Junior's going down. Players are starting to go down. That checkpoint, though, still being worked on.
Yeah, the checkpoint's gotta get thrown out of the way. I think breaking past the checkpoint is gonna be a huge marker, and getting past it, they do here. They're suffering a 2-down situation, but not giving up quite yet. But they're able to find the pick. But still, both of them going down right there on Monsoon. BlankZ having all their members up here, and it's just a matter of making that space for themselves to try and meet. We'll get past that first checkpoint, but again, that first checkpoint is going to be that push point that both teams are going to need in order to possibly snowball, and so that's what they're looking for right here.
Absolutely. Pyro finds a great pick on Storm, pushing forward a little bit past, you know, their zone there, and 2 down to the side of Monsoon could be a great opportunity here for BlankZ. They're going to be making their way back to that first checkpoint. Miner's going to be taken down by Fox, but Krame with the angles yet again finds the pick onto that dually squelchers. Going to be setting up onto this tent area here, but that is a very well-timed bubble to give just a little bit of time here for BlankZ to get that checkpoint. Looks like they're going to get the pop on it. Krame finds the pick, but 2 down on the side of BlankZ. They are not going to be able to get this lead unless the Nautilus stays alive.
Just barely taking that lead by 1 point. A lead is a lead. If they're able to hold it, it's good enough. But I mean, there are 3 minutes left in this match, so there's a lot that can happen. And honestly, I don't think these leads are gonna stay where they're at. One of these teams have odds to push forward, but it's interesting to see because both of these teams are so evenly matched, going basically 1 for 1 on their kills. They take a pick and they'll get picked off at it. So just. Woo!
So much happening here. 2.5 minutes left. Only half of this game has expired. There's still half to go, and neither of these teams have even started working on that second checkpoint. It has just been such a strong defense from both sides. Nico trying to blow the door open with a Zipcaster, but it's not going to be able to do it, and that's going to be 2 down to Monsoon for their troubles as they try to get the lead back, but they're going to get stopped right at the 49-point marker. The jumps are coming in, trying to find something. It's just the DS. They can still have this. They get the wipeout back on the tower. Nico's going to be standing on there. Storm's going to join them. Zip's going to be popped. Storm popping, holding onto the Zuga. So goes the lead, and it looks like Monsoon's going to get it back in their favor, and this time they're really trying to get the push started, trying to get that second checkpoint done.
Here's that possible snowball situation that I was talking about. Honestly, if Monsoon can keep themselves alive and keep just the pressure up and running, they might be able to take this to a knockout if they are lucky, with members of BlankZ and Monsoon going down left and right. It is 3 down on BlankZ. This might be a knockout if they're able to just hold this right here, getting past that last checkpoint and a few points to count for. That's going to be game for Monsoon!
3 of them died on the suction bomb on the tower at the end, but it doesn't matter. They got the knockout all the same, and Monsoon up 2-1 in the set, 1 game away from making it into the winner's side of the top 6 of the tournament. But my goodness, all these games have just been incredibly hard fought.
Oh my god, they are like quite literally neck and neck because we saw a lot of the battles like they would kill someone and someone else would, they're basically kill for kill. There's cleanup after cleanup and it's just like 3 down on each side and it's just it's like an absolute brawl because these teams were definitely close. We saw just how they duked it out in battle, but Monsoon just being able to get that snowball during that last bit of the game, just chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, Monsoon getting that wipeout on BlankZ by that 50-point marker was really the beginning of the end because they were just able to keep that snowball rolling all the way through the second and the third checkpoint, all the way to the very end of the match. But just, again, so hard fought. The defense for both teams was so incredibly strong until at the very end when it just wasn't quite there for BlankZ in that moment as Monsoon had all the momentum going, and Hagelfish Tower really proves itself to be one of the more snowballing maps in the game.
Oh, absolutely. I have so much love and hate for this map, and I think these teams are definitely feeling it because they still got another one to go. Monsoon is in a little bit of a better situation, especially considering that they have the match point, but we're going to be moving on to Rain Scourge, and I am excited because from what we've been seeing, this is going to be the brawl of all time.
Yeah, you said you had love and hate. Sploosh-o-matic?
What? Oh, they're playing sneaky. They're playing silly. I want to see how silly this is going to get. Hold on.
Double curling. Okay, let's go. You were saying love and hate. I only have hatred for this map. I'm gonna be honest. I hate this map so much. But wow, I'm shocked to see this Sploosh-o-matic here. I'm curious to see how it's gonna work out.
Because it definitely has so much movement and so much pain output, so it really can be anything. I want to see it, but unfortunately we're not going to be seeing it for just a second here as they're going to be going down. BlankZ stepping in first one. And again, the cleanup game coming right in after the end of being able to take an extra pick, but it looks like the two members just coming back in. They're going to Crib? Question mark? Going right for the Rainmaker, trying to push it forward, not quite finding it. Unfortunately going down as BlankZ is gathering the resources once more, getting that Rainmaker, opting to move it forward, especially because they're 2 down on Monsoon right now.
Crib moved so far just to get 9 points. Can we talk about that real fast?
Hell?
And now aespa got the lead, moving even farther to get 13 points. Yeah, but right now this first checkpoint is so scary. All of the members of Monsoon are just pre-firing it, not letting anyone move forward right there. But Nika's going to be rolling with the Zipcaster, going to find the pick on the Maker to stall it a little bit. But already BlankZ popped that Rainmaker back open, but Storm finds the pick with the Zuka, is going to get taken down. But regardless, checkpoint left unguarded for a second, and BlankZ is going to break right through it.
Yeah, BlankZ finding that small opportunity to put that checkpoint into the pedestal, but with one of the members of Monsoon coming and taking 2, I believe it was, and that Rainmaker is going to be left there on the pedestal to fend for itself, and a wipe out to show for it in favor of Monsoon, opting to just quickly move forward to get that space while you can, while everyone is down. Look at that just path immediately that they painted for the Rainmaker, and just boop, into the checkpoint it goes, and oh, they're already setting up the pressure.
Yeah, Storm and Miner has been such a strong frontline duo this entire set, and they're already grabbing the Rainmaker yet again. Monsoon is just going to be aespa on the Sploosh, trying to hunt for Storm on the Maker right now, and the Hammer Pop is going to be able to seal it. Stem the bleeding a little bit, 45 points left on that timer there, or on the score. This is really scary territory for BlankZ, though. This game can absolutely get out of control with Monsoon having even a little bit of momentum. Nico's going to grab it, get it down to 28, and this is really scary territory. Any picks from Monsoon is going to be huge here, but it looks like BlankZ has the defense on lock. It's going to be able to reset the Rainmaker, and it's going to be able to stop the bleeding at 26, but he didn't even drop it off the ledge because Storm is still here.
Storm is there to make a little bit of mayhem right there, but it's still unfortunately going down. Well, fortunately for BlankZ here, just trying to get all the members of Monsoon up and down the way, but they are still putting so much pressure onto them. I think they still like make way. And Nico with an excellent pick on top of that. That Rainmaker is left to basically fend for themselves in that pit, and there it goes.
Yeah, Rainmaker stuck in the pit. It's going to be really hard for BlankZ to get it out of there, but Fox finds a nice pick on a Storm, but right now these individual picks aren't worth a ton right now. Fox trying to stay alive is going to get taken down though, but it's just about the momentum that, you know, Monsoon has had in spades this entire game. It's just going to be aespa as the last alive, and that jump is called out and is going to get taken down. Hammer's going to try and protect him just a little bit longer. Fox actually jumps in relatively safely and he's going to find the trade on the Storm there. Pretty, I mean, about as good as you could have hoped for, and all of a sudden that's going to be BlankZ back in the middle, spearheaded by a Sploosh-o-matic of all things.
The Sploosh is not playing around these days, but the Rainmaker is definitely right now in the position of BlankZ to try and make some moves, but here comes Nico to just say no, try to deny this right there. It takes 2 but to take down that Rainmaker, but taking that successfully they do. And again, oh my god, I love the Stamper plays. I love the use of range of Stamper. I have beef with Stamper, but it's just excellent. It's so satisfying to see just every aspect of it being utilized.
good stamper play is just a work of art, I swear to God. It's so beautiful to see. It's so good to see Nico using it at such a high level, but regardless, a minute and a half left. Storm finds a Zuka pick. That is something that never gets old. Zuka will never go out of style, it feels like, and minute 15 left, Rainmaker's reset. All the map control in favor of Monsoon. They're looking to just seal this one out at 3-1, not even trying to mess with the game 5. BlankZ really has their work cut out for them. Monsoon just moving the Rainmaker forward, just trying to stall the timer as much as possible, make it as hard as possible for BlankZ to make it back over. Espa, though, finds 2 picks with the hammer, tries to find a 3rd with the hammer throw, starting to move forward. The Splatoon has really been spearheading a lot of the positive momentum that BlankZ have been having. It's just about converting off of that as a team.
It's exactly as you said. Honestly, those hammers are like really entertaining to watch come out of the blue. But BlankZ having a hold of the Rainmaker, but going 2 down while they're at it. But it is the pencil that is off of Monsoon. So much pressure has been relieved off of the back of BlankZ, and they might be looking to get a better push off of this right now because they do need something happening very soon. Especially considering there's only 30 seconds left. Monsoon much more eager to get this defense up and out of the way as well.
Yeah, 23 seconds left in this regular time. It's going to have to happen in overtime. It feels like Pyro trying to move it forward as much as possible. So close to the end of the Rainmaker timer. I think after his overtime starts, we're going to have about 10 seconds left. And Nico on the flank being hunted by all of BlankZ. The Zip Cast is going to come out. But Pyro's able to defend themselves just barely. But here come the Tri-Strikes on the plat. And Pyro forced to run into them with 3 seconds to go. And that is going to be the set in favor of Monsoon, 3-1.
An insane set that we just had. Monsoon being able to just capitalize off of that giant push they were getting in the beginning of the game, opting to basically stall things out if they can. Or they did try to push it a lot forward, but it was very much shut down. But they were able to just as quickly shut down BlankZ from getting anything too crazy on the score. An incredible job from Monsoon.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, they got taunted a little bit in game 2, and Monsoon pushed up the glasses, and they were like, let's play for real now. And yeah, no more of that silly stuff. We're just gonna punch our ticket into winners semifinals and be done with it there, knocking BlankZ into the losers bracket, 1 match short of top 8. But just so incredibly well played from Monsoon from start to finish. They got a little bit silly with it on game 2, but able to pick up the pieces very nicely in the remainder of the set.
Yep, a little bit silly is definitely the way to put it here. And honestly, just it's very entertaining, very good stuff. As I said, Monsoon will be moving forward in the bracket here as BlankZ will be getting sent down. Honestly, BlankZ did an incredible job as well, holding up so well to the pressure of Monsoon in some of these games, and it's just mad props as well.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I just looked at the bracket. There is a crazy revelation happening. Littleboy's squad at seed 23 is in winners semifinals versus Distlnkt, taking out seed 2 of the tournament.
That is the upset of all time. That is a crazy upset.
And they dropped 1 game in their path. C23. They took out Stargaze, Route of the Ricky, and Yippee to their route to winner semifinals. What a crazy run already. And they're going to be up against Distlnkt, so close to making it into winners finals. Wow, it's going to be Flopbop versus Monsoon on the other side as well. The winners bracket event has been entertaining.
It's just so many so many eventful things and so many unexpected things that are just happening. Like C23 coming in and cruising through. Wait, I'm gonna pick at the roster real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, the members show it all. It's so very interesting to see. We have some good stuff happening.
Oh, absolutely here. I mean, out of the teams that got the round 1 bye, only one of them is still in winners. There's Yippee in the losers bracket. I think, yeah, Kafune still in there in a game 3 set versus Squid Squad. The winner of that fights Yippee. So we might be seeing Seed 2 versus Seed 3 playing for 9th place.
Yeah, we have a lot of weights happening in losers bracket, and we do see Midas Touch is moving along in the bracket as well. Seems.
Yeah, Midas Touch got knocked into a real demon hand. Stargaze is going to be taken down at 13th place. A bit of a rough draw for them in the bracket, but them's the break sometimes with the tournament. But yeah, a lot of cool stuff happening in this bracket here. This has just been a weird tournament, but in the best way possible, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm all here for it, if I'm being honest. And I'm looking forward to it, especially because we're going to have a next match after a bit of a break here. So don't be going anywhere. See you guys soon.
See you in a bit. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to Proving Grounds number 32. I am Broken Pinky, joined by the wonderful Fufu yet again, bringing you winner semifinals of two of the silliest stories in this tournament. Fufu, why don't you tell them about it?
Thank you for the introduction back here. We have, if you were here just a bit ago, we have Littleboy Squad versus Distlnkt. Littleboy Squad has been absolutely trucking it through the brackets, taking upset after upset. Looking over, where are they at? Where are they at in the bracket? Taking down seed 2 of the tournament. And here they are in winner semi. They have come to absolutely play, and I am all for it.
They took down seed 10, seed 7, and seed 2 to make it to winner's semis. The other side of winner's semis, that's as seeded. You know, everyone was expecting it. Seed 1, seed 4, it's how it goes. But no, we have seed 23 versus seed 11, Distlnkt getting their own great upset versus Squid Squad, getting a 3-1 over Midnight Zone as well. And this is going to be one heck of a set. Game 1 is going to be on Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, one of my absolute favorite maps in this game. I love seeing this, and I can't wait to see how it's going to shake out.
A little bit of beef with this map, just a little bit of beef, but I think the rework that it got a little while ago definitely made all the difference, adding a little bit more space to what was such a crowded center. It is a little bit crowded. I would be lying if I said it wasn't, but I think it just it's nice. It's nice, and Rainmaker is just such a solid, like a staple map on Undertow.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the game launched, this has been kind of the quintessential Rainmaker map in the game, and especially now they added the little cubby areas to widen mid just a little bit more, give you a few more options, and especially made that slick, what was once a slick, now completely paintable ground, and makes it a little bit more snowbally past that first checkpoint there on the left side. So let's just get right into it. Game 1 here of winter semifinals between Littleboy Squad and Distlnkt. I'm curious to see what both these teams have been repping to get here.
Let's take a pick. The stringer! Yo! Oh. Wait, I love to see it.
Mooch on the tri-stringer, Carbon Deco Squeezer, Dually Zap on the other side. Whoa, okay, these are interesting comps.
These are incredibly interesting. I'm honestly all for it here. Again, we haven't seen a stringer all day, basically. And okay, so we also have the foil screens, so we're going to see a little bit of screen action, which might be really good on those tight corners, especially considering the 40 damage got. But here comes Distlnkt immediately pushing this to the left, or trying to at least, getting quickly intercepted by Littleboy Squad. That leads to a 3 down on the opportunity for Littleboy Squad just quickly presented itself as just everything is coming out.
Yeah, the whole squadron was pulling and trying to get the pick on the core. They're going to do just that. CN is going to be pulling the Rainmaker up to that first checkpoint, going to get the easy dunk without very much contention right now. Seeing the zap on the side of Littleboy Squad is interesting. It's been falling off a good bit recently, but Littleboy Squad making it work to good effect. But now they're fighting by this first checkpoint, trying to find the pick, but they're not able to do it. Rainmaker's going to be stopped right at 60 points.
Yeah, with all the members of Distlnkt coming back, they're able to grab the Rainmaker, make themselves a little bit more space, and give themselves an opportunity to meet Littleboy Squad in center here. With the strikes coming out to add on to that, it seems like we're a little bit farther back here. So Littleboy Squad able to move up with that just a bit and off to meet them instead, and come to them and just absolutely make some waves here, trying to find that Rainmaker and finding it in the end, opting for another 3 down on Distlnkt.
Yeah, I mean, Littleboy Squad has been doing a great job of this match so far. Not a point has been scored by Distlnkt so far. Carbon Echo got a little bit too overzealous there, but Winter was able to find the pick, and now Ursa patrolling mid, holding onto that crab tank as well, trying to spearhead another great push here. But they get taken down by the explosion of the Tri-Stringer there. And right now, I mean, that pick could be huge for them. 3:20 left in this game right now. They're trying to push their way past that first checkpoint, but the Zuka's coming out, and the T-Tech coming out in the crossfire core. Winded by the screen a little bit there, but even still trying to find the right picks. But 2 down on the side of Distlnkt could make this game be blown wide open. Already Rainmaker all the way down to 13, 12, 11, 10, 9 points.
Patience the virtue, and they definitely showed it through because that score reflects to the 9. And an excellent pusher from Littleboy Squad, just barely taking those little ink hops to the 9. That was kind of silly if you ask me. We've been seeing so much silliness here on the blocker, but they are not letting up the pressure. Oh, just barely missing that Rainmaker on the reset, going back to center and forced to look a little bit more back here if you're a Littleboy Squad.
I think we all felt that pain for Winter there, but Ursa here trying to get on this flank angle. Ooh, Spring tried to shark in the bubble, did not work out. Tiger on the lookout there. Just keeping their eyes peeled right now. Half this match has expired though, and this has been looking all Littleboy Squad. That lead at 9 points is going to be really hard for Distlnkt to get back in their favor, and the roll is going to get taken down. Distlnkt has been in a stagger pretty much the entire game, and Littleboy Squad has been pushing off of it tremendously.
Yeah, Littleboy Squad finding those micro opportunities that we also talk about so much throughout this cast, and they are just showing it. They're able to get a really nice pick here. Well, it's a pick on each side actually as the last member is coming in. They're playing patient or playing fast when they need to, and I love to see it. But that is going to be a 3-down situation for them right here. So Distlnkt's opportunities that definitely started to show themselves as they quickly move their way to mid. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at these comps here, I think something very apparent is how much Littleboy Squad is winning in the paint battle because of the zap as opposed to, you know, the edit, which has more. Again, getting the triple with the zap. It's a painter, but it's also a fighter. My goodness. But this paint battle has been so hard for Distlnkt to stand up to because Tri-Stringer doesn't paint that much at a distance, and that makes it really hard for the roller to be facilitated forward. So Distlnkt has not really been able to make their comp work as well as they wanted to, but Mooj still using the Tri-Stringer well, finds the pick with the explosion. It's going to get taken down by Ursa on the flank, though. That flank definitely has been called out by Ursa. Still gets so much mileage off of all these flanks right now, and Winter just patrolling by this first checkpoint as we enter almost a minute left in the game.
Yeah, again, Littleboy Squad finding themselves in that offensive position that we have been seeing throughout basically the entire game. It's like they can go some down, but they still like to hold that pressure up, actually losing their carbon here. So again, it's just an opportunity for Distlnkt to have awaken themselves once more, but as these picks are going out on the field, but with so much, I think as you were talking about the paint game earlier, and I think it's definitely showing with a lot of the paint always ending up purple.
A lot of purple paint on this map here. 35 seconds left in this game for Distlnkt to try and get something started, and they have not a point on the board quite yet. They do have Tiger with the roller, trying to, you know, deploy the bubble at the right spot. They're going to be popping it right here. Camping a jump is going to find a nice double there. 25 seconds left of regular time. It's going to have to happen in overtime, it seems. Winter already setting up for defense by this checkpoint, ready to cast a spell of blinding onto their way, and they're going to be doing exactly that, delaying the push even further from Distlnkt right now. They are not in a good spot right now. They need some picks bad.
Yeah, they really got to make something happen here. The spell of blinding that has made its way onto the Rainmaker, chipping them just a little bit here, but they do need this checkpoint in order to try and win this game. All of the members of Littleboy Squad coming in to try and collapse on said Rainmaker, and there's Dislnkt to end it all! Ending the game, not allowing Distlnkt to get that checkpoint. Littleboy Squad winning game 1.
Zuka plus Crab plus Bomb Spam in just that one tiny little corner, and yeah, you cannot make anything happen. Distlnkt just a little bit too late in their push, and that allowed for Littleboy Squad to set up that checkpoint, or that checkmate scenario by that checkpoint, and they're going to be taking game 1 off of that.
Yeah, an incredibly dominant match if you ask me. Littleboy Squad just came to throw hands. They want the win here, and going from Undertow Spillway, the map name is Undertow Spillway right here, which can be, you know, you get pretty soft here. It's KOing on this map, I arguably is a little bit on the harder side unless you have like a wipeout or just so many picks by the end. And you know, Littleboy Squad almost had it, so I want to see how they're gonna do on that next match. But like, look at this! Dude, they literally just were hopping to that 9.
A hop, skip, and a jump, and then Winter squid rolled forward, trying to get even more extra credit. Just, I'm gonna be honest, a little bit of greed from Littleboy Squad there. They wanted the glory, they wanted it all right there, but even if they couldn't get that throughout the rest of the match, they just kind of sent Ursa on the flank with that dually the entire time, and that just did not allow for Distlnkt to have any sort of thing go their way. Yeah, look at Winter trying to get that Rainmaker, and it resets right before they can grab it.
Yeah, just barely. It's like the Spider-Man meme where the guy like bro grabbing and it's the person disappearing. That's literally what that was with the Rainmaker. Oh my goodness. But regardless, they were able just to hold so much pressure out. Just again, Distinct wasn't able to get any points on the board until the very end of the match.
Yeah, I mean, Littleboy squad just made it so hard for Distinct to move because that paint advantage, Distinct's whole squad was trying to set up that roller, and it really couldn't get set up because of the paint differential. So, game 2 Splatzone's Haggle, which I think Littleboy squad, if they still win in the paint battle, it's going to be real rough for Distinct. Distinct probably has to change something about their comp.
Yeah, or just the general approach too, because the Little Boy squad just has they have a lot of aggression on them, and they're actually gonna opt to go for the pencil going. I love the chip. Squeezer and pencil are gonna go so hard, and also again I like seeing this Tri-Stringer go. Wait, are they all order weapons? No, it's switched out.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Incline Tri-Stringer, which just does have a bit more paint at the long range with the Super Chumps, which is pretty nice, but now you don't have that option to pressure the pencil at the long range, which is a little bit rough right now. But Littleboy squad, that's a devious comp, I'm not going to lie. But here come the Super Chumps from Distinct, trying to get some cap on the zone, and they're going to be able to do just that.
Yeah, they're getting that first cap on the zone, getting some extra points on the board while they're at it here, putting some more pressure onto the Little Boy squad. Tiger finding 2 right off the bat, which is great for their team here, and having their special up and ready, trying to go for a third. Just barely missing. I know that was on the edge. I think I saw just a slight amount right here, but Distinct find themselves in such a good spot, chucking down on these points.
Yeah, I mean, already past the 60-point mark, but ooh, Rafa gets found by that Zuka there. Screen's going to be popped as well. Trying to get Littleboy squad back in the mid, and Ursa's going to find the pick onto the Tri-Stringer to do just that. A minute expired. Pretty strong lead there from Distinct, but Littleboy squad now has the zone in their own favor. They have the crab tank to cycle this pressure as best as they can, and they're going to force one to jump out. So the pieces are starting to come back together for Littleboy squad, and Distinct has to get some more picks, starting with that pencil. Great Zuka pop.
Yeah, getting that anchor up and out of the way is a huge pick. But they're also going to be going 2 down. They do have their specials active, but the general number battle is definitely different here with Distinct having most of them down, and Little Boy squad still having another hold of that zone. They are here to give them a taste of their own medicine and tenfold here on Little Boy squad. So it's just this crab might just be enough to help flip things around if lucky.
Yeah, but the Littleboy squad is going to get the lead back from Distinct there. Crab is able to find a huge pick on the pencil, though, and the Carbon's jump gets canned by the Zuka as well. So really nice defensive stop there from Distinct. It's just going to be Ursa and Winter fighting by this lower left area here, and it's a really crowded spot. Spring jumps in to get taken down again, and Ursa pops a very awkward crab tank, just trying to weather the assault from the Tri-Stringer and not able to find the pick. And right now, Distinct will gladly take this time effectively being wasted from the zone as the rest of Littleboy squad is a little bit slow to roll back out in the mid, and this can be all that Distinct needs to get the lead back in their hands.
Yeah, they're quickly chewing through these penalty points, so it's definitely possible here as all everyone's making their way back to center. Ooh, there's that screen as well, so it might be able to help Chip if we just push the members of this thing back, as the Little Boy squad is definitely going to want to have some sort of control of the zone right now. But with everything just making its way onto said zone, being able to cap it once more, these chumps have been absolute menaces of just stopping this pressure from just straight up painting over the zone, and it's definitely showing this thing taking back this lead on top of that.
I swear, Chumps are super slept on in zone. They're so good there. And the bomb spam is going to be enough to force Ursa to be taken down. And all of a sudden, 20 points remaining. This is knockout potential here for Distinct. Just a few more picks will do it here. CN tries to find one, but they're going to be forced to jump out instead. But the zone back in favor of Distinct. Crab Tank in the zone patrolling it right now. They just have to paint the square right now. It's paint the square simulator on both sides to try and keep this game alive or dead. Pick comes up with the dualies, but it's not enough. And Distinct is going to tie the score 1-1.
Oh my god, an incredible game from Distinct. This is not the same team that we saw last game. Absolutely throwing hands on that zone, especially when they need it. Being able to find these opportunities, forcing Little Boy squad back with just an excellent set of kills. Oh, we love to see it.
It's all about that pain, and Littleboy squad, or not Littleboy, Distinct having the super chumps on the Tri-Stringer, having that more long-range paint really helped enable a lot of the mobility. A lot of the weapons have more mobility than they were able to in that last game. And I think also just having a more wide open map terrain compared to Undertow Spillway really worked in their favor there. So a great bounce back from Distinct, time to set up to 1-1. And yeah, it looks like we have another banger set in our hands.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna be another close one. And looking at this replay, this is like the 2-minute point where just they were able to just get so just once those 102 points are gone, it is the lock-in time. That is the go time for a team, because you really don't. This is the opportunity where you don't want to lose it, because we have seen so many times where zone just absolutely flips. In terms of like, you could have like 2 points left and suddenly the other team can come in swinging, and Distlnkt just I don't think wanted that to happen, locking that into place.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, so that's just going to tie the score 1-1. We are now in game 3. We're effectively in a best-of-3 set at this point going forward. It's going to be starting on Clamblitz, Crowd Lake Capital. We saw this map a little bit earlier on Zones, but now on Clamblitz, the more common mode for this map, I guess, aside from Rainmaker at certain times.
It's a really solid one at that. Just again, I'm not over my love for Clamblitz Capital. Lamau for Crowd Lake Capital. We're switching things up. We got a little bit of a renovation, just a little bit of a name change.
we got to mix it up a little bit. Yeah. Speaking of mixing it up, this map mode has been mixed up substantially since Kraken G's got patched out of the game. So I'm curious to see how it's going to play. I feel like it's another one of those more defensive Clamblitz maps where you don't see a lot of scores, but every score is just so incredibly vital. Especially since, again, you spawn pretty close to that Clamblitz basket, able to defend it kind of effectively. But I mean, that just allows all the idiosyncrasies on this map to work really well. You have 3 different routes to get to that basket, and all 3 of them are probably going to see heavy use by both of these teams in this game.
I'm so excited to see, because I have the lack of words right now is like, I just want to see it. I'm so out of words. I'm just like, I need to see them duke it out. Those are where my words are going to come out.
Yeah, I feel like we're not going to know how this match is going to go until we see it for ourselves. So let's see it for ourselves, shall we? Game 3 of winner semifinals between Distlnkt and Littleboy Squad. Tri-Stringer here to stay. 4 order weapons coming out on the side of Distlnkt. Littleboy Squad keeping the same old going from the last game.
A chip comp, let's go. Again, I love the branding on Distlnkt is kind of awesome. Having those order weapons up and running. And both of these teams just having to find those micro opportunities here. And it looks like we're just waiting for the throw spins, waiting for those first specials. And I think Littleboy Squad was able to get the cooler out relatively early out here, which is really solid because they're definitely pushing in on this.
Yeah, already just the first 30 seconds. These teams are here to brawl right now. Core going to find 2 great picks, though, to sort of turn the tides back into Distlnkt's favor, but not if the Squeezer Winter has anything to say about it here. Going to get more picks, but right now, Littleboy Squad positioning pretty defensively compared to Distlnkt, who's just full gas, no brakes, just holding forward now. They don't really care if they get picked for their troubles. They just want to take all the spaces they can to get into this game, but that's kind of backfiring on them as now Littleboy Squad is starting to make their way back into mid.
Yeah, these sneaky rollers are able to take picks as well. Rollers are so dang dangerous on maps like these. It's just, especially when your focus is elsewhere on something like Clamblitz, where suddenly you're thinking everywhere else, but suddenly these guys behind you. So I'm gonna see how those are gonna have a trip on these maps.
Yeah, I mean, Clamblitz really is a tour of what a map has to offer. All little parts of the map are used in some regard, it feels like. And it looks like right now, neither of these teams have been able to convert that usage to a basket breaker right now. Rafa trying to find a pick onto anyone, but they're going to be forced to jump out to stay alive. Yeah, first minute and a half of this game almost. Not a whole lot's been happening as far as score department, but the clan economy certainly in the favor of Littleboy Squad.
It could be one of these situations where we're not seeing a lot of scores, but once they do score, it's going to be a big one. So it really is just a waiting game to see who's going to be the first team to do so, and if the other team is going to be counter pushing this. Here comes the whales from the Tri-Stringer to try and make a little bit more waves, just having the marks only assisted by the whales. It's just, oh my god, Screen, I have so much beef with for not only locking out the vision of the enemy team, but your own. So it's definitely like a little bit of a risk to bring it to the field as well.
Yeah, but I feel like it kind of helps Littleboy Squad a little bit worth entry. They have some good entry specials, but not if Tiger has anything to say about it. Finds a trade onto the pencil. And that is a trade that is a little bit worth it for Distlnkt right there, but Littleboy Squad just not backing down by any means. Finally, we're seeing our first power play being formed over 2 minutes into the game by Rafa, as they're going to be holding onto it for the side of Distlnkt here right now. But Distlnkt kind of getting forced back into the puddle a little bit. Rafa, you know it's trouble when the Julie player feels kind of locked on their own platform right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit tense here. I think it's tense for both teams because they know like it takes one score to possibly call the entire game. And Littleboy Squad is looking to make a lot more pressure here, seeing that crab making shots into the base of Distlnkt, and they are definitely being forced back here. But Littleboy Squad without a power climb to show for it. Never mind, Commentators curse. That power climb has now been formed. Number 2 down on Distlnkt. We might be seeing some moves here in just a second.
Oh, some big moves coming out. Both these are 2 power claims on the side of Littleboy Squad. They just have to make it to the basket, but Tiger here on the roller patrolling this area. This is where roller is the strongest, when you just wait for people to run into your loving arms. And yeah, No one feels safe to push forward right now. Bo's going to fall, but Tiger's down 3, down to the side of Dislnkt. A little bit of a blunder there is going to blow this game wide open as the basket is going to be broken by 2 power clams. 57 is going to be the lead. No more clams from Littleboy squad quite yet, but they're here to patrol this area as long as possible. Allow CN to get 7 more into the basket, but not quite in time.
I don't know if you heard the clam actually go in right there. It went in, but it didn't keep it open, very unfortunately. But they already have another power climb up and ready to go, and there goes the second score of the game. Dude, a little bit of a setback here, but they are looking to keep this pressure up and running here. Winter putting some more clams into the basket, and the Coomer on top of that to keep that momentum going. They are not here to back down, but they might just have to with that crab from this thing coming in to force them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like you said. I mean, it's a pretty neutral playing field with neither team scoring, but as soon as one score comes out, the game is blown wide open, and Littleboy squad did exactly that. Got it down to 37. They are going to go 3 down by a stagger, so they're going to be forced to back out just a little bit, but Distlnkt has their work cut out for them. A minute left of regular time, possible 20 seconds of overtime to get all the way down to 36 points or less. That's going to be more than 3 power clams. That is rough for them.
Oh no, yeah, I'd be a little bit stressed here if I was Distlnkt because it's gonna take a lot here to move this forward. It's either a continuous push or just a miracle putting in, and they're gonna be going 2 down on each side right now. Honestly, Littleboy squad is probably staying in the most comfortable position, being able to possibly just stall out the entire game, especially with only less than 40 seconds on the clock. So it's gonna be very interesting to see as this is gonna unfold.
And speaking of stall, I mean, Littleboy squad is a great comp to just stall right in front of the basket. You have Pencil on the pre-fired, chip damage is pretty much everything. Roller to Shark, Dooley to just roll around and pop crab tanks whenever, so it's kind of rough. It's a really rough spot for Distlnkt at this point, especially when Littleboy squad is moving in so far forward. How do you deal with Pencil in the spot, man? I don't get it, especially when your backline gets taken down in their own right, and Tiger tries to move forward, but CN finds 2 picks, 10 seconds to go, and this game looks all but wrapped up, it seems. Ursa has another power claim, just waiting for the final seconds to take by. They don't even have to worry about an overtime, and that is going to be the game 3 in the wraps for the Littleboy squad. 1 game away from winners finals.
Littleboy squad just showing the strength. The second they were able to get that clam into the basket, they brought the pressure. They brought everything on, locked in, broke the neutral curse that we were having for the first couple minutes of the game, and just saw it way through. And it was so satisfying to see. Also, that Pencil on the top. And see, when the backline gets an opportunity to be a menace, they will be a menace. They will lean forward in the chair. I love to see it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, CN was just like, I'm gonna be a little bit annoying. I'm gonna be as silly as possible and position just as arrogantly as possible, I guess is the way to put it, because they were like, I know you can't deal with me up here, so good luck. Shake my hand. Game's over. And yeah, Littleboy squad just so incredibly strong. Both the games they've won have just been kind of blowouts, honestly.
Yeah, I think what I've started to notice is that the holding mode, like zones, was not quite in Littleboy squad's favor compared to Distlnkt, where it was definitely more in their strong suit. And Littleboy squad, just these modes that are definitely for pushing forward, just like making waves and getting into the base of the other players, is kind of where their strong suits are lying. So like Rainmaker was like definitely shown for that, and we saw it in Clamors with their forced to push up and running. So I want to see how they're going to run with tower control, where they're forced to pace with a set, speed.
Yeah, TC on Mako Mark's going to be game 4 of the set. That set speed of pushing could be kind of rough for Littleboy squad, but if they make it, even if Distlnkt wins, Littleboy squad is going to be on Rainmaker Humpback, and we saw how strong they are in Rainmaker. But as for TC Mako, yet again for tower control, second checkpoint is such a strict bottleneck, man. Even that first checkpoint can be hard to break sometimes, but that second checkpoint is it's a make or break, man. You pass through it, you probably win the game. If you don't, it's going to be rough for you on the defense.
A lot of tower control. A lot of tower control maps are definitely just, you pass a certain point and you have a high chance of winning. The up shot is coming out. They're swapping for strike, some sort of GG. And on the side of Littleboy's, I think, yeah, that's Littleboy squad. They're actually taking out the Zap instead of the Pencil.
Yeah, back to the Zap instead of the Pencil. I don't know about back to the Zap. Or yeah, back to the Zap instead of the Pencil like in game 1. Yeah, both these teams actually returning to their game 1 comps, funnily enough. But a little bit more swagger on the side of Distlnkt, all their cool little skins, it seems. But that's actually going to work out in their favor. They're going to get the early man advantage. They're going to get the tower going in their favor right and early. And Tiger already patrolling this stack area, but they're going to get taken down by the barrage of Littleboy squad. And it's just going to be the Octoshot Rafa forced to run away from the pressure of Littleboy squad.
Yeah, Littleboy squad getting a late wipe onto Distlnkt right here, so they're setting themselves in a pretty good spot. That's holy Zuka! It's just every time Zuka goes on the screen, it's like, is someone gonna die or is that gonna live by a like margin of a pixel? Well, Littleboy squad being able to take this lead and pushing past this first. Well, I thought we were gonna push past this first checkpoint. Looks like they were off of it at the very last second here as the members of the team come into the lead.
Yeah, we're just going to leave it alone at 75. I think 1 or 2 points away from the checkpoint breaking. So, interesting decision making, but I think Littleboy squad would rather keep all their members up and keep pressure on the map rather than getting the checkpoint. So, let's see how that's going to pay off for them right now. Ursa kind of locked in this area, but they're going to be striking nonetheless, trying to find a pick on a Mooj who's going to be hopping on or back onto the stack. They thought it was going to be on the tower, but Ursa pushing forward nonetheless, trying to find the pick onto this Tri-Stringer right now. Whatever picks they can, they're going to be able to find it on Mooj just barely right now. Just paint going on all sort of parts of the map, but neither team really getting any work done on that tower, it seems.
Yeah, I think the fun thing about watching these front lines actually duke it out is once they commit, they commit. And right now it's going to be 3 down on this thing. Littleboy squad finding the opportunity to push possibly past this checkpoint here, keeping that space. And that is going to be the first checkpoint push pass, allowing them to get a lot more points on the board. That cooler coming up for the rest of them as well. Minimizing those risks. We love to see the cooler out on the field and just doing what they can. No picks on the board yet. I'm a liar. They just lost 2 on Littleboy squad. Back fast, but just holding the space with the crowd. Doing what they can to just keep that pressure up.
And the Tri-Stringer with the bluff was able to shred that crab tank so effectively. Ursa's still able to find a pick on the Tiger though for their troubles, and 2 picks from Ursa trying to find yet another on the Strikes, but the Strikes are going to be able to find the pick themselves. 2:50 left on this clock. It's just been an all-out brawl right now, but Littleboy squad has the lead in their favor, so it's kind of the ball is in Distlnkt's court right now. They really have to get something going here. They haven't even gotten any work done on that first checkpoint.
Yeah, that first checkpoint is definitely going to be a crucial step in trying to snowball this right here. Ursa on the flank, trying to find something, just not being able to find it, getting crossfire here by 2 members of this thing. As they reach that first checkpoint and go past it, they might be able to make a good chunk of points right here as another member. They actually lost their speedster here on the Littleboy squad, just collapsing, just putting all this pressure that they can here. But this team is going absolutely crazy on it, pushing this tower forward.
Yeah, oh my god, Rafa trying to find the pick, but they're going to be taken out by the Squeezer instead. It's just going to be Mooj, and that's certainly going to be the push being stopped from Distlnkt. Mooj able to find the pick on the spring for their troubles, trying to aggressively enemy stack in a crazy way, but Winter is here going to find the pick for themselves. 2 minutes left on the clock. Neither team has even so much as sniffed that second checkpoint at this point. It's just been an all-out brawl at all points of the map, and neither team really using that tower special charge to their advantage, I feel like, to get a strong push going. But right now, Littleboy squad has the opportunity to just that. Zuka going to find an early pick as well. This game could be starting to be blown wide open.
Yeah, it could very much snowball any second with those checkpoint. That first checkpoint more specifically up and out of the way. Spring trying to find an A pick with the carbon on the ledge. Zuka's coming out from this thing, just trying to find something, trying to stop the barrage of incoming from Littleboy squad because they are at that second checkpoint, trying to break it through, just being stopped right there by the members of this thing.
Yeah, I feel like Littleboy squad is a little bit disorganized whenever they're at the push because they all individually want to be going for some cool plays, but as a team, it kind of leaves the tower right a little bit exposed, and this thing has been, you know, working that against them, like, using that really well on their defense here, but this thing's been struggling to get their own offense going in their own right. So now, a minute left in this game. This is the last chance for Distlnkt to get something going before they get sent to the losers bracket here. Let's see what's going to happen. Both teams are 2 up right now. It's just a brawl happening at all points in the map.
It's just an all-out brawl indeed. Everyone's just absolutely duking it out, especially this last minute is going to be very tense. They only have a 20-point difference in their scores, and it's almost a checkpoint to show for it as well. So, but it's just the brawl at center. We're gonna get the center. We're getting the Hunger Games cornucopia.
A little bit.
How do you say it?
I don't know. 30 seconds left. Tiger's bubble gets shredded immediately, so that bubble is not going to be able to be used by that second checkpoint. Actually, the bubble is still up just a little bit, but 2 down on the side of Distlnkt. Mooj trying to stay alive, as is Rafa here, but they're going to be pushed out by the crab tank with just 14 seconds to go on this clock, and it looks like they don't have any records. Littleboy squad just has to hold on a little bit longer, and they're going to defy all odds, all expectations. 5 seconds left, but they get wiped out with just a few seconds left, and Quor gets back on the tower. This could be overtime here. Let's see what happens in this overtime game. Littleboy squad starting from scratch on this defense here, but they have to find whatever pick they can. But double suction on tower is going to be enough, and seed 23 Littleboy squad is in winners finals of Proving Grounds.
They are defying every single odd here on the Littleboy squad. These guys are clocking in, not so little anymore, going to the big boy leagues of winners finals.
Seed 23 in winners finals. I don't know how many more times we can repeat it. Top 3 guaranteed finish here for Littleboy squad beyond all reasonable expectations of this tournament, I would imagine. Upset after upset after upset after upset, only dropping 2 games along the way. I don't even know what else to say. This has just been such an incredible tournament from the Littleboy squad. Distlnkt definitely put up an amazing fight that whole way through, but my goodness, Littleboy squad is not going to be denied.
They are not to be underestimated either, because the show of strength, their scores along the bracket show it all. Like, it speaks for itself, and these games are definitely speaking for themselves, because they came to throw hands. It just, the replay, because they had the wipeout. They got wiped out here at the end, and they were still able to put their resources together and just absolutely collapse on this team, taking practically the entire team out. There goes one, and then we should be seeing the other 2 that just go down at the end, sealing the set. Oh my goodness.
I mean, suction on tower, bombs on tower. It's just tried and true. Never ever fails here, and it's never not going to fail Littleboy squad today. Just beautiful defense. I mean, Distlnkt had the chance of a lifetime there with that wipeout, but Littleboy squad was able to regroup just in time on that defense and was able to get themselves back into the swing of things at the very end. So Littleboy squad paints their path to winners finals. Flopbop versus Monsoon is going to be the other side of that match here. Flopbop, of course, up, but they lost their first game of the tournament so far, so Monsoon has a little bit of momentum in their wings right now. This winners bracket has just been completely insane.
Bonkers, if you ask me. It's so many unexpected twists happening, and it's just, we're just gonna be waiting to see who's gonna be facing Littleboy squad in the finals, because semis is going on. It's either gonna be Flopbop or Monsoon.
Yeah, that it is. And on the loser side, I would imagine it is no less sane. I mean, so much happening in these best of 3 sets down in the loser bracket. My goodness, just this whole tournament has just been insane the whole way through. I've been loving watching every second of it. I hope you have been too.
Absolutely. It's just so entertaining just seeing just the silliness that has been happening up on the field. Midas is actually moving forward back here, able to take off real demon hours, and we're still waiting on BlankZ and Sin Ultra to take to see where they're gonna go. I think it's crazy because we saw both of these guys on stream, and they are duking it out in losers right now.
Yeah, duking out for 9th place. Cafune also going to be taken down at 9th place at seed 3. A really rough bracket draw from them, having to fight Yippee at seed 2. So loser side top 8, we have 3 of the 4 matches determined, or 3 of the 4 teams determined. It's going to be Yippee, Route of the Ricky, Midas Touch, and then of course one of BlankZ or Sin Ultra. Distlnkt already have their spot in losers corner finals, and the other team is going to be yet to be determined. A lot of Splatoon happening and a lot more yet to come. We're going to go on a quick little break, but when we come back, we will be here with winners finals of Proving Grounds.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Proving Grounds 32. We have Flop Flop versus Littleboy Squad in your winners final. There's a little bit of a story here to one of these teams here, and I'm joined here by the lovely Broken Pinky. Come say hello.
Thank you very much for the wonderful intro. This is, oh man, it's on one side of the bracket. We have Flop Bop, Seed 1, made it here with, relatively few troubles. They had a very tight Game 5 set with Monsoon. That was off stream. But regardless, Seed 1, they're here as planned. On the other side, Littleboy Squad, Seed 23, made 4 upsets in a row against Stargaze at Seed 10, Ride the Ricky at Seed 7, Yippee at Seed 2, and Distlnkt at Seed 11 to make it to this point in winners finals. So
it's just a constant string of what you do not expect here. It's like the side of, oh, okay, that makes sense to this, and you look on the other side and you're like, how'd you get here? That's crazy. So I'm very interested to see how, it's very interesting to think about how these teams are going to duke it out, especially coming from like just the different seeds and just the upsets and just everything. I'm expecting good stuff here.
This is going to be a great set. Both these teams have also only lost 2 games each, so like it's about as evenly matched as you could reasonably expect. So this could be a fire set. We might just see a game 5, and I would love to see it. But the set is going to start out on TC Hagglefish Market, a map we've seen throughout the stream before.
It's so I absolutely love this map. We've talked about it before, how snowbally it could actually get here. It's a staple. This map mode. I just like turned into one word. This map mode, well, the map in general is just a staple. Like we've seen it. I don't know how many times. If you've played comp, you have seen Hagglefish Market. Come on, we've seen it. So tower control is just one of those parts of the map mode that just it could snowball, and we've seen it earlier in the stream.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that one, I think it was Monsoon versus, I don't remember, it might have been, I can't remember the name, but I remember Monsoon got that really big snowball. Yeah, it was Monsoon versus BlankZ. So we might just be seeing that again, that second checkpoint, as is standard on tower control, massive bottleneck, but if you clear it, the game could kind of just end if you aren't on your game enough on that defensive high ground by where that tower goes. So this is an interesting start here, because I feel like it's going to be one of those games where both these teams are going to get past that first checkpoint relatively early, and it's just going to be, each of them dancing on that tower, moving it a little bit closer to that second checkpoint until that big decisive moment.
Yeah, it's really just waiting for the opportunity that lets you have that big moment, because once you move forward and you know that opportunity is waiting in front of you, you got to take it. And I don't think these teams are going to be any short of seizing the moment if it presents itself. So let us go in.
Yeah, game 1 of winners finals of Proving Grounds number 32 here between Flop equals Bob and Littleboy Squad. First time we're seeing Flop equals Bob on the stream here. We're seeing the same stuff from Littleboy Squad that we saw before. Flop Bob is going to be repping the Vanilla Splatana Wiper here, courtesy of Hello.
And it looks like both of these teams are going to be utilizing those pencils and the chip that they could possibly take here, which I think is going to be very interesting to see. Chip versus chip is going to be really fun, to say the least. But seeing that cooler come out from Flop Flop already, allowing your teams to have a little bit more leeway, and the pencil actually going down on Littleboy Squad, just that alone puts Flop Flop at a pretty solid advantage. But there is a flank in the backline from the Carbon, here to be a little bit of a menace on the side, but getting picked off by the Wiper.
Yeah, I mean, Hello on this Wiper is going to be moving here, there, and everywhere. Has the hammer pick. That's going to be a delayed wipe onto Littleboy Squad pretty early, and Flop Flop going to be taking that to the bank as much as possible, trying to get to that first checkpoint. They're going to get that lead there, and 2 down on Littleboy Squad yet again. This is a pretty strong stagger from Flop Flop as they're starting to get work done on that first checkpoint.
Yeah, they are running to it, and they might be able to clear it in one go if they're lucky here. With Littleboy Squad making their way back in, Flop Flop is able to get past that first checkpoint and just move these points right along. Look at that! Just the members coming in, just facing the crab head on. I admire the balls that come out of that play, but it's going to be Ursa trying to just stop the tower from doing anything here, unfortunately being forced to move back to that respawn point.
Already done with that second checkpoint here, though, and Flop Bob onto that third checkpoint. This snowball is starting to roll here, but Kiki Pookie is going to be barking up the wrong tree, it seems, and all the members of Flop are going to go down. That man is trying to jump back in, and Kiki's going to hold onto the hut area, and 3 down on the side of Littleboy Squad right then and there. That's a delayed wipe there as Henlo going to be coming on the flank angle with the Wiper here, diverting the attention of 2 players on the side of Flop, on the side of Littleboy Squad, and Flop Up trying to convert this double from Henlo into a knockup for them, and that's the wipeout. That is probably going to be the game very shortly.
That's gotta be the game here, unless like Littleboy squad can pull out some miracles, but with the specials coming out from Flop Pop, that is gonna be game. The Tower Cha-Cha sliding into that final checkpoint. Flop Pop with a pretty dominant game one. Oh my goodness. I just love the different angles that they were taking in order to stagger Littleboy squad. They, you have people flanking left and right, or the window with, I think the machine play on the top right window as they allow their teams to come back in was marvelous.
Oh, absolutely. That was just crazy. I mean, as soon as Flop Up got a little bit of advantage, they kept it going as long as possible. No need for the long, drawn-out games of, playing tug of war by that first checkpoint. Nah, Flop Up just needs a little bit of momentum on their side, starting the stagger and keeping that ball rolling all the way to that knockout. And even when it looked like that push was done, Kiki was not willing to let go of that upper area on that machine. So, really well played from Flop Up from start to end. That's just a very strong start of the set.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely to put a statement out there and be like, hey, we are here to throw hands, and throwing hands indeed. And I want to see how they're going to do when we move on to Splatoon's Robo Ramen. Again, I have a love for this map. Nothing but love for this map because we have the open center and all the flanks that we have underneath. Both of these teams having pencils, having those chips. So I think this map is going to be really nice for both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's commonly seen as one of the better maps in this game overall from a competitive standpoint, but it is pretty close quarters in general because you don't have a ton of space to move, and that can make lockouts pretty strong, and the team that pushes up aggressively more so when they have advantage is going to have a massive, ability to cycle that pressure as much as possible. And we saw how fast Flop Bot moves when they had that control and have that comfort here. But we saw Littleboy squad, a very fast team in their own right, in the last set there. So this might be another very fast-paced game here. You could go either way, I could see, but Flop Bot certainly has some wind in their sails after that game one.
Absolutely. Momentum is not something to be undervalued here, especially it's such a strong factor because you'd be surprised how many reverse sweeps can happen the second you give a team an ounce of momentum, and Flop was definitely running on it, especially with how quick they were able to take out the first game. So it's going to be very interesting, but this is definitely going to be, I mean, this has the potential to be a quick knockout because if you can get one really good lockout, you can take this game 100-0 because flat zones.
Yeah, it's flat zones. I mean, you just hold the zone for long enough and the game can end really fast. It usually takes one or two lost team fights for the game to end, so zone's going to be on the razor's edge for quite a while. It's all about getting that strong hold here. And we saw the Littleboy squad kind of struggles with that hold in the last set. So we're seeing Midas on the BlankZ roller. I don't know which one that is. It might be the foil one. Yeah, that's going to be the foil BlankZ coming out. A pretty uncommon meta pick, but one that I think is going to be on the rise in the near future.
Yeah, because they could put a good chunk of turf down with the range that the roller presents itself. And I see both of these teams are still keeping their pencils, which is honestly a pretty great choice, especially considering the turf output they need for the zones. Who knows when that thing's gonna, flip the game for them. But both teams meeting themselves in center, feeling themselves out, waiting for that opportunity here. Who's gonna get those first picks? But we are seeing the cooler already from, I believe both sides should be coolered up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing pretty similar comps on both sides in terms of, like, the individual components. I mean, we're seeing pencil, we're seeing roller plus screen, we're seeing Zuka, we're seeing little rat weapon that wants to run around. But execution, these teams are very radically different in how they're going to be playing. So I'm curious to see how that philosophy is going to shake out here, but it looks like it's going right in the favor of Flop Up here. They already have a strong lead, or strong control in the middle. They're starting to move up, and they have the screen as a sort of cover fire. So this is going to be rough for Littleboy squad starting to move up.
Yeah, Flop Up find themselves in a really good spot right now, especially with just the lockout they're able to keep, seeing all four members up. But they do have no specials. We are seeing the specials actually come up from Littleboy squad to try and have a retake here, especially with all these points counting down for Flop Up. Oh, just barely missing the zone cap as Flop Up continues to count these points down, 20 ticks away from taking this to a knockout. So they really got to move if you are Littleboy squad right now if you want to take it. But with the members slowly going down, it's going to be a little bit hard here.
Yeah, especially when they're already fighting a numbers disadvantage and they're fighting a bit of a downhill battle but uphill at the same time. Yeah, that's just going to be a fast knockout. Another knockout here from Flop Up. They just want their ticket to Grands as fast as possible, and they are one game away from punching it in.
Yeah, and the momentum counter just continues to build itself up. Practically just taking such a dominant game. Again, that's what I'm talking about. You take that lockout, if you really can hold it, that's game. And they definitely, for the commentators have been proven right for once.
For once, we do not lie and we do not deceive all of you lovely people. It feels good to be right for once. But yeah, Flop Up is just, they had a very tight set versus Monsoon, and they do not want to take any more risks from here on out. They just want to get into Grants and be sitting pretty as they wait for the rest of the losers bracket to shake out.
Yeah, they're pretty eager to knock Little Boy Squad out of the winners bracket. Just again, just sitting there. It's just they want to be able to chillax, have a little bit of a break after a long tournament, especially. Oh my goodness, we are going back to Rainmaker and Scorch Gorge. I could see, I can. Ooh, the beef with
Oh
this map.
man, the beef with this map. Yeah, I going to be completely honest, I could definitely see Little Boy Squad being run over. Flop Pop just plays at such a fast pace that Little Boy Squad has really been struggling to stand up to it and have the answers necessary. It seems like their front lines just get picked off a little bit too early, and that leaves the Squeezer and the Pencil to fight, against the world pretty much. And Flop Pop has been really good at enforcing that and taking advantage of, that exact moment.
It's insane just how quick they move. They really do. They, as you said, they find that stagger. They find that micro opportunity to just move. They move them where they need them to and pick them off. And I think it also has to do with just the angles they're taking, because they mess with the angles. They take different angles. They find those ways to crossfire, and it's very satisfying to see when it does come to fruition. So I want to see how they're going to play out this one, especially with the fast pace that Rainmaker Scorch Gorge can go to. I think that knockout might actually be a little harder though, because it's very tight on that edge.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with this map though is that if you break that checkpoint with reasonable control beyond it, welcome back to Black Belly. That's kinda how it
Oh
goes.
God.
Because you just run it down, and then you get, oh my god, what happened? We went from having 70 points to having 7 points. Where did it all go?
Average Rainmaker moment.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing with all Rainmaker maps in this game, is that after the checkpoint, the points just kind of melt away. So it's just a race to break that checkpoint and have control beyond it. And Flop Pop, they've been doing pretty well for themselves so far in the set. So this is kind of the last hurrah for Little Boy Squad as far as their winners bracket journey goes. But let's see. They've made upsets before. They are certainly capable of doing it now. But let's get right into it. Game 3 of winners finals between Flop Pop and Little Boy Squad.
Yep, let's see if these guys are going to pull any changes out from under their belts here as we are waiting for them to come out of their spawners. Are we getting a little bit of lag back here? Just a wee bit of a wait. But oh my
God.
They're chilling out now. I mean, that is a crazy
disrespectful.
pick.
That is mean. In winners finals, come on. I could see it in winners round 2 and pools, but why you gotta pull out the Clash Neo in this tournament?
It's a little foul. It's a little bit foul. If I'm being, I would have expected the vanilla, but no, it's the Neo.
I just want to say, last time we were here, we saw Beast Sploosh. So maybe it's just something in the water on this map. Something in the sand, the desert springs. I don't even know, but Dad Menace is proving their name correct, finding 2 picks with the Clash Blaster Neo. Gets a triple. Goodness, they are mean.
They are mean. Oh my goodness. And I love to see the V charger pick. I absolutely love. It looks bad. The back might just get overwhelmed here in just a second. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker going down with them, but they are proving to just still be a force to be reckoned with right here. Flop Pop, despite their silly little comp, they did get a good chunk of points on the board to 48, but I think that is the end of their push for a split second here.
Yeah, 48 is going to be where the lead is going to stand. Ursa trying to find some picks here with the help of Spring. Ursa's going to find the trade on the Henlo, but it's just going to be the Zap left alive for Little Boy Squad. And Kiki and Dat Mendes are already back in enemy territory trying to cut their Rainmaker yet again. But they're going to be taken down by a barrage of attacks here on the side of Little Boy Squad. So now trying to make their way back in the mid, but not if Harshy's anything to say about it.
Yeah, again, we love to see these one shots. It's a little more fun. Trying to take that headshot pick. Honestly, I don't blame you. These balls and plays are kind of fun when you're running off the high of being the one shot scope. But looks like Little Boy Squad might be finding their opportunities soon enough here with Zuka's coming out, finding an excellent pick. Lots are turning yellow, but they're going to be going 3 down right here, leaving their last member to defend for themselves against one other member of Flop Pop, and of course 2 going down.
Yeah, Zap versus Zap goes in favor of Flop Pop, and now 2 minutes expired from this game. It's been all Flop Pop this whole time. Harshy in a very strong offensive position here. Kiki going to be dropping down, trying to aggress with the Slosher, but 2 down on the side of Flop Pop. The Little Boy Squad is trying to push forward, not if Harshy has anything to say about it. Harshy's been one of the strongest backlines and one of the fastest rising backlines in the scene, and they're just so good with their shots here.
We've been seeing them throughout these casts, and it's just it's really good stuff back here. An excellent job, if anything, but just the battle continues on back here. Just the fight in the pit. We are switching locations, but unfortunately, Winter got to make a little bit of a run here as the members of Flop Pop are making their way in, trying to just make some space here for the rest of their squad as Flop Up is just choosing to take an alternate route with the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Archie just running it left. Why not? You know, you're up 2-0. The other team hasn't scored a point. You have Clash Blaster Neo. Just full send it. Get the wipeout while you're at it. And Dat Menace is going to find the last pick. Henlo going to grab the Rainmaker yet again. And that red carpet has been painted a little bit. And all the members of Littleboy Squad are starting to get staggered. Henlo going to be running it all the way down to 23 points. Dat Menace is still here, sharking with Clash Blaster Neo, booyahing in Squidbag, knowing the stream is on them. They do not give a single crap. They are here to play.
Soul read of knowing that the stream was on there. Harshy with the excellent save. We love this. That was just like, oh my god, that was such a satisfying shot. The charger enemy just freaked out. But two members do go down on Flop Pop right then there. So it is Dat Menace that is forced to go back here with Littleboy Squad making their way in and taking out that last member while they're at it. So again, the map is just a combination of blue and yellow right here. But Littleboy Squad just have to get moving if they want some points on the board.
I think Dat Menace just got a triple off stream. Or off the screen. I saw them get two while I was in the pan view, and then I saw a trade happen. So I think Dat Menace is just making everyone in B rank feel completely justified for their hatred of the stupid Crayon Blaster. And Dat Menace finds yet another pick out of Ursa. They're just running. How are they doing this?
They are knowledgeable in the craft of Clash Blaster. I don't know how this is happening. I think this is just a combination of the silly that has been showing through. That is currently 3 down on Flop Up, but honestly, I don't think it's going to be the end of the pressure with hopefully coming back very soon, just making their way towards mid. Littleboy Squad is just gathering their members, just trying to make some sort of wave somewhere between the silliness of Flop Up coming behind them to end the rain.
This has been one silly stream for sure, and the silliness will not end anytime soon, not even in winners finals, but 3 down on Flop Up. Finally, some hope of recourse here. The first points of the board are being scored by the Littleboy Squad, but they can't even get the checkpoint for their troubles because Henlo is not skipping a beat here with that end zap, and they go 2 down. Littleboy Squad almost out of resources, out of options, and the Rainmaker can just be run back at this point. Dat Menace finds 2 more picks for their troubles. Harshy running it all the way back home. Gonna be jumping it off the side of the map, I imagine, just squid bagging, squid partying, and partying the fact that they just made it to winner's side of grand finals.
Oh my god, some great stuff there from Flop Up. Playing a little silly with it, a little bit playing with their food, but you still cannot deny the fact that Littleboy Squad had an amazing run in over here in this winner's bracket. But they're not done yet because they also have to go through losers brackets. So they still got some to go through, but Flop Up taking a really dominant 3-0 set here in winners finals.
All right, I have Henlo's stream open. Henlo on the Zap went 25-6. Dat Menace went 18-8. Harshy went 8-6, and the Bucket went 16-11. So, yeah, NZAP gets 25 KA, Clash Blaster gets 18 KA in winners finals of a high-level Splatoon tournament.
This is...
I have no words.
We're getting a little silly over here in Proving Grounds. Again, I love that shot. That shot so much. I love taking close range shots. Like from backline to backline, those close range shots are just, they give you a little bit of a rush. It's like, ooh, for the funsies, you know?
No, I can respect a good charger. As much as the casuals want you to think, it is not easy by any means. So Harshy just being so incredibly strong, so incredibly accurate is just amazing. And Henlo, I mean, just not missing a beat, getting that nice pick, and the rest of Flop Up work to get the rest of Littleboy Squad out of their area. And they have punched their ticket to grand finals. So kudos to Littleboy Squad. They did great work to get here, but they now have to go through losers finals if they want to make it back to grands. But even still, seed 23, even if you get 3rd place, you gotta be happy about it.
You gotta be happy. It's still a really good achievement if you're a Littleboy Squad doing an excellent job making their way all the way throughout the bracket. Just good stuff here throughout this.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been playing so incredibly well, but I mean, as Flop Up, only dropping 2 games in a very close set to Monsoon, but definitely regaining their momentum, stamping their name in the tournament with a nice 3-0 in winners finals in a pretty dominant fashion, might I add. So Flop Up is going to be chilling in grands, waiting for the rest of losers bracket to shake out, but there's still a lot more work to be done down there.
Yep, but I believe that does mark the end of this set right here. Again, seeing that 3-0 from Flop Up, taking it pretty dominantly, but that also marks the end of our block right now, Pinky.
It does, yeah. I mean, there's still more action happening. There's still more casters to come, but that's going to be the end of us. But before we go, I gotta know, Fufu, where can we find you?
You guys can find me at @SpotFifu on Twitter for a little bit of silly art, commentary, and backline shenanigans. And Pinky, where can the good people find you tonight?
You guys can find me on Twitter at RoganPinky_, where I also just do random Twitter shenanigans and commentary stuff, and kind of just hang around. But that being said, thank you all so much for watching this first part of Proving Grounds here. We're going to throw it off to Splatoon Lily and 9-hole Grains for the next part of this bracket, so you want to stay tuned for that. But have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Welcome back, everybody, to Proving Grounds number 32. Good God, I remember we are on number one of these things. We're now at 32, which is just flatly remarkable. Every time a tournament series reaches this type of longevity, it deserves to be celebrated. My name is 9-hole Grains, joined here. Oh my gosh, Lily, how long has it been since we actually commentated something together? I mean, is it like back in the BNS days? Is that how long ago it was?
I feel like we've done one like a year or two ago, but it's been a hot minute.
Well, hot minutes, hot matches is what we've got here. You just came off of watching an incredible winners finals set where you saw Sock Hop Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I don't remember the exact name for it, but I'm sure we'll get back to him eventually. We are diving right in now to the loser side of the bracket. Distlnkt, a delightfully punny name that I'm sure you've gotten a kick out of already, Lily, versus Midas Touch.
Which, I mean, you've got to respect also the name Midas Touch, but then you look at the players on Midas Touch, and things just get even better. I mean, you got Pelu and Grape and Dill, Luna. Like, these are names that anyone who's been watching the scene for any period of time would recognize.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. This was a team where I was like, wait, who knocked them into losers? And I had to go back in the bracket. Like, oh, okay, never mind. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Losing to our team that is waiting in grand. So some work yet to be done for them. Distlnkt, a team that was on stream a little bit earlier. Notably, Lily, they were a team that was not running Tacticooler on a lot of different map mode combinations that we are used to seeing it. So I'm seeing a few teams kind of venture out of the nice chilly carbonated waters of the Tacticooler, but it certainly can make it an uphill battle if the opposing team has it and is coming at your doorstep.
For sure. But it's really interesting to see. Like, I've heard a lot of people saying that Zap just isn't in a good position right now. So if your team doesn't have someone who can play Edit or, even Pencil, then what do you do if you don't want to play Zap? I guess you just run without it and hope for the best.
We'll see if they have some answers right now. Diving in here, losers bracket round 6.2. Love the way that Sando Inc. formats this one. And we're going to get into the action right now. Barnacle and Dime, a map that everyone is excited about these days because of the rework. But unfortunately, folks, you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. Although I don't mind this too much on Splat Zones, Lily.
Yeah. I mean, it's not too bad on zones. It's still just socially acceptable Wahoo World zones. And I'll stand by that until it gets remade. But in the meantime, we do see what you were talking about earlier. Distlnkt is not running a cooler. And I mean, it seems to be hurting them a little bit at this beginning part. They are 3 down, and that is going to give Midas Touch full control of that zone and full range to move up if Dylan can cross this jump.
Yep, and eventually a couple people will join him uphill as well. So nice work already, trying to run face first at a slosher. Not going to go well for them here. And this is where things can start to stagger because you have to clear out that pit first. And I love the way that the members of Midas Touch have been rotating around who is attacking up the top, who is attacking down in the pit. How you approach every different weapon here. You always are trying to make that decision in the heat of the moment, and when the opponent is swapping around, there's not really a right decision.
Absolutely. I mean, now you get to this point in the game, you have 2 down, so you have an opportunity to go in if you have players up. But aside from that and forcing a 2-down situation and trying to run in really quickly, which it looks like we didn't quite accomplish, Distlnkt really just doesn't have any specials with which to push back in.
No, I mean, where does that crab even get set up? All the points that you'd like to set it up aren't cleared yet, and you know, sometimes you got to open the door before you try to walk through. The last really 10 seconds of that game were desperation trying to move forward, but this was why, folks. I wondered who in the world knocked Midas Touch into losers. They got set up at all the right spots. They moved so quick. There's not any blue ink on the bottom side of the map, Lily. They were jumping back in. They weren't coming out of spawn the old-fashioned way.
I mean, I guess we can call that blue. I guess.
Turquoise? Aqua? What are you...
Yeah, turquoise or aqua or mint, maybe. I mean, that would work too.
Okay.
It's kind of minty.
Minty fresh, stay fresh. I see where you're going with it. All right.
We'll get there. Yeah, so I think like with how quickly Midas Touch got set up there, I don't know that a cooler really would have benefited them that much. They wouldn't have had many opportunities to make one, let alone use it. So it feels like they're going to have to find a solution that will come in before a cooler is even necessary. They're going to need to get those picks, and they're going to need to get those good positions, and it's not going to be easy.
No, and it's especially difficult, I think, when... On that map in particular, there were 2 wall weapons, splash wall weapons that had come out that time from Midas Touch, so it makes it all the more difficult there. They were running a team comp that didn't have a ton of lethal bombs. I believe they had, of course, the Splash-O-Matic, which has a burst bomb, and they just didn't have a lot of ways to even deal with the sub-main combos that their opponents were running that time. But Robo Ramen, a little bit more open. There are some avenues to get in, be a little bit sneaky as you go about your business, so we'll see if them gives them more opportunities for that.
There's 3 ways out of spawn in this map instead of just 1, so
Remarkable!
1.5. So that gives them a few more options. We'll have to see how that pans out. Yet again, no cooler, so something to remark upon, but they're still kind of not really running anything to break back in with. They're kind of just hoping for the best with what they've got, and fingers crossed those Zukas come up clutch. It looks like we've already got 2 down on Dislnkt, which is putting Midas Touch in a pretty good position to get started, but 1v1, I guess you just sit back and wait, right?
Yeah, kind of a wash, little scramble around the tower right there. I love the way that Afro is not backing all the way up, instead trying to find some different angles. I believe it was Afro who actually took this nice angle to get into the fight earlier to open this up, and now is going to force the last player all the way back. So this finally a real opportunity for the members of Distlnkt to make it work. They're going to get themselves some more stability by using that maybe a little bit early, but it gave them space to now move past where that Trizuka was shooting. Now they're sitting right underneath the spawn. We'll see what they can do with it.
I just also my condolences to anyone who's being forced to play this map. It's just, this map mode's not good. So, but I mean, it's working really well so far. I guess Midas Touch is just doing all right.
I mean, they're doing okay, but getting past that second checkpoint, I think, is a big, big deal. And for them to clear it as early as they did means the back half of this game, they should feel very comfortable with any subsequent pushes that they come through. Now they're going to have to play defense, and you remarked earlier, Lily, that they didn't have a great comp for maybe breaking back in unless their Zukas can kind of force their way in. But there are so many angles to fire Zuka on this map. It is so open air from some of those different avenues out of spawn. So as long as they play fundamentally sound, work their way around, they should have good opportunities to take the tower down before it gets into a dangerous position. But I think 2 went down maybe to a subsequent Zuka coming from the other side. So now the shoe is on the other foot. How are they going to deal with this pressure? That first checkpoint goes down, although there it is. There it is. A nice defensive usage of that Trizuka. They should give themselves a little bit of footing here, and the danger might be gone for the time being.
I think part of the problem here, too, is if we can get Midas Touch set up, that Slosher is going to come up big. Now, speaking of that, Slosher does go down immediately to a roller jump scare. We'd love to see that, I think. But Distlnkt, I mean, so far is doing a fairly good job of protecting the second check. This really is the snowball point. You kind of get stuck here since the tower moves directly down and kind of sits in the same spot for a very long period of time, and is pretty near spawn, so it's fairly well defensible, especially when you have 2 Zukas to point directly at it. So
2 Zukas and a whole lot of suction bombs. I know
Yes.
something you're very familiar with is the tried and true concept of let me use a hitbox that can take an Inkling out almost immediately, throw it from relative safety, and then reposition. And I didn't really consider it, kind of what you were talking about there, the way that this tower moves, and one of the reasons why it is such a frustrating map is they can kind of just throw whatever they want at the tower, and unless you have a way to absolutely ham-fist and force your way through, there's not a lot of avenues for you to attack, a lot to defend, and a little unusual as we see the scrum in the middle finally go the way, and this is where things can get dangerous. Now the no tacticooler can really come back and bite them here. Thankfully, Afro did get up, and this is one of the weapons you would want to be up on the defensive side, but they have to play patient here, wait for a couple members of Midas Touch to run forward and punish that, and so far they've done a decent job. Nobody's gone down yet. They've taken 2 out, and this may be just enough.
And this is the trick here. Distlnkt is really holding onto that snipe position, and Midas Touch didn't quite take it quickly enough on that push back in. But here they have another chance. It's a delayed wipeout on Distlnkt. Midas Touch needs to take over this snipe area. We see 1 moving into snipe and 2 moving into bridge, and this is really the only way to break that second checkpoint. This is it. This is their only chance.
Yeah, and they are making good on it here. They had immediately taken 2 out. Those 2 are going to be way late back, and now they're going to have to start moving to the left here because that's certainly where the tower is headed. You can see that Pelu is already behind them as well. Corey's going to have to try to throw something at the tower. Was not able to take out the Tower Rider with that bomb, and I don't know how they're going to get over here. Going to have to run face first. There's just not a whole lot of choices here, but man, Lily, you spelt it out perfectly. They had 1 chance to take snipe. They only needed 1 chance to take snipe, and the walls come tumbling down, as they say.
Yeah, and that's part of what makes that map so frustrating, is that second checkpoint, even the first one, is so hard to break. But as soon as it's gone, if you have good control of that snipe area, you just spread over to the right-hand side and continue that attack, and anyone trying to drop towards tower still has to go through you. That's the one defensive or offensive point on that map that shuts down the entire game.
Well, chasing very well there, punished properly, moving through the map. Man, living up to the billing right now is this squad, and yeah, they should feel very good about their performance right there as we will continue to work our way through. I believe that is still in the best of 3 portion of the bracket, and it is indeed. So Don't know if it'll be, well, it has to be. It's the only matchup left for us to watch, if I'm not mistaken. Monsoon versus Midas Touch here. So Monsoon, another high seed that maybe went to losers bracket a little bit earlier than they were expected. But interestingly enough, Lily, this is the fun bracketology of it all. Monsoon and Midas Touch have both lost to the same team. Flop, bop.
Interesting. Yeah.
So, yeah, their first chance to lose to a team that isn't sitting in winner's side of grand final.
I mean, good luck to them. Monsoon and my obviously the remade team of the remains of In Control, Red Sun, plus a couple other fun people. You throw in some Minor in there, you throw in some Storm, and then Niso and Crim, and then you get a whole new team that sounds terrifying on paper.
Yeah, well, what's wild about this is, Pelu also a former member of Nightmare, some variation of those teams. So there's a lot of familiarity between these two teams as well, and they should probably play a reasonably similar style of game. It's, I don't know, warm up your pencil and let the kids go fight is kind of the way that those usually end up going here. So we'll see if the map mode combinations offer any interesting wrinkles here, but this should be a very picturesque set of Splatoon 3. Should give you a lovely snapshot of what to expect in the current meta.
Picturesque.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we're waiting for this set to get everyone to get in the lobby and everyone to get ready, I have a thing for you. So, as everyone knows, Nine is a consummate professional and therefore doesn't like cursing, especially on stream or anywhere in public. Don't want anyone to know that he's human and every once in a while will swear. So what I found for you is a list of alternative cuss words that are mom approved. They're field tested and mother approved, which means they're stream safe as well.
Can I just say, time out, before you dive into this one, there is one in particular on that list you should absolutely not and ever say. Ever say.
I'm sure these are from the 50s, so at least one is a slur.
More than one. I read the list. The list.
Yeah, but we do have some really good ones here, like Fart Knocker.
That's a Beavis and Butthead line. Hold on a minute here.
That doesn't make it bad.
I'm pretty sure I learned that from Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series.
Of course. And then we got Son of a Bacon Bit, Like, that's gotta be fine for stream,
You came at that one with some momentum, Lily. I'm gonna be honest there. My heart sank a little bit. That had a little bit too much fun with that one.
Son of a Biscuit?
I will say Crud Muffin was one of my favorites of them to use. I could absolutely see my seasoned old grandfather, after a long day tilling the field, saying Crud Muffin.
Yeah. And of course there are some in here that, like I said, this is an old list, so there's some in here we don't use. But horse hockey, I'm sure that sounds interesting. I'd watch horse hockey.
Well, horse hockey is common. I hear that one all the time. Maybe it's just a Midwest thing.
Actually,
you know what? I was going to say, looking at this right now, I'm pretty sure I've heard most of these, and I'm pretty sure this list was made by somebody who lives in the Central Time Zone.
Yeah. And then we got, like, the classic, like, For Heaven's Sake, which, like,
Yeah. For the love of Pete.
Yeah. Booger Snot,
Well, that's just getting juvenile. Come on now.
Sorry.
Let's have a little class here.
Okay.
Hold up something witty here. Well, you know what, Lily?
Great googly moogly. There we go.
Since you have offered that to the audience, I will take this the other way and offer you all a nice piece of vocabulary that you can use to kind of spruce up what it is you are trying to do as you are trying to have conversations in your study here with some other fine folks sipping on a nice Cabernet.
Okay. I'm listening.
So, trying to think here of what's a good one now. I've given myself the ball in the low post, and I can't come up with a word on the spot. Oh God. We'll say volleyball. Volleyball. Have you heard of that one before?
Hang on, I'm gonna spell it. VALLABLE.
Close. It's VOLUBLE. Volleyball.
Not close at all then.
I mean, you had most of the letters right. The order wasn't right, but
can you use it in sentence?
Sure. A volleyball translator.
Okay. Okay. And what does it mean?
So it is fluency. It is the mark of someone who is great at readily speaking, things like that. You talking about consummate professionals just put that word in my head. But yeah,
Oh, okay,
essentially
okay.
it's someone who can navigate their way through a sentence, convey different topics, things of that nature. AKA
All
what we
right.
casters should aspire to be.
All right. I like it. If my fun fact of the day is that Canadians call garbage disposals garburators. So if you ever want to make fun of a Canadian, there's some ammo.
Okay. I'll add it to my admittedly very small folder of reasons to insult Canadians. So
Yeah.
sure, we'll add that.
Garburator.
Garburator.
Yeah.
I mean, if you fix your garburator, well, fixing your carburetor. Sure.
I mean, I suppose.
We just knock it both out. A nice Sunday afternoon, perhaps like today, where the weather's not great here in the Midwest. We've had many a tornado in the past few days, but if the weather is nice near you, it'll be a lovely time for you to go outside, pull out your vehicle, make sure your carburetor is in good shape, and then while doing so, also make sure that your garburator is in good shape.
It's about 66 Fahrenheit up here right now, and a little cloudy, but it's nice. It's nice because we've been in the 90s like for the past week, and that's just not May weather, and I've been very upset about it.
Let's see. Have we stalled long enough here? Are we?
I think so. It looks like we have everyone in the room and some people getting readied up. So let's talk about the maps. Looks like our first of the set is going to be Tower Control and Ship-Shape Cargo Co., which is one of those tower control maps that is in every map list, but no one seems to like. But not because it's bad necessarily, just no one likes it.
I think there's a very human element of, oh God, are we going to get it done to us this time? Because every time this map mode comes up, someone gets it done to them. And if you've watched any amount of Splatoon, particularly on this map mode, you know what I'm saying when it gets done to you. And it's painful, and it's never fun, and this is one of the most volatile map modes for that specific reason. I'm not even saying that it's snowballing into always knockouts, but there are moments where you're playing this map mode, you're just not having fun. You're coming out of spawn, they're attacking you, you're desperately trying to hold space, and you're just...
Once they get to
crummy. I'm irascible!
Once they get to that last checkpoint, Tower's pretty easy to stop, but the problem is getting to that last checkpoint, right? Like, they'll get there, and then you're like, dang, they've gotten there. They have 5 million points on the board, and we're never going to be able to come back from this.
Well, and all the space that they have to continue these pushes, that's the other problem is you're absolutely correct that you can stop there, but if you're trading Zukas all over the place, maybe a crab tank or the pencil hits a shot or something, and you're coming out in the wash even, the opponent has more resources to work with. As they push, they gain more territory. They've got different avenues that they can open up to attack at that point, but it's rough, it's frustrating, it's painful, and I can confirm to everybody, because it's been shown to us in the Discord, the reason that game ended is because one of their players is in the bathroom, and his family will remind everybody, the Switch is portable for a reason.
I mean, if you're hardwired, you can't take your Switch with you to the bathroom.
Lily, nobody plays hardwired. Come on, right?
Oh yeah, everyone's on Wi-Fi. Hang on.
That's right.
Can you get the McDonald's Wi-Fi from your bathroom? Very important.
I remember.
That's how I'm gonna plan my next apartment.
I remember when you had to buy Wi-Fi from McDonald's. You had to buy one of those little Wi-Fi cards, and you had a timer.
Oh my god.
Did that for a fantasy football draft one time.
Of course you did.
Yeah. We didn't used to have the internet all over the place, okay? This was
back in my day. We had dial-up, and we liked it.
No, we didn't.
we liked it because we didn't have any other choice.
All you had to do was make sure nobody could give you a phone call while you were on the internet.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom, you had an important call for work. I had RuneScape to play.
Listen, sometimes it was really important. My mom actually, because she had a home business at the time, actually put in a second internet line so that she could use the phone and we could use the internet to play Diablo.
One?
Yes.
Whoa!
I'm old.
Okay, well, we've
I've aged
This is
myself a little bit.
I mean, this is a tenuously falling apart old creaky stand that we are in right now as our backs continue to dilapidate, but we finally have the match once again set up, both sides bringing a pencil to the schoolroom, as it were. But interestingly enough here, it's going to be difficult, I think, for the members of Monsoon to deal with this squeezer right now. They don't have a lot of ways to directly challenge it, and once that weapon gets set up, it can be so difficult to deal with, and it's a double wall composition because that 52 hasn't gone away either.
Absolutely. I kind of like both these comps. Both these comps, if you just look at them separately, they're both perfect representations of where the meta is at right now. You're either running a bunch of midline weapons, especially shooters like Squeezer and 52, and then a Slosher to help, get that additional chip and maybe throw some trip strikes around. Or you're playing with a Stamper instead and a Zuka, right? There's Zuka usually on a Squeezer or on a regular shot, but I mean, this is just the meta period right here. Storm, what are you doing? Storm!
Moving and grooving, styling and profiling, running out of rhymes to just pull in here. But I mean, listen, Storm has been one of the better movement players, I would say, on the stick for quite a while right now. Has always been great there. Sometimes doesn't know, exactly when to go in and attack and when to follow through, but did a fantastic job clearing up what was a contentious position in the middle of the map. Unfortunately, the other members not really able to capitalize on it right now. So we've once again, 90 seconds into this game, Lily, one person had a cup of coffee, if that, on the tower right now. Still a lot to be fought through, and interestingly enough, we haven't talked a lot about the Stamper, who is finally moving in right now and doing what Stampers do, but this comp and a lot of what this sort of build right now in the current meta is we're really relying on that Stamper to open things up so that everyone else can jump in after the rock hits the water.
And honestly, two down, this is really their chance to get moving on up. Midas touch, building specials and trying to get in, I guess. It feels like we're seeing what we always see on this map, where we have a bit of a bloodbath in mid, where everyone is struggling and fighting to get the control, and then they get to first checkpoint, and then everyone dies to specials, and then they have to do it all over again. So we see Midas touch here, trying to get a little bit of that control before that tower gets the first check, and we finally hit it, but now those specials are just, again, gonna come out. So I'd love to see a few more of them try to get a bit further forward to try to prevent things happening.
I love the positioning that tag cooler was put at, because the Squeezer was actually positioned almost perfectly to kind of fire at that and scatter some people around the tower right there. But because of that positioning, everybody was safe. Nobody had to dive off from that spot immediately, and that meant there was more protection, and it gave them easy access to the left side of the map, which you see right now they immediately took advantage of. Again, punished here. We talked about how difficult that final checkpoint is to get through, but we finally have some action right now. Dylan trying to give it back the other way too. And now they've got this left side with their own batch of specials here. Right now, all that can slow them down is the tower itself.
Honestly, just tapping that final checkpoint is often all you need to win a game. Just getting there is difficult enough that now that we've got, a quarter out of that final checkpoint, they might be able to ride that to the end of the game. There's only 1 minute and 45 left in this. 2 players down puts them in a rough position, though. Though it does look like we're getting close to a couple specials, which might have to be popped very soon.
Yeah, put well there. Did they get enough pressure up on this left side? It looks like one went down, but they've done at least a pretty good job of keeping them away from the tower. You can see everybody seeming to go down at the top of the screen, but nobody got over here on the right side in the scrum. They're going to hold a great shot there. Unbelievable. Pecking the very side now. And with Storm going down there a little bit early, there's a chance that they take this all the way. Just 5 more points. 4, 3, 2, 1. They take the tower back, and Nico gets the wipeout, but can't simplify it any more than that, Lily. We need a knockout. This is going to be game.
Yeah, this is a rough position for Monsoon to have to find themselves in. You have to knock this out with 50 seconds left in the game. You better start popping those specials and building other ones, because you're not going to be able to hold these till the end.
No, and that's, again, kind of a rough spot for that first. I guess if you use that cooler does go away a little bit faster when it is put on the tower there. So that is one way to make sure that you can start firing up your second cooler a little bit quicker. But you got to make good on all these fights. Nico goes down. That's okay. That's a tactical Stamper. But look at where Miner and Storm are coming from. They barely got out of that corner here. Now they forced people back. This is pretty good. but do they know where the defense is coming from, where the members are going to jump in from? 10 seconds left. This is the climactic moment.
Yeah, those strikes were well positioned to take over that top right side. They do manage to get 2 down. Azuka coming on tower, not managing to hit Crim as they approach that final checkpoint 3, and someone on tower dodging it managed to knock it out. Okay, listen, stop. It's Sunday. I'm trying to relax over here.
I mean, we gave you the hard-hitting analysis of sometimes it gets done to you. And in that game, it got done to both of them.
It got done, yeah.
And I hope that as hickish as my explanation may have sounded earlier, teams don't go to this because they know eventually it's going to get done to them. And you just hope that the timer runs out before the opponent gets one more chance to do it to you. And there you go. Ship-shaped cargo, everybody. 100-99 at the very end on the points scored. Ugh, lovely, lovely stuff.
Everyone insists that it should be in every map list, but no one actually wants it there. They just put it in because there's nothing else they can put in. Fingers crossed that we'll get some map reworks that make some more viable maps. So people can stop getting it done to them.
You know, there's a human connection to that feeling and that phrase. And as I've gone further and further into the depths of my brain rot centered around Splatoon, I've realized that you can't always reach people with analytical discussion, but when you appeal to the pathos of it all, you can really get people to agree with what you're saying. Like, I understand that feeling. I know the pain of the trapdoor spider, of the roller, the jump scare. It's lovely. What's not lovely is Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, but we are here once again anyway, Lily. Why are we here?
It's okay. It's all right, I suppose. We're here because no one wants to have any fun this set. And that's pretty much it. It's all right. It's all right. Most of this map comes down to that choke point with the first checkpoint. The choke point. And it's awful. If you can manage to break through it, it's one of those two where you have to get in past that choke point and into the left side of the enemy snipe in order to hold anything. Once an opponent does that, it's almost always game over because getting people out of that big pit area is a disaster for everyone involved. But the challenge is getting that good, strong position. And we'll have to see if these players can move quick enough. They've already had a bit of a warm-up on another map where they have to move really quickly. So if they can get that rolling and keep it moving, then we might see another push to 50, push to 1, push to 1, push to knockout, you know?
Yeah, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of real surprises coming out from the comps here. Again, you're going to see a lot of the same when we set a very, picturesque snapshot panorama of what Splatoon 3's metas are like. I mean, that's what these teams are going to be bringing. We had a swap from, a 52 gal to a shot to give yourself a little bit more threat from range because of bazooka and some more bombs to hold on to different checkpoints here. But for the most part, this is going to be how they're going to make it work here. They're going to take these slight angles, try to use their movement to fight through, and hope that they can do some damage without taking damage along the way. But it's going to be rough sledding until the door gets fully opened. And again, I'm not going to say if you've seen one, you've seen them all here, but these teams kind of have the strategy of it down to a formula. They simply have to make good on the small openings that come up in the middle of the game.
I also think Whale is a little bit less effective on this map, so switching off the 52 makes a bit more sense. There's a lot of vertical play in this map and just easy slopes, and a lot of wide open ground that make it easier to dodge around a Whale. You don't have to worry about as much, so I can see the benefit there as well.
Yeah, one other thing that has been a little fun to see develop on this map in particular as players have gotten better is the role and the positions that the pencil takes. Because I know, backline positioning is fun. It's such a 2017 take. But I really do think that so much of what that weapon does and what it provides, people can kind of boil down to, well, it does a great job of turfing, it's got aerial denial tools, and of course the tactical are here. But I really think that grading on the left side, if you can get your pencil player up on that spot, you can make life so difficult from the opponent, because the one spot that they like to set up their defense to poke around the corner is kind of swallowed up and taken away.
I'm feeling a little guilty for not talking about these really cool fights that are happening, but also there's just so many of them in such quick succession that I'm by the time I mention that Pelu just got completely bowled over by a sword, 3 other people have died. So it's just not helpful.
Yeah, I gotta talk about the abstruse macro of all of
Yeah,
this as
yeah,
the
yeah.
game continues to go on, because it is true, it is so fast. Nico's taking a really early approach here as well and wasn't able to get anybody down there. I completely neglected to note here that on the earlier push, they didn't actually take this checkpoint. I'd sort of taken it for granted here, and this is where things are going to get really interesting, because there's always discussion to be had of, are you willing to go 4 down in order to take that checkpoint? It appears that the discussion has been made here on the part of Pelu. There's not really much of a decision to be made at this point, but I feel like Scorch Gorge is one of those maps where if you do send everybody down to get the checkpoint, you are giving major compensation to the other team, even if you are tactical. There's just so much room in the middle. People get special simply by taking that back.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're gonna go for it and you're gonna break it, you want to keep at least a couple people alive to provide jumps, to keep that space, because on a defending side, we're moving into where Storm is now. That can be very difficult if there's 1 or 2 players in that section. So, Storm, stop! I'm trying to compliment you and talk about strats, and you're just getting 3 people. Crim taking this left-hand side is going to get that dunk and somehow stay alive, managing to jump out just in time, but that does just hand the Rainmaker to the opposing team. So with a lot of orange paint in mid, this is like a weird position for Monsoon to kind of try to re-offense from. They didn't get that ground and that solid positioning from which to push. They kind of just went for a Hail Mary, and now they're hoping for the best.
Yeah, pretty good call, I think, by Crim there to even have the presence of mind to try to get that. Now that that checkpoint is gone, it's interesting. You'll see there, they're sort of threatening the idea of running over here and tapping this Rainmaker to keep it going, but there's no actual reason for them to do so. They're going to try to back up a little bit, and maybe by giving up that space and not making that as threatening an idea as it could, they gave a little too much space over. You can see 3 members still back on the defensive side. They don't have to go very far in order to take this lead. Nico in a great spot to take it, take the lead, and the threat not yet gone. Storm is now moved up there, and everyone should be jumping back here pretty quick. I believe they were all tactical. Miner's going to take a few more points here, all the way down to 21. 30 seconds left, Lily. Patience does prevail.
That is exactly what they needed. Like, a 41 push on this map is not defensible, period. This pit is so volatile, there's just no way you can maintain a 41-point lead all the way to the end, unless you're crazy. But pushing to 21, that's defensible. Having to touch that ramp is a really important benchmark. And now that there's only 8 seconds left, ouch, to that Zuka, it is, yeah, they're not going to be able to pop this in time. I just...
Nicely handled that. Put that in arguably one of the worst positions that it can be on this map to try to dig out of.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Good fundamental Rainmaker play on that side. But just want to, again, go back to Crim finding that one small opening of, I mean, what was that? Maybe 4 or 5 seconds where they weren't going to be accosted by all the different bullets flying about them. To know in that moment it was the time to grab the Rainmaker and work over to that checkpoint. Great. That completely changed the dynamics of the back half of that push. And you said it at the start, Lily. It's okay. When do you break that checkpoint? Can you break that checkpoint? Once you do that, the map really starts to show its teeth.
Yeah, and that's really what you have to be careful in that map. If the checkpoint is broken, there's so many more opportunities for your opponent just to take the game and run with it and put you in a horrible position to try to defend from, that you just have to be super careful. And that's why that choke point is so valuable and so important, right?
Well,
gotta be careful.
A 2-0 victory there for Monsoon. They will knock Midas Touch out, a tip of the cap to our 4th place finisher, Midas Touch here. A very strong team here. I hope that nothing that went on in that set would dissuade you into thinking that they didn't deserve their seed or their placement here. Very strong players all in all. And now we get to see kind of what's been the story of this tournament. Our 23 seed, I know this is based on Sendo Q activity, so take it with a small grain of Splatoon flavored salt, but
Splatoon
Littleboy's squad.
Salt.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be.
No, like, and I have to discuss this. Like, is it Kool-Aid flavored because of the colored of ink, or is it like squid flavored because they're squids?
I don't think you could have a sweet salt. That just seems unhappy to me. I mean, it's got to be a pretty briny world. Incidentally, the world of Splatoon has to smell horrible, right?
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
We don't have to like dive into that concept either, but like it cannot smell good for
if you've
all
ever
of these.
been by an ocean when the tide's out and just like the stench, no. Anyways, the story of this
Yeah, story of the tournament here. Littleboy squad making an incredible run to get up to this point, knocking out our 2 seed here. A pretty well established 2 seed in Yippee as well. They beat a lot of good teams to get here, ran into an absolute buzzsaw, that being Rock'em Sock'em Robots, Sock Hop, Bop Hop, Bellhop. Plenty of things to say. I'll stop making those jokes once they're actually on screen. But in any case, great showing by Littleboy squad to get to this point. But I think Monsoon is going to give them a lot of the same sort of bitter prescription, if you will, in the terms of, all right, we're running at you. We are mechanically sound. Do something about it, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be an easy fight by any means. Neither of these teams got to this position by being easy to fight.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how they clash. I don't know enough about Monsoon as a team yet. Individually, I mean, all the players have been around for long enough that everyone knows them. But as a team, seeing how they play and how they mesh together, it's still fairly new to us, just as it's still fairly new to them. So I wonder if that'll put them on even footing with a pickup, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the old we have some familiarity versus we have more familiarity is a concept that's always been about. So much of what the meta is right now, I would argue, is heavily reactive as it is.
Yes.
I mean, you saw in that last set what happens when everybody takes their caffeine and things get cranked up. But, I mean, to a certain point here, if you know what you should be doing in a given situation, which is such a hugely vague way to kind of describe it, but it does sort of change how you will play around your team. If two of you say, oh, I need to be in that spot, and then you look to your left and, wait a minute, why are both of us here? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Who's driving the bus?
If you're on their snipe and I'm on their snipe, then who's driving the plane?
Ah!
Yeah, and just, as someone who recently played a Splatoon 2 Invitational, it's interesting because we as a team for a little bit tried to move back into like Splatoon 2 ideals, and the team we were fighting was just like, no, we're just gonna play Splatoon 3 and Splatoon 2 and see how it works. And it was interesting because you definitely see very clearly how Splatoon 3 plays so differently from Splatoon 2, and a lot of it comes to just awareness and knowing where you need to be at what times and having the specials with which to push at those times. But all of it is so fast moving that there's not a lot of time to like plan and execute a plan. It has to be half instinct at least.
Like I always say, my absolute beaten to death go-to phrase that I use on commentary all the time in Splatoon 3, whatever your plan is, it better be fast.
Yep.
Because if you sit back to builds, well, now you've had a tactical or dually player roll at you and everything's fallen to pieces. This is still a best of 3, folks, here in the losers finals. So these teams are going to have to figure it out real quick. One thing they're not going to have to decipher or figure out, one of the most played map mode combos in the game, Inkblot Art Academy, but this time on the zones.
As opposed to...
controlling a tower.
I suppose. Okay, I suppose. Well, yeah. Okay, I'll give it to you. So we're already seeing some really quick fights. We saw a roller trying to clash over on the left-hand side. We're seeing some buckets trying to take top mid. This is a strange early fight, I think. 2 going down pretty early. Excuse me? 3 going down pretty early. And we see a carbon roller trying to chase for the additional pick. I don't know what I expected here, but a carbon roller wasn't really one of them.
Yeah, no, Spring did a really good job earlier in Carbon Roller land of fighting some of the other rollers. Nice shot there onto Storm, who was trying to back up, but if there's one thing Trizuka can't do very well, it's move and fire at the same time. So maybe a little bit overplayed in terms of how they attacked here, but it appears that the other members respawn in time and are continuing the pressure. So excellent job here from Littleboy squad. Ursa's in a great spot here with this wonderful crab tank as well. So if they continue to force members over to that side of the map, there's a real chance they get even more points on it.
And here we're seeing just that fast-paced momentum coming out of Littleboy squad that we were just talking about. No one is taking a moment to breathe, ever. Everyone's just running straight forward, or left to right, I guess, in this case, and hoping for the best in every interaction. And it seems to be working out for the most part for Littleboy squad, except, And now that we've said that, Monsoon has taken full control of the zone and then gotten other specials out, we're going to have to see if they can take control of the plat as well.
Yeah, now is where we really get to see from Littleboy Squad. Can you do the other half of this game, which is can you break back in here when the opponent is running at you? So far, 2 of them did go down. I believe they're still in a fine position here. This Crab Tank does hit one and is not able to take out Crim there miraculously, so they've actually done a pretty good job. They need to find a way to get this very nice move from Ursa there. Nobody expected that they could go to the left and fall off. Nice fall-off shots there to close it out, so they've at least given themselves a solid chance, and that's going to be a nice penalty applied. They separated the members of Monsoon and punished accordingly. Great work.
I'm always a little worried about retakes when I see that there's a carbon roller involved, just because the carbon roller struggles so much without paint and without that advantage state. But they managed to do a fantastic job here. The members of Littleboy Squad just dancing around that top mid as they try to take out the shot from Monsoon. And Trip Strikes look like they are going to be able to cap the zone here, but I don't think they're worried too much about penalty as much as they're worried about holding that mid area. You can repaint the zone, but it's much harder for them to retake the mid area itself.
Ursa jumping all the way back, probably a good call here. They actually managed to hold onto their plat. Nice use of the splatter color screen as well to make sure that nobody would come directly up to try to make it work. This is a special that's seen a lot more love lately. Seems like everyone's trying to work it into their comp at least once or twice, but the penalty is gone, so they're going to have to maybe be a little bit more heavy-handed in how they attack. This Crab doesn't have a direct target to shoot at either, which means it's really going to try to suss out where the opponents are. 2 members will dive at Miner, but everybody was waiting for that. Miner was the bait. Will be 2 of them going down right now. I don't think they have a lot of presence on their own plat, Lily. They're going to have to dive and try to make a miracle happen.
5 ticks left on the clock, 3 going down to stray bombs and shots. That's game for Monsoon. That was a really quick flip of the control there. It felt like they went from having a 30-point penalty and 40 points on the clock itself to just nothing.
Yeah, the point you made earlier about breaking back in with a carbon roller, I think it's a good one. It does need some turf on the ground to make a move, but I think what it also really needs is it needs the eyes of the enemy team to be looking elsewhere.
Yes.
And when they're in these scramble situations, Ursa playing those dualies, you look at that thing for 10 seconds, you can't get rid of it. It's just always rolling around here. It survives, it's slippery, and all the while everyone is looking that way. The carbon roller comes up, does its job, and now you're getting spawn camped somehow. But it's that much more difficult when you're trying to break in. And you saw as the game went on, the members of Monsoon were happy to let one player fight everybody because they knew that they were going to be able to collapse upon anyone who tried to fight that player. It's great job. It's great reaction. And I would argue maybe a little bit better play around the central art piece in the zone as well. It felt like they always had the right player up on there to assist teammates from a different position. But we saw some good stuff that time from Littleboy Squad. You hope that game and the way that it flipped doesn't get them too down on themselves, because I still have some good belief in what this squad can do.
I mean, if they've got good attitudes, what you see from that game is how close it is. That was really good momentum. We had a really good hold there. What we really need to do is solidify our retakes. And I mean, both the maps coming up are decently good for a weapon like a carbon roller. They've got some good flank options and a lot of area and boxes to play around. So I see no reason we couldn't keep the carbon and we couldn't just solidify our defenses a little bit stronger. Carbon is coming back, and this looks like we might go to, I guess, a game 3, but
they did play, the Littleboy Squad did play this in winners finals as well against our top seed. It did not go very well for them. Quite the opposite, in fact. It was kind of a stomp, but again, one of the things that really was notable in that is that this team is not necessarily, the comp rather, don't mean to ask which of the players here, but this comp not necessarily great at working up hills, literally, with the geography of it. Of course, we know what the carbon roller can do when it gets up at the cheeky spots, but a sloshing machine just made their life so difficult here. So we'll see if maybe they get to those spots a little bit more preemptively, if they've kind of worked their way around what can be done there. Nice job making sure that they don't get that first checkpoint free. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
Ursa won that fight as soon as... Sorry, time down. Trizuka usually wins that, like 9 times out of 10 there. Not only did the Trizuka die, but the Crab got away from it as well and could continue to fight. But throughout all of this here, whether it be the way that the Tact Cooler has swung. It appears that the threat not yet gone. They haven't gotten back to mid, but they did hold on to that first checkpoint, Lily, and sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on a map like this, you're not super worried about that first check. It really is everything after that becomes concerning. Once you have to start working into the enemy plat is the part that people worry about. We're gonna have to see if they can get that far. Fighting into mid, into a bunch of long and mid-range weapons can be very difficult, especially when you're playing with something like a Splatoon and a carbon roller. You kind of have to like super rely on your pencil and your squeezer to be able to take those fights and make some space. So I think that's really where the test for Littleboy Squad is going to come in this set.
Yeah, the crossfire they certainly have from a comp level here, so that part I'm not necessarily worried about. Can they win fights? That's a big deal. Nice job there getting the trade. Storm had taken a long time to flank around back, and with that being the only threat that was left, now they get to start to work into it, Lily. This is what you talked about here. If they can get through this second checkpoint, they might win the game outright. Great shot there, working all the way up. They're not worried about the geography of the map at all, like I was talking about.
Absolutely, and that Carmen coming up with a Zuka, not managing to get any picks, but that does create some space on plat while these two play Ring Around the Rosie with a member of Monsoon. They do manage to tap that second checkpoint. They got about halfway through, 3/4 of the way through, before it was taken away from them, but that's still pretty decent on this map. That second checkpoint can be rough to touch and break because of its proximity to spawn and its proximity to places where, say, pencils like to sit.
Yeah, that darn pencil. Gotta deal with that eventually too. Now you've seen some very early special usage coming out here from Monsoon because they want to try to force the members of the other team back so that Nico can go in. Now they just swallowed Nico alive. Oh my god, there was like, I don't even know how much damage was on those players here, and this is all starting to fall apart before it could ever really get started. They do get through that checkpoint, which means that somebody was up and went back into the middle of the map. It appears that it was Storm. Maybe it was Miner, or maybe Miner just came out of spawn there, but that is job well accomplished here on the defensive side, and now they even swung Winter around on the back side too. Did they get a little too heavy-handed with that attack? It appears for the time being, no. They have found stability here, which is not so easy to do against Monsoon.
Sometimes I love being on spec cam and just seeing like, oh, Winter's backing up, oh, here comes Nico. Just knowing how that's gonna play out because he's got a big sword. And just getting that like sneak peek into the horror of this game is pretty fun. It does look like we're in a bit of a stalemate right now. A minute and a bit left in this game. Ursa's crab popping on this right-hand side is actually going to be really good for the rest of the team to try to take some advantage. It doesn't look like anyone really moved up that far. They kind of just ignored the crab, and the crab spent a long time trying to kill Storm without much success.
Yeah, game of incomplete information there, of course, from the spec cam. We could see all four members were over there. A bomb or somebody charging forward certainly could have found some value out of that crab, but it appears that everyone was content to simply trade paint in the middle of the map, so they didn't lose a whole lot from it. But now that they've started to move forward a little bit, they've started to try to find their way to fight. Now it appears that things are getting a little dangerous. CN does go down there. Thankfully, the other members won their fights. There's still one behind them, I believe. No, they pivoted around to the other side. It was Ursa. Now Ursa goes down. No, someone did flank her. How did people get behind them there through all of that? I cannot keep up with this action as it's going forward here. Finally, in the middle of the scrum, mid decisively in favor here of Monsoon, and a wipeout. Put a bow on top of it. But here you go, Lily. 10 seconds left. You know that they have to fight through most of that checkpoint. Do you save your specials or go for the fight?
I mean, you kind of have to wait for the tower to get under that left-hand side by that tent area. It's your best chance to be able to throw specials at the tower and then drop onto the tower to take it, which it looks like Ursa's trying to do here and managed to succeed. That was the part that was starting to make me nervous. They all got pushed back onto plat. The members of Monsoon were up there really, really quick, which, with the tools that Littleboy Squad has at their disposal, was a really rough position to be in, especially when you don't really have that much wiggle room for failure. So, and managing to get Ursa in behind there, managing to throw all their specials all at once and tap that tower real quick, they executed that beautifully.
They did, and that was a little bit of a Hail Mary there at the end, too.
Yes.
Because Ursa got taken down there, we can rewind it and maybe find a slightly different answer, but I'm not convinced that they had a lot else at that time. That was a Trizuka that opened things up for them, and that Trizuka was not anywhere close to the tower at the time. So if that didn't work, I think that was would have been all that this set had to offer us. But instead, as you predicted, Lily, we will get a game 3, which is, all you can hope for here in a loser's finals. Take the last game and take us to Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track.
Absolutely. And now we've got a map that both teams can kind of just like flail around in and have fun. Like the past two, we had some advantages on either side depending on what weapon comps you were running. But I feel like both teams have a weapon that really kind of thrives here. Like the slosher is always just a mainstay on Pump Track. You might want to switch to a different slosher than a regular slosher. There are better options for this map for sure. But sloshers just have fun here. And so do things like carbons. The whole map is built around having these weird angles and these strange weapon picks that just kind of fly in and slap you from the left side and then fly in somewhere and slap someone else. And, it's the popgun playstyle.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it described as that.
It's popgun's TOing style as a playstyle in Splatoon.
Now that's all right. Completely original sentence. Gotta say. Don't think that one's ever...
It hasn't ever been said, but it's true.
No. Well, there you go, Popgun. If you're still listening here,
yes.
Lily has boiled down your TOing style into Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. I'll let you chew on that one for a little bit. It's a bitter piece of jerky, but I'm sure you'll find your way through.
Specifically, like a slosher or a blaster or a carbon on Humpback Pump Track. Yeah.
All you. I'm still trying to make sense of that. Go for it.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Everyone will think about it. It looks like not a whole lot is going to be changing. We do see the edit coming out instead of a pencil, which isn't a terrible choice. I do like the edit on this one, and a zap on the other side. So both teams have forfeit pencil entirely, which is surprises me a little bit. Can you tell me why that might be, Nine?
Well, I think that this is another map where you feel like you're going to have to fight. And we talked earlier about some of the different angles that pencil could take on, like a Scorch Gorge, to really open a game up and make it difficult here. Well, there's not a lot of similar angles that you can get through on this. It's not quite long range enough to run it down the opponent's side and have it go back like you'd have an E-leader or, a Stingray using weapon in the old days. But I think that you just want to have some way to contribute to scramble situations, to scrums in the middle of the map, and you're certainly not going to get it from pencil, but if you still need your cooler and you don't want to play a slosher, this is really kind of all that's left for you.
I suppose so. Well, I mean, that said, no one really seems to have taken dominant control. It looks like we see most of Monsoon here in mid with a decent amount of space, but a beautiful flank from the Zap is going to take out a few options before they can even get that Rainmaker moving anywhere. What a bloodbath. I don't have anything to say right now. This is a bloodbath in mid, and no one's taking control because everyone's killing each other.
No, it won't show up on the stat. Well, I guess it will show up on the stat sheet in a literal sense. But Miner just won an unbelievable fight when a player had dove down. Slosher's not supposed to win that fight. Miner won it. Everything opened up as a result of that. And now you have the player that you want carrying your Rainmaker here. It's the edit, moving all the way through. Interesting to note here, they're going for the we'll take whatever points we can get approach here instead of trying to hang on and see if you can bait the opponent into taking some more points. I think that's fair. 31, not a winning push, but it does mean that they're going to get everybody back to try to defend. Everybody should be up. I don't like that their wiper immediately dove into two players, though. I think that means they're going to be pushed back in an awkward spot. There's not going to be anything coming from the backside that's going to give the members of Littleboy's squad any thought. This could get ugly here, but it does appear that the other members did go down, and Monsoon should hold this one.
Yeah, the trick here is Littleboy squad trying to stay alive here in mid without giving up too much space. And I think that's going to be very difficult for them. They've already given up a lot. They're at one player going down, the last jumping out. So Monsoon now has full control over mid, full control of the right shoulder, and is going to be able to push in almost for free here while the other members try to recover some specials.
Oh, this is never the spot you want the Ultra Stamp to be at. Oh my god, what took him out there? Hold on, wipe out? What?
I think a bomb happened by Cooler, and the rest I don't know.
Well, your guess good as mine there is, the crab is going to get taken out there early. Nice shot from that edit to work through. Yeah, 3 already down. We cannot keep pace, folks. I mean, this game is entirely too difficult. That's a delayed wipe, but there's no such thing as a delayed wipe in this game because everybody's already back up. Ludicrous.
True. And I mean, the difficulty there, too, is they tried to push in. They tried to almost get a push going. They were, getting a little too far ahead of themselves, and they all went down to the respawning members of Monsoon. But I think they just need to slow down a tad to paint some stuff and get some specials of their own so they can get moving. And now there's 2 more members down, and Monsoon's still in control of the Rainmaker. So They're in a rough place here. Prim, step away from those bombs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the FT win strat, right? If you can't outfight them in that spot, simply throw some bombs down there. But when one of your members goes down early, gets taken out here, they're going to eventually lose the special advantage. The one nice bit of respite they have is the fact that the Tacticooler player is the one who is carrying the Rainmaker here, so there's not going to be a snowball that runs through on that side. That is the one trade-off of having your edit be the carrier. And again, solid defense, good discipline, have the bombs at the right spot to slow them down. So no more bleeding there, no more points off the board, but they're still going to have to find a way to work their way through and attack. Narrowly missing Nico right there. Nico will make them pay there with that Ultra Stamp firing up. And of course, now the special's coming out on the other side. Ursa has survived entirely too many of those Trizukas and now thinks better of it and is going to go in and attack right further.
Now we're kind of seeing the opposite problem, where Littleboy squad managed to keep mid pretty quickly and managed not to go down super soon. But they held mid for too long.
Yeah, held mid for too long, and as most of you know here, if you're just holding on to the Rainmaker, the opponent is going to continue to get passive special meter here. It's one of the fundamental aspects of this mode, but it does mean, like, hey, hurry up, whatever you're going to try to do here. If you just hold mid and try to work around very diligently, the opponent is going to melt time away and take some special there on the other side. Now a nice Tacticooler here entering the final seconds, and oh, a curling bomb goes and gets the job done as well. That's a big deal. That's one Tacticooler player out of the way. Now the Zap is moving forward here, but who is grabbing the Rainmaker? Who's carrying it? Where is the fight? I don't even know which of them grabbed. Oh, Ursa's the one to grab it here. That means no crowd. That's probably not who they wanted to have carried at that point. Yeah, that Carbon Roller is down. There's not going to be any way to trickily work their way through now. And it's just a matter of how long will it take Nico to get over there on this Stamper, running forward, hunting, looking. Where's the Jaws music? You know it's there, Lily.
It truly is, and he's just circling them in mid. You can't keep watching Nico because there's, never mind, there's not two coming on the right side anymore. We are still in a pretty precarious position. Krim over here with his edit is just gonna laser. Never mind.
No, I agree with your original premise. It was a precarious position there, but, you know, again, in the heat of the moment, you don't know where that's Splatana is coming from, how long you have before the other members come back. You're simply trying to take points where you can, and you poke your head out just a little early before your member can get around that corner and push whoever was there away. It's the small stuff. It's so many of these moments are decided by one decision that you can't really even call a wrong decision in the heat of the moment. It's simply a decision, and your opponent picked a better decision. That's all it is. But seeding notwithstanding, the dream run does come to an end here. Littleboy squad not quite able to get it done. A great fight and a bronze medal. Nothing to be sad about. We'll certainly be going on to some Sendo Q profiles. I would wager they will bow out as Monsoon moves forward, and Lily gets a chance at revenge. We love a little revenge.
I mean, who doesn't like a little revenge? I feel like that's everyone's dream, right?
Revenge?
Yeah. No?
I hadn't thought. Would you believe me if I told you that question's never been asked to me before?
Yes, and I also believe that you're too kind-hearted to want revenge against anyone.
Yeah. People just don't wrong me very often. Is maybe the
challenge
better way
accepted.
To put. Okay, now hold on. That was not an invitation.
Excellent. I got this. I'll think of something. So
sure
I mean,
you will.
getting back to Flop Bop, if anyone hasn't looked at the rosters yet, we're looking mostly at Henlo, Harshi, Kiki, and Dak Kid. All names that have been kind of like, I mean, aside from Henlo, who's been around forever, have been kind of like rising stars throughout the weekly tournaments and Sendo Q itself. They've just been kind of hitting their heads against that wall and chipping away at it. Like Henlo, again, notwithstanding, Hershey has come so far since I first heard their name, like a million years ago, as just someone who participated in a lower bracket in SOS.
You talking about bashing your head against it, I think, is totally accurate. There reaches a point in your progression of Splatoon as you get better at this game, where you start to lose the ability to describe why you're better.
Yes.
And you just run the classic line, "I'm better." Because, again, we talk so much about how at this high level, especially with the meta being what it is here, with all these Tacticooler kids running around, you can't really describe in the heat of the moment what your decision was about. You simply react and you move and you take all of this in. And what it's really about is you've started to see these scenarios happen so often that, yes, your reaction time has probably improved, your mechanics have certainly improved, but the recognition that you've gained from seeing the same situations over and over and over, and especially in a tool like Dislnkt, where you can pretty well ensure that you're playing a similar set each time, at least in terms of map modes. And you just start to piece things together before they happen. You've seen a scenario, you have pattern recognition, and it's great to see the players who are willing to go through the lumps to reach that point, because Splatoon, like many games out there, people have kind of been playing this a long time. And the people who are at the top have 5, 6, 7 years of experience ahead of you. You're not going to get there cleanly, okay? There's going to be a lot of losses before you finally get a win against one of these premier teams. And I just want to echo everything that you've said there, Lily. It's so great to see teams start to take the next step.
Truly. And it really comes down to things like that are, like you said, hard to describe, like game sense and decision making. A lot of it is just like you knew where they were going to come from, or you got a clue that indicated they were going to come from a certain direction, and you reacted to it and got yourself in the correct position to fight that oncoming enemy. And how do you describe that to somebody who doesn't have all the time? They're like, well, how did you know they were going to come from that way? Well, they always do. That kind of learning just comes from time.
Why does 2 + 2 = 4?
It just does.
I don't know. It just does. Like, get off my back, okay?
And I have run into that a lot playing with teammates in Dislnkt, or like even the project I play with right now. Sometimes I'll be like, clams are going to spawn here, and then the clams will spawn. They'll be like, how did you know that? And I'll be like, well, it's mirrored, so I watched them spawn on our side, so they're going to spawn on their side. They're going to, period. Or like, how did you know that the pencil was going to sit on this corner? They just do. They always do. That's where they go.
Experience is a powerful thing, as it turns out. And speaking of experience, let's talk just briefly, since it looks like we're going to get into this game before too long, about the previous set that these two played. I mentioned that Flop Bop, which I've now been told by the team itself, doesn't even know how the name is pronounced. Flop equals Bop. I'm just going to say Flop Bop because 2 syllables is fun. They ended up winning the Rainmaker, the Zones game in games 1 and 2. In games 3 and 4, Monsoon came back winning Clams and Tower, and then it looped all the way back around to Rainmaker, and wouldn't you know it, the team that won the first Rainmaker game, Flop Bop, clutched out game 5 to win it. So great stuff in that first set. 3-2 should give you an idea of how close these teams are. We will see now if a different map mode combination favors one team or the other in this best of 5. But here we go, folks. Sooner or later, we will have your Proving Grounds 32 champion, Flop Bop, versus Monsoon.
I do think another thing that comes down here that we're going to have to be careful and watch for is the longer Monsoon plays together, the better they're going to get. Because it really comes down to their team synergy itself and them building that. And that's another thing that only comes with time and play. So they've been developing and learning from their loss against Flop Bop since they lost to Flop Bop. And I'm really interested to see if they take a Rainmaker.
Yeah, they'll need it here. This was one that they also lost last time, so plenty of time and opportunities to find through there. Henlo nearly broke this game wide open. There were 3 players right there. Instead, it's going to be the rest of the members. Nice job by Kiki working around those shots for Miner, who probably thought that one was going to be a free splat. Instead, now we're going to see an attempt to break back in there. Henlo waiting very diligently, very patiently. Are they going to throw it? They will, and nothing to be found on that side, but still plenty of specials. They're waiting out this tactical magnificently. Great job here, not showcasing where their defense is coming from, though. You've got to be deceptive.
You truly do, and that's one thing that screen really helps with, is even if there's no one coming through the screen, you have to watch it approaching, because there could be anyone coming behind it at any time. So no matter what is shooting at you from any other direction, you have to watch that direction too, and splitting your attention like that can be dangerous. And we've already seen one go down on Plat here. Another one getting chased by Storm is going to get taken out by a pencil. Just, man, 15 ticks left on this clock. They kind of just have to run it zone, and there's no way they're going to make it back there.
No, that man is
This
just going to
game's
have
over.
to try. No, not even going to try. Just going for the kills at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely, lovely stuff. Woo! Well, there you go, folks. For those of you who just joined us later on when Lily and I started and have not seen Flopbop play, and you're wondering, wow, how did Flopbop run through all of these great teams? Well, there you go.
That's it.
There's your
Right
answer.
We just learned. It's right there. They did it with some very good positioning and some immaculate timing.
Yeah, timing is so important too. And I want to go back to the splatter color screen point that you brought up there as well, because, you know, that was one of those specials that I think on paper we all looked at. We ran through it. We ran into it a couple times in solo queue, and we were like, it's something, but I mean, is it really going to cause me to put away a Trizuka? Like,
Right.
I don't know about this. But there's something to be said for that exact scenario that you talked about, Lily, which is I have to look at this to make sure no one's coming through, and that lets the opposing team hide where they're coming from. So often, if you're throwing bombs around on the opponent's plat, you're giving up your position technically. Yes, you can remove, but if the opponent knows generally what area you're in, it really changes and gives them more confidence in how they move. But there's a very human element to splatter color screen where it comes through. It's like, do we fire through the screen to make sure nobody can come through? Is that what the opponent wants to do? And then the one time you don't fire through, someone was there waiting.
Right?
And it doesn't help that Squeezer is one of the weapons that has it. So sometimes there's not a right answer where you're firing through the screen and you're like, well, okay, nobody's there. And then it turns out it was just a Squeezer that outranged you. But I've babbled on here enough, and we're now at clan plays. So
Well,
I'm
what
going to
we saw
let
there
you talk
too.
about clans. Yeah.
What we saw there too that we might see again here is the screen being used as a distraction tactic, which I love seeing, and not even necessarily an avenue to push forward with, but also like they threw it at the perfect moment when Monsoon was getting ready to make a push back. So then they had to choose. Do we stay here and push through the screen and take that blind and that bit of extra damage? Do we try to move around it and I'll funnel into one area and I'll get picked off by a pencil? Or do we wait it out and lose our competitive advantage of having popped our specials? So if we can see that happen again here, this is one of those maps that really takes advantage of really good timing because of how hard it can be to push up into the enemy plat, especially with, as we see harshly in the top right, a pencil sitting up there just picking off at me. And that said, we're seeing 3 down on the side of Monsoon, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, my God, Kiki, whenever your Squeezer is like second into fights, that's so nice. Like, the Squeezer maybe never wants to be the first to fight, but there aren't any weapons better in the game at being second into the fight. It seems like Kiki knows exactly when to move in to take some shots, to clean up where necessary, and start to snowball through. So, excellent work there. I'm sure you've heard my theory, Lily, about, you know, the 3 different types of Clan Blitz maps where you've got the ones that, you know, take a little while, you have to build up and really sit back to push forward. You've got some where it's maybe a little bit more even, where you have opportunities to make quick pushes, and then some where it's just, I score, you score, I score, you score. Where does this one fall for you? You talked a little bit about the timing aspect and how difficult it can be.
Definitely the first one.
First one, okay.
Yes, so it falls into the same range as Scorch Gorge for me, where there's a lot of clam pods in mid, so there's a lot of opportunities to build clams, but those clam pods tend to be pretty far from basket, so sustained pushes you need a clam runner to maintain it, and it's also very difficult to break in, because while there is 2 routes to break in, neither is optimal, and one usually puts you past a blaster or a charger or a pencil or a bucket. So you really need to get at least 2 down on this map to start a push, if not more, and a special on top of that.
Well, 2 down right now. That's one part of the formula that you just pieced together, and it appeared, no, they did lose the fight on the bottom side. I thought they were going to be able to camp the sword properly and take that one out as well, but it doesn't appear they were able to close that out, so it's going to be a bit of a scrum to try to get it here. Poor Harshi is running all the way back here, just trying to reposition, maybe even trying to look for a final one, and finally does build a power clan, but all that while, all that shuffling, and one player went down. Are they going to try to do this the dirty old-fashioned way here, where Dat Menace is simply waiting, and they're going to try a jump? No, it appears, yeah, everybody knows you're there. Everyone knows you're there. There was a slight opening there, and no. The tricks aren't working this time.
Not at all. And that can be so difficult to get that left side opening. What you really want to do is, if anyone remembers playing on, oh my god, Snapper Canal, there was a left side cross that you could take to try to get the basket. And you kind of have to use that same tactic here. You want to use that left side push as a distraction to split the attention of anyone trying to defend that basket so they're not all looking right. They have to look left and right. And until you kind of get that distraction, or at least 2 or 3 down, this map can be very difficult to move in and get any kind of substantial score on. And we're kind of seeing that now. We're 3 minutes into the game and no one's opened a basket. And it's because of that effect that no one wants to push into a pencil, and it's really, really hard to get in. Now, that said, we do get a basket open into a full wipe. That's it. It's a coolered wipe, so everyone's back pretty quickly. But that's not a substantial push, and nor is it a sustainable score even on this map.
Well, I mean, look at this already. The basket just closed, and there's already people threatening to push on the other side there. Harshy would love to hit those 2 shots. Instead, gets taken out and could not get the jump out either. So, depending on where that football fell, this could be really ugly there. I don't even know if they're going to be able to touch it. It appears to the time back, they're content to move back, try to hold on to the piece of mid that they had earned for themselves. And man, they moved forward so quickly there, which I think was the right idea, but not getting those shots onto Miner made it so that there was enough of a defense there to take out that clam carrier. And Lily, everything that you said continues to be right here. So many things have to go in your favor before one of these pushes can be sustained.
Truly, and it looks like both teams are kind of struggling with that. Harshy's going back to that pencil because Henlo is touching this top right side. Is going to have to drop down because of a slasher, but does manage to get that open and the jump follow-up. So that's going to be a decent open. We have to try not to all go down here. So if Kiki can maintain a little bit of mid here without taking too much damage, that would be excellent. It looks like another player jumped in to help them. So it doesn't look like we're going to lose too much from that open. And now 20 seconds left in the game when baskets have only been opened once each. That's a weird position for Monsoon to try to fight back from.
Yeah, not to mention they don't really have a great foothold in mid either here. They know that Henlo is striking around somewhere there, but aren't entirely sure. Now Henlo on this side, eyeing up Miner. Can they find Miner? No, Miner actually gets the better for once in that fight. That's a difficult fight to win. Now where is Krim going to go? Up here on this side, or is that just a threat? Were they jumping in? Yes, 3 went down. That's a wipeout. Do you have the clams? Close this down. Move forward there. No, Nico's the one holding, but Storm comes through on the top side of the screen with just enough more to close it out. They only needed a couple. They found them, and there you go. Once again, the script playing out evenly. It's Monsoon that wins on Clam Blitz. Very scrappy and rough win to get in Clam Blitz, but done all the same.
Yeah, that wasn't looking super great for Monsoon for a little while there, and even that last push, I think, almost came as a bit of luck than anything else. It's those situations, too, where, like, especially on a map that's really hard to get into, you kind of have to take the fight to them in mid. You can't really sit back on your plat and just hope they run into you and die, because you know they're just preparing specials to try to break through, right? So the more of that fight you can take in mid, the better it often is, but you also got to be careful of that. It's one of those hard to make choices kinds of situations.
Yeah, that's one where you just hope that, man, can my bomb just hit somebody? Can
one of you sit on my bomb, please?
Can my YOLO splat bomb that I threw where 3 of you once were actually clear somebody out? Like, please let your stealth jump hit somewhere that I definitely wasn't aiming at. But these teams not wasting any time getting back into it here. They are totally focused. None of them have blinked at all. So we're now back at the we're going to do it to you map. Tower Control, Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. And I feel like we got the most Ship-Shaped Cargo Co. map earlier. The most, the quintessential play of how this works. So, I mean, this one has a lot to live up to, but there is a range blaster on the map now, Lily, and boy, I'm sure as heck not playing solo queue tower control for a little while after this summer season starts.
Absolutely not. And I think we're going to see that same kind of chaos here. You never want to see a range blaster on this map, especially on tower control. There's just too many little, high grounds that you want to hold that a range blaster just kind of says, no, you can't stand there. And Harshy's kind of running into that problem there as well against the enemy wiper, too. So what do you even do? How do you take these positions without expending specials?
How do you do damage without taking damage? The age-old question to answer in Splatoon. Now, they've actually done a pretty good job here giving up that first checkpoint, but getting a lot of mid as compensation. See, Miner's going to have to go all the way back. Wants nothing to do with that I believe that was the torpedo, actually, that was chasing them all the way back here. Now they're in a great spot here, and this is where the range blaster can be brutal. Where are they going to go? What side are they going to move? They took a moment there to try to fire at the right side and then flip over back, and I think that maybe just gave them a little bit too much time there. You know that people are going to be setting up on this left side to try to defend tower, but thankfully for them, everybody else on the team moved forward at the right side there. Crim trying to hit some shots there. They'll take one out, so that's both teams rather taking out that first checkpoint, and at a certain point, you got to stop jumping in here, right? Get back to mid. You're going to burn through your cooler.
What is this, Splatoon 1? Yeah, it's just, at some point you do need to stop that and just take mid again. And it looks like we're starting to get into another offensive position from Monsoon here. Asuka coming out. I was going to say a little early, but all of the members of Littleboy squad? No. Yeah, Flop. We're all in the same spot. So, I mean, what do you do then? You just fire that Zuka and hope for the best, and now we have 3 down, so we're gonna touch that second checkpoint, and it looks like break it. The blaster trying to get into a good position up here on left, but is gonna miss that shot on Storm, which pushes us straight through to the end, and only Hershey up means that's game.
Man, wonderfully done. And I mean, let's just hone in on that moment where, as you were talking about there, that Zuka that really opened things up. I don't even know if it got anybody, but it moved everybody back into that same position, like you were saying. And that is exactly what a zip-castering sword wants to hear, which is everybody in mid. Oh, sick. Dive right on in. And then the third wave of pressure that comes in. I mean, we're kind of in a meta now where you need 3 full waves of pressure if you really want to get these sustained pushes. It's Miner who comes in with the slosher, and Miner has always been one of my favorite bucket players because I don't know too many other bucket players who are willing to play at the maximum range of what that slosher is capable of. And you know, if you haven't played slosher for a while, go into training room and see the max range of what that slosher
It's
can
scary.
do. It's so far. It's further than than splatter shot. I mean, it's further than a lot of the weapons that it's going up against, further than dualies. So provided that you can move well and play with that spacing, you'll be fine. And Miner was the quintessential spacer with the sloshing machine early on in this game, and I'm not at all surprised to see how it works. Miner cleans things up on the third wave, and at that point, you're tacticalered up. The opponent has no defensive resources. It was only a matter of time. So now we're in a really interesting spot where we are very, very close now to a reset. But Lily, they're going to have to do something they haven't done at all versus Flop Bop. And that is win on Rainmaker.
We'll have to see if they can do it. Like I said, every moment that they've spent since losing against Flop Bop on Rainmaker, they've spent learning how to try to swing that fight. But so far what we've seen from them is a pretty heavy struggle into Flop Bop, period. Even the games that they've taken, aside from, you know, tower control getting done to them, it has been a struggle for them. They haven't really managed to get what I would consider like a dominant stronghold against this team. So it's definitely not going to be easy for them. And with all the members of Flop Bop just diving into mid, excuse me, I don't.
I mean, you talk about a gamble, right? You talk about an absolute gamble right there. I mean, everyone is fighting forward there, so I don't know what cleared them out there. I don't even hate that decision. Yeah, I don't even hate that decision right there to force everybody back. Run it forward and see if you can steal that first checkpoint. This is another map where things can pretty dynamically change for you after you get it, but man, oh man, you're starting to see why this team is so good on Rainmaker here. They see these little moments and try to move forward and take it. And if the opponent is pushed on one side, they simply push them further and further into worse positions for the Rainmaker. A wipeout will be their reward. They are tacticalered up. And let's see if they can get anything out of their first real push opportunity.
It truly looks like that just they have no hesitation. The Flop Bop sees a situation that they might be able to take and just dives for it. And everyone seems to always be on the same page. So you can tell these players have played together a decent amount, at the very least in things like Sendoku, to be able to have that quick moving, or they have a very good shot caller and we just can't hear the Midas. But either way, like, the lack of hesitation is honestly very, very cool to me.
Checkpoint down right there. The pencil not able to close it out there. So maybe some of the other Chargers would, but not able to find the 2 shots to close it out there. Was Hershey now going to continue to fire that way and gets a shot on Nico, who jumps away, but again, tacticalered up, totally fine to pivot around and try it again. Miner now in a great position there, was out of ink actually, and fell down through, but gets great coverage from one of the biggest hitboxes in the entire game. So it is going to be a Rainmaker reset. Things could have gotten really dicey for them. And Miner's still there to fight them. So this is still a green map. And yeah, I would imagine Crim's probably going to have some friends here jumping in shortly. Threat not yet gone, Lily. There's been such incredible, consistent attacking pressure.
Threat not gone, but it's definitely a pause to the pushing. They definitely have backed into mid and are holding this area. Even now that they've picked up Rainmaker, we're kind of just playing a little safe, and they know that they can for a little bit. They have a technical lead, I suppose, but the more time that they can waste over here and while looking for an opportunity to push, the better for them. Now, we do see the members of Monsoon going down or jumping out, which puts Flopbop back on the map, but they do have a little bit of ground to gain here before they can actually try to push. And they're going to have to watch this right-hand side because someone might drop and pick it up.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a zip caster hit as hard as poor Nico's are here. I gotta say, Nico's willingness to get back up, looking like the end of Rocky 4, where Rocky is just pulp-faced and trying to work in through mashed up ribs and everything. Said, yeah, I got one more in me. Let's go. Let's keep running this thing. I'm gonna keep going at you there. No problem. No problem, but it seems like every time that they do close that out, there's always a second wave fighting through there. And Crim has been doing such an unbelievable job on that pencil on the other side, just keeping people away, warding them off, and taking out members who have already been hit by one or two players. Even going to find a way to sneak a few more points off the board there. Now, they're not in a great position here. The last person in mid is getting fought, so it's Miner going to have to back all the way up. They will give up a good chunk of mid here. Maybe not necessarily on the paint side, but I don't think they have anybody fighting in mid right now. So this is a great opportunity, a pretty good position for that splatter color screen as well. If they can get some sort of range special to fight one of those, that could be it. But no, a range special coming from the other side. You know that Trizuka is going to find its home eventually.
Yeah, unfortunately. And we're in a position now where there's a minute left in the game. We still, on Flop Bop, we still need the pedestal. First of all, we still need that checkpoint to break. But on top of that, like, really what either of these teams needs is just a good opening. So we're really just playing a waiting game to see who can get that momentum first. Because whoever can get that good opening is just going to ride this to like a 30 or 20 point lead and then book it. But 2 players down with a Zipcaster coming in for the Rainmaker, Hershey's in a not great position, is going to get that trade, but that doesn't improve the position of your teammates.
No, it doesn't. Henlo going to try to make some real magic happen, and you can against one, but it's hard to do against two. Storm going to sit right back here and even has a Trizuka. Going to take a little swim here at the end of it too, but the job's certainly done here. This is going to be very difficult for them to work out of, and sure enough, Miner going to close it out there. Great shooting there by that bucket to close it out, and finally, Monsoon will take the Rainmaker game, and as a result, we'll be rewarded with our first set. I know the TOs were hoping to raid MomoCon after the end of this, but folks, it looks like you're going to be hanging with us for a little while longer, or even open up a second tab and hop back and forth between this wonderful Splatoon action here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Oh, I mean, hey, I'll hop over. So they're currently on MomoCon. They're in Losers Finals. We're looking at Florida Man, which is the Marsh Fusion, Marin, formerly known as Hope, and I believe Lexi pickup, versus Seaweed Snacks, which I don't know the roster for, because I've mostly been here to boo. Oh, not Lexi, Power. Power is the other member of that team. I've mostly been here to boo Florida Man. So if anyone wants to just like hop between the two streams, keep an eye on that. They did, I think, maybe just finish Losers Finals. I believe. Hang on, I'm gonna pull up that bracket. These guys can wait. They did a bracket reset.
Go for it, Lily. In the meantime, we have another best of 5 set coming for us here. Again, Monsoon did get the first one. Lily brought up a great point earlier, which is every set, high-level set, that this newly formed squad plays, they are only going to get better. The coordination in those small moments is only going to become more and more difficult for the opponent to deal with. So we'll hope, if you're a fan of Flop Bop or a member of the team Flop Bop, that that was simply an unfortunate series of events that lost you that set, and that you can still keep pace with this team as it continues to become a more congruent and cohesive operation. But certainly good stuff from Flop Bop in that first set. the games just really have been getting away from them in terms of how some of these fights have started to snowball, go through. Henlo's so good at getting these fights and getting out, not going down too quickly, but every time one of these fights that could be an extended fight ends quickly, you can almost look at time as a sort of currency, and the machine not really functioning at full speed. It only happens when these fights are taking long and they can't continue to get those 2 players versus 1, those assists, those doors. What do we have, Lily? Because this is about to start.
Yeah, before we hop back in, Florida Man did defeat Seaweed Snacks, who they had previously lost to. Seaweed Snacks is the ones who sent them down into losers, and they will be going on into grand finals to fight Swan House Uno, which is the other team that we have been watching in Momocon. It's the bronze pickup, Bronze, Soren, Splatver, Dev Fernape. So, there you go, your quick recap.
So you're telling me either Bronze or Marsh wins,
Yes.
which means that no matter what, 9 loses. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, no longer interested in Momocon. But that's just okay, because we've got another great set right here. And Lily, it's clams, but it's Scorch this time. Talk to me about this one.
It's essentially the same as Crab Lake, so it's easy. You have a lot of clam pods in mid, so you have to make sure to balance those that clam economy and those locks. You have a very hard push in with 2 technical routes where one is harder than the other, and splitting your attention on those is always nice. And you have a rough time to push up into this snipe area where you usually have buckets and pencils sitting.
There you go. In a
Same
nutshell, in a clam shell.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, yep, I would too. But you bring up a good point here. Everyone trading around the middle of the map. This is certainly not a Clam Blitz only thing, but Scorch has always been a battle of like, all right, I'm going left and you're going left. Wait a minute, now we've just run around this central piece and we've accomplished nothing. So you're really just trying to look for any information of where the opponent is coming from, where they're taking shots at. Storm moving forward very early on in this, and I like that decision, because even if Storm drops out there, that means that the front door is open, and sure enough, Nico swam right on up to it. Will he get any points for it? It appears for the time being not. Where is Storm jumping? I was going to say way away. There's nobody under the basket anymore, buddy. So simply trying to get out and preserve that power clam. It appears toss it off to another player to make something happen. But, I mean, there you go, folks. It's that hard to move through. Storm moves over, a threat on that left side, like Lily said. It diverts attention for just a little bit, but not enough. But what is enough, hopefully, will be 3 down as Crim starts moving forward. Can we see a score? No, we gotta throw our tactical alert first there. I love the fundamental play there. Nice class in the heat of the moment.
We do see a second ball coming in, and quite a few clams pushing down to the 48 mark, and all of the members are still in here like rats, while someone is out collecting clams. So it looks like we might get a few baskets closed, never mind. We still have some rats in around this right-hand side, which is not the easiest place for Flopbop to try to mount a retake from. You kind of have to clear out this area before you can do anything else, because it's so important to defense. And it looks like they're just struggling with that. They're not hitting their shots. Their resources look a little split.
Yeah, and to their credit, Monsoon is making it so difficult to know when they're actually moving forward with an attack and when they're simply sitting back there to try to bait you into attacking them. Finally, it is a wipeout by virtue of everybody was moving at the basket. The barrier is up, and they've got Henlo underneath, so these are going to score without any real resistance. Another one comes through. Fantastic playing of the objective there. Are they going to try to swap it and get 80 points just like this? Harshy, can you score? Yes! Takes the lead. 4 power clams in one push, Lily. We do not see that very often at any level.
Not at all, and that was beautiful play. Harshy coming in with those extras too, just that getting that extra ball and managing to dunk it. I was impressed with that fancy footwork. Now we're back into a defensive position, and we're gonna have to be careful here. You do kind of want to hold behind that sniper area because of things like that Zuka coming through. Might be able to snipe you from across the map. But at the same time, if you hold only behind that snipe, you run into a Rainmaker scorchboard problem, where you're giving up the entrance in favor of the defense, and you don't want to give up the entrance.
No, already losing the lead right here. One more clam will do it here. Can anyone go through and collect, or are they simply going to fight? Keep an eye on the top of the screen. Will that number go to 1? No, someone is going to grab their own power clam here. The pity clam, it appeared, do that. And now Storm's like, yeah, actually, I don't want to be marked to everybody on the map here. Let me just toss that one away. Interesting choice there. Doing it, I would like to have seen them save that resource here, but maybe they're of the thought that if the basket gets open one more time, they might outright lose. Only 60 points there. They've proven that they can score multiple power clams in one push. That Menace trying to fight it out with Storm will lose the fight. Kiki does not get over in time. No, does. Not going down to that Trizuka. Lovely maneuvering around the nice squishy, squeegee piece up there on the top of the map. But again, now things have stabilized a little bit here. They're going to start to trade specials. That's one down. That's their pencil down. That's been a big defensive resource, Lily. There's an opportunity here if they're patient.
There truly is, and that's really the key here is that patience. You kind of want to hold this area until the perfect moment to push and make your opponents waste their resources to nudge you out and then just flood back in afterwards so that they gain no ground. We're seeing a little bit of that happen here, but at this point, they really need to get in. They can't afford to just sit back. Now 2 balls coming in right off the bat, and the last one jumping in potentially. We have a few clams coming in.
Yeah, no, they jump back to spawn to grab it. They might not even need it. No, here comes the power clam. Isn't even necessary. So well done there. Incredible clams gameplay. I mean,
truly. You
could see in that game, even play it 100 times, Monsoon certainly had the better of a lot of those fights, but Flop Bop was the better Clam Blitz team in that game, and it was very, very evident with the way that they played it, the way that they pooled their resources, had just enough clams each time they tried to make the push. Great patience, great usage of that power clam, and the visibility of it to bait different members out to attack you and take them out.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff there from Flop Bop.
And I truly think they did a great job, too, of, like, I think Monsoon had to hold their resources a little bit longer, and they did a great job baiting out Monsoon's specials before Monsoon really wanted to use them. Because the ideal situation there would have been to save those specials until something like overtime hits, because then you have them all at your disposal, and you can shut down a push when the time really, really matters, right? And then Flop Bop just dipped and dove and teased, and then Monsoon was like, dang, we gotta use these trip strikes, we gotta drop our not pencil, the other one, the stamper, that one, gotta drop the sword down to go fight them, and we have to expend everything now. And then they just dipped back in and said, okay, let's go score.
I'm a little disappointed that in all these times that Nico has fought forward and been taken out by the pencil, we've never made the pencil is mightier than the sword joke. And I just want to point out that you and I have not done our jobs properly.
Well, if we do it now, it's going to be forced. So
It will. So we'll just both allow ourselves to forget about it. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Wait up. Okay, where does the brush fit into all this? The pen is mightier than the sword is mightier than the brush? What's the read here?
That's Dislnkt. That's right there. Dislnkt is a pocket brush who likes to pull it out and be that menace as it is written. His brush is awful to fight against and makes me cry. And I'm hoping we'll see a lot of that in this game, because he really does just make a really good use of momentum like that and of funny flanks. So
yeah, I mean, Brush really had some early success in Splatoon 3's lifespan. There was a moment where I think a lot of teams were trying to run it, especially on Splat Zones, because in the early games, before we all started running Tax Cooler, you wanted a weapon that could take the eyes of the opponent, get these long, drawn-out fights, and Brush was a viable option for that. Nowadays, that's not so much the conventional thinking, but at least on paper, it still does the right job. It's long, difficult to fight, and if you get people looking the wrong way, you can make them use a special that's not great. You can work them away from the zone, and if you look away from it, you simply get punished on the other side. We've got a classic Mako take back here, which is throw everything at the zone, and eventually it goes your way. Nice job for them at least getting down to 35 for the time being, but they got pushed pretty far back in that, Lily, and I'm a little worried here how they're going to work their way back in.
Crim placing that funny sprinkler above them, and Storm dipping and dodging on this left-hand side. This is going to be a difficult push back in, I think, for Flop Bop. That said, they get a perfect flop when we weren't looking, and the Brush diving in on Storm and managing to clean them up. Dackhead's brush really does just make very good use of teammates, both as distraction and as slides to launch themselves into the opponent's faces. And I think we're seeing a lot of that here. I think the brush just flying right in and taking a lot of people out is probably putting Monsoon in a strange position.
Yeah, and kind of opening that big push up on the counter push with Storm being on the left side there with that shooter. You always want somebody over there to make the opposing team respect that you're having someone looking over drop, but I'm not necessarily sure that the shooter is the one that I want over there. In the heat of the moment, you've got to get somebody over there, so you make the most of a bad situation, but I think that gave them a lot of room. Storm wasn't able to rotate over in time, but they've done a pretty admirable job of fighting their way back in to at least get themselves in this position, but there's just not a lot of stability. They haven't set up that scenario where your ideal weapon is in the spot that it most wants to be.
Absolutely, and you're seeing that they're struggling because of that. No one is where they want to be, so no one is getting their maximum value, which against a team that you've been struggling with is kind of what you need. You need that maximum value, and Jesus, that kid. Causing some mayhem over here while that zone remains uncapped, stuck in the middle. 3 going down on flop bops from some great picks from people like Miner is going to put them back in a good position to make a push. And this is going to be where we want Miner, but they're going to go down to his...
Yeah, nice call on the early Zuka there as well by Kiki. I'm not even sure that was pulled out knowing that Miner was there. I think it was as much of, hey, let's clear this area to make sure we have some space to move back in, and we'll do whatever we have to at that point. Easy to do with the hitbox of Trizuka, but I still think on paper it makes perfect sense there. This time, though, it's a much more traditional Trizuka, which is I see you, I shoot at you, and of course you know where that charger is going to be. That poor brush is not going to be able to hold that in its own by itself. Gets taken out. Now Storm has moved over to this time. Nico once again gets snuffed out almost immediately. Now will Kiki find anybody with this Trizuka? This could be big. If not, okay. They're dangerously close to losing the zone, but no, they snuck somebody up over onto their box. Is this a scenario, though, where Monsoon was willing to give up the zone to maintain a more favorable board at large? That Midas is in a great spot to try to make some madness happen here. They don't have a lot of time. They're going to have to act soon.
They did get spotted out. 2 here on the left-hand side is going to take them out. The slosher in behind that Helmo can only do so much, especially against a Zipcaster, so they might be stuck in that back corner for a little bit. They did lose that lead, and Krim here on a firefight with Harshi up on Snipe is going to have to push them back off the zone. Counter-strikes coming in. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to cap it just yet, and just managed to get in the firefight. That said, they have a 30-point penalty on the 30 seconds left on the clock, and they did not manage to push Monsoon all the way back out. There's a quick swing back and 2 down on the side of Flop Bop. Makes this a weird place to be.
Yeah, I was about to compliment how well they did a good job of holding on to their own box, their own stack, but as I'm about to say that, of course, that's the one time that they weren't able to do it there. That pencil getting bullied away from a bevy of different options. Miner goes up to try to take somebody, but this time 2 members came from that side. They go for the opponent's box into the waiting arms of Nico. Oh, what a wonderful bit of adaptation. This whole time, people have been accosting you on drop. You don't have a lot of time, so you send 2 on drop. You take out the player who was waiting for you, but there was one more person waiting to make sure you couldn't get on stack. Wonderfully played, start to finish that time by Monsoon, and we might have another long set ahead of us, Lily.
I mean, can we get a reverse sweep?
What?
Reverse it.
How does that work?
I'm not entirely sure. Don't ask me questions.
Who am I gonna ask the question? You brought up.
Ask Popgun. Popgun has all the answers.
Yeah. This is intensely profane, and I can't describe why. A reverse reversal. You've just divided by 0. Yeah, chew on that one for a little bit, Popgun, as you're continuing to chew on the jerky from earlier.
I mean, imagine
when you're
if,
TOing.
Imagine if the teams had to be 2 sets up. Have you ever watched competitive Valorant?
No.
So in competitive Valorant, they have like 1st to 13 in the actual game round. But if the teams are like 12 and 13, they keep playing until one of them has a 2-round lead.
Oh, so it's like volleyball.
Sure.
You've watched IQ. Don't give me that sure as if you're some. No.
Listen, I'm pretending I don't know what you're talking about. So yes, it's like volleyball. So imagine if you had to do that in Splatoon. Anyways, that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Rainmaker back again. This had been the one that could not be won by Monsoon until they won it last time. So interesting to see it on this map. I like the pick of the edit coming out here from Krim. I think that everything else aside, I just think that the main weapon is incredibly strong on this map and incredibly strong on Rainmaker, regardless of what sub it had. And I just think this is a very dynamic and rich Rainmaker map to play it on anyway. I love seeing it.
Absolutely, and edit is really nice to watch play. It's a menace. It truly is. The quick fire rate and the bullet velocity just gives me heart attacks. Even as someone who plays things like Splatoon. So while I love to see it, it also allows Krim to do stuff like that and just turn and. Are you gonna get a third? Come on, Krim, do it.
Oh.
Coward.
Yeah, no, I'll say it. Perfect time to use that. Usually I hear that used in spaces where it's not a matter of bravery, but there.
No, that was cowardice.
That was cowardice, and also probably the right decision.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nico diving in once again here. Finally, 4 people aren't shooting at them there, so will survive the end of a zip cast. But Krim not going to take the option for the dunk right there. Interesting decision there. It was right ahead, but I guess you want to get sustained for a longer push. You think there's more meat on the bone, but with 2 of them going down immediately, these triple ink strikes will open it back up. Now Miner's going to try a hand at it, also going to get taken down, so keep an eye on that decision, everybody. I think they could have gotten that first checkpoint.
They absolutely could have gotten that first checkpoint, and with enough momentum and good positioning on that right-hand side, it's hard, but a push up that right hand or that ramp is hefty points.
You get the idea. You play for the big push, the stronger push, and somehow Miner didn't take both of those players out. I'm a little shocked myself there. Storm going to try to run in and close a couple of the other shots out there, but this Rainmaker is actually probably going to be able to fight out of that position. Sure, everyone else is coming back there. 2 members did go down to I don't even know what, but it means that Harshi is now going to be able to pivot left as well. We're now back in the exact same scenario that you talked about, Lily. This time they're going to jump in. They should be down on specials, so there's plenty of defensive resources here for the members of Monsoon, but they have yet to make good on that. With 2 of them going down, this is going to be our first checkpoint.
Absolutely. Harshi just barely managing to dodge that trip strike. And 2 down again on the side of Monsoon. Harshi just going to go for points and ignore that bomb. I mean, I don't even necessarily disagree with that choice. Though now that they've taken out that glass portion of this map, I probably would have preferred to back up and try to take a better run at that, because it's so much easier now to move through that section. A little bit of points into that section isn't a defensible game anymore.
That menace goes down there to the shot from Krim. I mean, that was a desperation punt of the Rainmaker to simply try to get it out to where points won't be immediately scored, but this is flipped entirely now in favor of Flop Bop, and I love the way that they've again gone patient now going on this side, and man, just mere seconds from that hammer being through. No, it didn't fall. I thought it fell, and I don't even know what killed it there, but all the while, 6 points, and Lily, you said it, not defensible anymore. Well, this is looking pretty darn defendable there. 6.
I would say that 6 is the potential for a winning push, even with that new paintable area of the map. Miner here. Excuse me, the game's over?
Someone sneak behind?
I must have. Must have snuck behind. Because the game's over.
Yeah, that's how that works usually. Huh.
Well then, all right.
You know, I will say there's been a little bit of subterfuge here. The TO is trying to stall certain brackets, speed up other brackets so that we can get a full-on raid at the right time for MomoCon here. I'm calling this one as a little iffy, all right?
A little scripty.
Yeah, Toasty saying that's wild. Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't believe that for even a moment. Someone put in a phone call, got out old Benjamin Franklin there, slid a couple of them to the players here, and that game has ended. Now, I will say, all jokes aside, it would have taken an incredible effort for Monsoon to bring that one close anyway. So ending their suffering a couple minutes early may be doing them a little bit of a favor in that sense. They don't have to spend 2 minutes fighting out a losing game, but in any case, it does put them 1 game away now, Flop Bop, from winning it all after losing in moderately convincing fashion, I will say, the first set of grand finals here. Now, they're going to have to do it on tower control. This is the one they have yet to beat Monsoon on. but you play 3 sets against the same team, and eventually you're going to start rewriting some things.
Eventually, and hopefully they've picked up some new tricks along the way, and they can figure something else out here. It isn't like they just played it like a minute ago either, so they definitely have an idea of how this map is going to play out, and fingers crossed it works out in their favor so we can raid Momocon. I'm not biased, I just want to raid Momocon.
Hey, we want to see more fun Splatoon. We want to see more of this. I will point out that that Menace in that last game and in this game as well has now once again switched back over to the 52 gal, a weapon that, you know, it's always funny to me that that weapon comes and goes in waves, because I can't think of a time that it's ever been bad, right? This main weapon and sub weapon is always going to be at least pretty good here, but it has given them an element of survivability and, like, again, stretching out these fights into longer fashions so that the other members can move through here. And I really think it makes perfect sense for what they're trying to do. And of course, the main weapon itself, certainly nothing to sneeze at, but they're going to have their first chance here. And was that 2 that went down to that 1 shot from that Trizuka? Incredible parabola there to close it down here. And if they wait this out in a patient fashion, they should take out this first checkpoint.
It does look like they're still inching it across, and just hopping off and on as needed to try to clear it fully. They do manage to break it. One goes down to Miner, and the other probably... No, Miner runs into Ink. Never mind. Unfortunately, for them, going to go down that top area, which puts Henlo and everyone else in some great positions here in mid. They are going to manage to keep that tower rolling while all of the players are respawning, and Hammer Yeet not going to manage to pick anyone off, but putting them in a funny position in the top right section. A Storm just desperately trying to hold on and does manage to get a trade, but at this point they need more than a trade.
I mean, God, these torpedoes are so frustrating. You can't shark anywhere to try to work out there because the torpedo finds you first. Neagle's going to dive in here with his Zipcaster, desperately at least getting people to look away from spawning teammates. Miner now gets up to the tower. They're still firing up at Storm, not letting anybody come back in for free. They're continuing to work through here. Yeah, go ahead and put that whale up there. Sit up on the tower here. 3 players respawning. Now that one goes down. A few more points. Unless a miracle happens, it will not. Congratulations. Sockop, rock'em sock'em, robotums. Flop equals bop, flop bop, whatever you want to call it. A dominant set 2 of Grand Finals.
Absolutely. They did a fantastic job there. We've clearly seen some improvements and some adjustments as they went through from both sides. Monsoon, one of their first real showings as a full team now, doing a fantastic job. I cannot wait to see where they go from here, and I hope we get to see more of the players of Flopbop on the scene, as I'm sure they will continue to dip, dodge, and dive their way to even better things. Before we go, remember that thank you to the players for getting us out of here for Momocon, so that we can raid there and see some grand finals before they get too far into it. It looks like they're just getting set up. So before that, I want to remind you all that there's a new unnamed tournament happening this Wednesday. Your typical swimmer sync format with a twist. Grab the unnamed tournament role for more info in the IPL Discord.
Oh, we are getting out of here quick to get you all into it. Lily, where can the people find you?
Oh, I'm everywhere as Splatoon Lily. Pretty easy. Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Discord, same name, everywhere. And everyone, of course, knows where to find 9-Hole Grains, the 9-Hole Grains. If you're not following him, then what are you doing?
Yeah, no, you can find me on Twitter, I guess X now, whatever we want to call it, at BURSTIE_.
Yes,
right
yes,
there.
Bursty, of course.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Elden Ring here, but folks, again, the raid going to go off right now. I know you haven't had enough Splatoon love for the day, so thank you everybody for joining us here. Proving Grounds number 32, your winner, Flop Bop. But there is more fun to be had over on the MomoCon stream. Thank you to the TOs, to the players, to the viewers. Until next time, everybody, stay fresh and watch MomoCon.